Hello, everyone. Welcome to an exhaustive even episode of Let's Talk FGO. I am one of your hosts, Omega. I am a sword. With me, as always, Grandpa Lucky.
Oh. God damn it. I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka Not So Happily Ever After. And while we're here to Omega, I'd like to bring you the latest Neptune-related news and memes. We will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EM version of the game. So anyone not wanting spoilers, remember us. Remember that we once lived.
Definitely feeling the appropriate FGO vibes with deep sigh. I hope everybody is enjoying FGO. It do be like that sometime. Hi, but we're here. We're here because reading is hard, chat.
It is hard.
It takes a while. And also typing is hard. But before we go anywhere, because we have an interesting little show for you today, I would like to shout out our patrons real quick for all that they do to support us, and also getting a little awkward timing this past week. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Worked on that one pretty hard, but had to scooch it out under the wire there because Oberon decided to pick the most convenient time for him, which is the convenient time for nobody else.
Sounds about right.
So, this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam Harp, Blackest OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Flazy Icebird, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV 9000, Just the Fae, John Sandoval, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robyn, Trevor, Shumpire, Some Guy Named Bob, and Varian the Crow. If you like what we do, want us to do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes early, lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
I paused there because I had to check my periffs, or where my water bottle was. It's okay, I found it. Alright, okay, I'll close that tab. But yes, so, stuff is happening, or has happened, I should say. Lostbelt 6, it dropped. We both defeated all of it. It's done now. It's done forever.
Forever.
It's never coming back. Until they decide to make Big C a memorial boss sometime.
It will forever live in our hearts, though.
This is true. But, so, as usual, that spoiler warning Lucky gives, that we ain't no fooling. That'll be very for real later. And honestly, probably through a couple of our mailbag results as well. But, you know, you'll know when you need to get off the ride. Somebody in chat saying the last part felt like the shortest. I mean, yeah? I did, strictly speaking, do it in like 2 days total, but... Ooh, I mean, it's kind of a runner. At the very least, it has the what do we say, the roller coaster-like quality.
I was about to say, it feels like it's 3 acts within a 3rd act.
Like once you're on the course, it's real hard to actually like stop and get out of there. There's like, I think, one really good break point that I think we both took actually. When you go to the spot where you get a special My Room background, it's a very, very fanciful, flowerful place. And I'm just like, okay, I think this is my one time to take a $5.
Well, whew. I don't know if I wrote it down, but that was just such a mood swing for me. I'm like, okay, I feel like I've been slapped with the pause button.
Yes, I do think that made it to your notes. Also, yes, sorry, Chad. If you didn't know, there is a special My Room background for that segment.
Well, actually, the My Room changes actually several points during this story. At one point, it's the tent. At another point, it's the room in Salisbury. Another point, it's the room in Gloucester. At another point, it's the war room in Londinium.
Yep. And at certain points, it switches back to your bunk in the Storm Border.
Yes.
Which is separate from your Chaldea room. But yeah, there's some neato stuff there, some tricks and trades. We'll talk about all of that in due time, but I think it's time to run down our regular business. First of all, wake the fuck up 7 regular pro tips. This one's very simple. The half AP, QP, and stuff is almost over. Get it while the getting is good. It will be a little bit before you can farm like this. We don't know when Eurofest is coming.
It has.
It is coming, but when? I don't fucking know.
I'm thinking
I
probably
hope soon.
I think probably in like 2 weeks, I think.
We should have a hunting quest in here somewhere. So you may be right. But I'm hoping soonish, if only because while I have been suckling on the half AP QPT, I've been spending lots of skill gems. I need some of those back. But that means it's time to move on to Records on the Throne, our regular Chivo Believo topic. For me, very simple. Have a try somehow protected at MP3 and counting. And only still counting just because, as I talked about earlier and I've been talking off and on air, I've been doing a lot of typing work this week. Had to type for Let's Talk, had to rush out the Wanted script. I haven't talked about this with the guys yet because I'm in no mood to actually take the notes for it, but for our hypothetically upcoming rain campaign, I wrote a 7-page questionnaire? Question mark?
Oh, you really are going ham. You're really going ham on that. I thought you've been working on Jinsekai.
Oh no, I did that. I did like 90% of that last week.
Oh. Wow.
Though I also did a little Jinsekai work at the beginning of this week as well, wrapping up a dungeon outline, which is technically optional, but I hope you guys do it. But it should come to no surprise to you, by the way, that my right arm has like been kind of sore this past couple of days. Not just my wrist, but like the whole thing. So repetitive tapping of FP buttons is hard. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a break for a little bit. But that's me's.
That's you's. So we will go over to my side here. Muramasa is 10-10-10 now. It's like I'm realizing I do like this boy. It's like, god damn it. So
pretty good.
Yep, he's pretty good. Also, it took over 1 million friend points. I think it took like 1,200,000-ish somewhere. But I do have a NP5 Habenyan, and her smile is protected.
Yeah, I think I'm at like 500,000 at my NP3, so still within acceptable limits.
Oh, I didn't mention this because I remember you were talking about. I also got 3 Saber Lilies during that time.
Yeah, I have not mentioned, but I think I'm up to NP4 Angry Mango in this quest as well.
I did not get any Angry Mangoes. I will say that.
Interesting. What was your NP level of Angry Mango before? Do you remember?
I don't remember. He can't be topped off. I only spend in the friend point gacha when there's something in there that I need. Otherwise, I just let the points pile up. But actually, this was actually pretty much. I keep forgetting that there's the 4 and 5 star all XPs in there.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, so I've been using all the other ones, but I've been stashing all those in the side because I got a certain Avenger coming up here pretty soon that'll probably benefit the most out of those.
Yeah. No, the FP gacha is actually really good. But that does. Actually, no, you got a second point to this. I don't think you've talked about yet.
No, I have not.
Yeah, I got a follow up though.
But so I did finish Lostbelt 6. I saw everything, and I'm always all like, fine, I'll roll for Oberon. I spent. Yeah. Oh god, like I did like 26 tickets, 4 singles, and then all the remaining courts I had left, which was I think I had like 120 to like 150 left over. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. I didn't get them. Oh, excuse me. Queue up this morning where I'm looking at my bank account and be like, okay, fine, fuck it. You know, this is how this works. This is how this always fucking works. And so I bought a big 90-pack. I'm going to start calling them 90-packs now because they cost me $88. So it's just like, all right, let's round up here. Let's be smart. Fucking taxes. And first 10 spin got him. I'm just like, well, the rest of this is going into the Avenger Comma Fund.
Yep.
So I got me a Moth Boy. I do appreciate that his summoning line is like, yo, what the fuck? And I'm just like, suck it, nerd!
Specifically, if you summon him after you've cleared the Lostbelt, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
You haven't cleared the Lostbelt yet, and you get him on a limited banner. It's more like, hey, how you doing? I'm Oberon. Don't worry about me. I am a normal boy. Pretender class? What's that? Yeah, I mean, that kind of bleeds into not all for me, but I did do like 4-ish 10 spins, I think, and of Saint Courts and like 10 tickets. Literally nothing of note. Just fucking 4-star CEs I don't need. So we're probably going to be waiting for that rerun us late next year in the Road to 6 campaign, because honestly, I think I have to accept my luck and just take it, because I have managed to end up with, I already got Castoria last year, I got a Koyanskaya this year anniversary, and I got Morgan in every single Tamlin, so, like, I'm doing pretty good right now. For not having actually spent any money on FGO in the past couple of months, other than the GSSR. So I guess I had to pay $15 for Melusine. So we'll just fucking take what we can get.
Actually, there's something that's been bugging me, though. I've seen a lot of people, like, overhype for Oberon, and I haven't really got a good look at his kit. What makes him so good?
So his third skill has a unique buff called NP Damage Boost. It amplifies all pre-existing NP Damage up mods by, like, 50 to 100%.
Oh.
So, this also, though, has a debuff where that after one turn, that unit loses all their buffs and falls to Eternal Sleep and is taunted for 3 turns. Eternal Sleep means they never wake up, ever.
Yeah, I know that
That
one.
said, so it's like the single most, like, damage amp potential there is, but if you fuck it up, that servant is dead. They are going to die. Also, his NP does do, funny stuff with this was seen in earlier parts of Lostbelt 6, the sleep the whole enemy team to give them invols, but also strips their offensive buffs. So, like, he's a little... I said this in the Wanted, which is out there, which you guys can check out. There is a time code for the mechanics section if you don't want to worry about any story spoilers. But, he's easy to use conceptually, difficult to master, but if you are willing to get into big brain think buster setups, you will do probably some of the biggest damage the game has ever seen.
Oh, so that's why people were coming out, like, showing off, like 3 to 6 million damage numbers. Okay.
Yeah, no, you can do some very stupid stuff, but also if you use Oberon incorrectly, you will become the stupid. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Ryan Perez.
Ryan Perez
Get some
said...
ass there.
Ryan Perez says is if you use the Tamamo and Oberon's MP strength buds, then Ending of Dreams, it makes the MP strength 120%, double the value of the normal 60% MP damage up. Scary.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. But yeah, that's why people are excited. This does, though, to talk about my actual entry in Not All the World's Evil, which I even said, don't know about evils, but definitely in this rolling for Habanyan business. I have a quality of life I'd like. Can I please do like 100 FP rolls at a time or something? Please? I know we got to like 100 lotto box openings and like, the extra summon on the tickets. Can I get an FP overhaul? Because I got a lot of friend points, y'all. I had 3 million at the start of this.
Everyone, jot that down for the next survey.
Yeah. Yeah, I literally have 2 things I'm going to say on the next survey. 1, can I do more FP rolls? 2, please, this will come back later, but for like 0 AP, give me a permanent boss simulator to redo story fights as they were.
Yeah, no. I think we've talked about that before, but no, I have some revenge matches I want to do.
And also, especially after playing this, where it's like, there's literally a point, it's semi-spoilers, but it's big fluff. I was like, if I wasn't doing it this at like 2 a.m. and didn't have a lot of Spiritron stones to just brute force it, I wouldn't mind trying this again with different comps to see what I like, because that is a really tough fight that requires a lot of coverage from your team, right? But I think it's very doable if you have time to plan, but also it's like, fuck, dude, I got like 40 more paragraphs to read. Also, it's 2 a.m. and I'm tired. I want to finish this, And there's a couple of other fights in this as well that I wouldn't mind, like, getting a chance to, like, re-brain again. But yeah, there you go. There's some suggestions for your next, whatchamacallit, survey entry. They do one every year.
I was gonna check Kama. Oh, Kama, you're
one more note in Not All the World's Evil before we move on.
We do. It's me. So, Lucky forgot that the commemoration quests were on a different time slot than the half AP quest. So I missed out on the last 2 quests.
Yeah, they started a couple days earlier.
Yeah, so it's just like... Luckily, I already got my comma CE, and I don't think, like... I mean, there was several that I, like, would want, but I usually want, like, most of them. But none that, you know, like, I screamed, like, I need it. So, I'm fortunate in that regard, but I am a little sad that I missed out on the command code, and just in fact, the fact I didn't have a chance to, like, test my metal against the meter in Rodaime.
Yeah. I definitely think some of those will come back. Like, usually they rerun the command codes at some point. But yeah. That is always a shame. I mean, I like, you know, as usual, I don't know if the Demeter one is really worth the retest, but you know, you got some new shit. You could have tried some stuff.
I think it's always fine to reapply your knowledge.
Wodaime definitely, like, I felt like I was able to, like, flex a couple different strategies to make that one work. But yeah, okay. That means we can move on to, did you finish your master missions? They're pretty straightforward this week. And you've only got, like, 15 minutes if you didn't do them, I don't think. But, you know, we can double check. You need to defeat 3 Knight class servants, so Sabers, Archers, Lancers. Defeat 3 Cavalry class servants, Riders, Casters, Assassins, Berserkers. Defeat 15 human enemies. Defeat 15 demonic enemies. Complete 5 quests. Complete 10 quests. I'm pretty sure, with the exception of the Cavalry class part, because I think it's like 3 of one, 2 of another. But the third part of Lostbelt 6 should do most of these for you, so you should probably be caught up, and then you can just fully. But yeah, that means we can move on to news. The news will be swift. There's not a lot of it. There's a lot more mailbag, which you guys have somehow, like, doubled in 24 hours. Not literally, but there's a lot less of these when we were thinking whether or not we were recording this yesterday. That's okay. It's light news day. Number 1, in JP, Mystic Eyes Symphony Summon campaigns number 3 and number 4, even though there's like 4 more banners total. But JP's really pulling out all the stops pre-anniversary. Like they're rerunning all the cool people. Number 1, you've got a rerun of Huyanzhou and Huang Feihu until the 16th. So, you know, get your preemptive Halloween rerun banner there. And then the banner set 4 includes a series of different raid-ups for a few characters. You've got Miss Crane, Babo, and Medusa on 1. Galatea, Gorgon, and Anna, Medusiana, you know, the Lancer, on another, and then Vritra, Stheno, and Urale until the 23rd. Personally, I think some of these are better than the others. The Miss Crane one involves a story-locked servant and a limited SSR, and at the very least, the Galatea one involves a story-locked servant. Vritra's cool. I don't know if I could bring myself to willingly roll on a Stheno raid-up banner. But, you know, hey, whatever works for you. Some people are new. Maybe they need those Urala copies. She's really good. But, yeah, no, they are going all out with raid-ups for servants who haven't had raid-ups in a while. And it's nice. It's a nice touch.
It is nice.
And then, of course, over here, stateside. You can complete it with the free quests. Thank you, Legendary. Great. I've only done the... Actually, I probably should have put that in my notes as well. I've only done the free quests to get Melusine's costumes, because they are cool and accessible now. But in NA, we've got Lostbelt 6 Conclusion Commemorative Campaign, starting the 10th, going until the 29th. Log in for some apples every day. You also get free leyline stones, and they extended the deadline on the stones, so, you know, you want to make sure you complete the story if you can. Or if you aren't caught up, you can complete those as well. There are some limited time master missions for story progress. Just do pips in Lostbelt 3 Part 3. I think it might even be Part 1 and 2 as well, but you can get EXPs in it. St. Quartz's. And then, out of nowhere, starting on the 12th, going until the 26th, Oberon plus Knights banner. It's Oberon and the Tamlin versions of Gawain and Tristan, but also, I think it's Lancelot and Gawain, or is it Tristan and Gawain?
I'm pretty sure it's
regular and... No, I think it's Lancelot. I think you're right.
But it is Tristan, because I pulled 2 Tristans on that fucking banner.
I'll check the news.
Also, I pulled...
This
I also pulled
does
2...
mean, by the way, that... Okay, yes, it's the Tamlins and then the non-Tamlins. So, Gawain, Tristan, and then Tamlin, Tristan, Tamlin, Gawain, and Oberon. So, honestly, other than the fact that it's all 4 of the 4 stars are on rate up, all of those guys are story locked, so it's a decent run.
No, I think it's a very good banner.
Yeah. This does mean that Morgan's banner number 2 can't be far behind, assuming we're still doing that in this time frame. But also, we probably are, honestly. I mean, like, I could see them, like, delaying that to maybe, like, a Thanksgiving or something, but because it's definitely not been nearly as many months since Morgan's banner ran, but that should be the next step. But yeah, no, this was a great line of contention. You know, we had a big hullabaloo last week in our 7-hour show about when Oberon is coming. I was reasonably certain he probably wouldn't drop right away when the new story section dropped, but I was saying it would probably be the week after, but also because I'm fairly certain I did qualify in there somewhere, like, because other servers have done it differently, it might be sooner. I don't fucking know.
Well, like I said, it was a day that no one predicted. People were either predicting the day of or a week after. No one was predicting, what was it, like 2 days?
Yeah, literally 2 days. So in a very Oberon-like way, I feel like almost it was the worst time for him, because everybody who wanted him right on the 10th was already disappointed, and then everybody was like, got another week to save. Was like, shit, I don't have another week to save.
The panic was real.
But, you know, he do be happening. Yes, Morgan banner can't be too far behind, and then for us, I don't even fucking know what's next. Let me pull the old wiki.
Well, looking at it, like, the next big event is supposed to be the Grand Nero Fest rerun, followed by our next summer. But I think people have mentioned it before. We're supposed to have a hunting quest tucked into there somewhere. The weird thing about this over in JP is this is like amid, you know, COVID and whatnot, so things got slowed down and delayed. So JP summer didn't take place until like the first couple weeks of September.
Yeah, we will probably not be that late, but doing all of Lostbelt 6 basically back to back has left us with some room, because we did do Interlude Campaign 16. Grand Nero Fest was supposed to happen, like, in JP, if we were following that timeline. That was the 30th of June to the 14th of July, so it would be ending right now. And obviously, that didn't work. So they didn't use that to intersperse. So, like, there's a... Looking at it, there is basically just Hunting Quests Part 11 should be sometime. That was in August originally. And there is a pre-release to Kalia Summer Adventure with a login bonus and, like, a summon banner. You know, in case you need to summon Nemo or Drake.
I do want a Nemo.
Also, they do have a lot of old summer craft essences, though. I think they've got all of the previous summer's craft essences on the banner.
Oh, no. Well, I'm usually pretty good about this summer, so yeah. I will... It's the Halloween ones that I need.
Yeah, but that will have to happen as a prelude, so we'll probably figure out when summer is hitting based on when that hits. But yeah, we've got a Hunting Quest to run and the Nero Fest rerun sometime. I would assume, because it's the oldest event in the stack, as it were, because we did do the Interlude campaign, that the Nero Fest has to be next. But depending on how much time they want to give us to digest the Lostbelt, I could see, you know, like you said, the Hunting Quest is coming early. Really could use that Nero Fest. Let me see. Let me preamble at this lotto. What do we got here?
Gems and some simple mats. Nothing crazy.
Yeah. Let's see.
It'll let you. I remember it has Void Dust, Pages, and a couple other things, but it's...
Yes, yeah, I got it pulled up. You're looking at 3 Void Dust, 3 Chains, 3 Hero Medals, 2 Knight Medals, and 2 Pages per box, plus Mana Prisms, EXPs, and Skill Gems of all varieties, and of course your usual QP and FP and stuff. So yeah, that'll be very strong. And this is technically a rerun of the original version because it straight up re-gives you Divine Three-Legged Race and shit like that. So like, it's out there.
Well, it's gonna be important because I do believe you can use Divine Three-Legged Race and Cheer for I think it's Cheer for Master as bonus CEs if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think all the let me see, I haven't CE. Yes, Cheer for Master and Three-Legged Race both count. Three-Legged Race is the damage CE. Cheer for Master is the drop CE. So if you are, a longtime veteran, you'll have some stuff, and if you're not a longtime veteran, you can get some new stuff. There's also going to be a Bryn and Summer Nero banners for this.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume they're also probably going to split the. Actually, no, it'll probably be Astrea on both. Astrea's the only 4-star in this raid up, but those are both limited, so that'll be a good run. Oh, and you get to do both sets of exhibition quests again for summon tickets and shit.
I'm gonna have to actually work on those. I didn't actually.
I'm looking at them. These guys don't have break bars.
Oh.
It's literally the old fights from the original two Nero Fests. So, we're ready to crack some shit. Yeah, sure, you have to fight Herc with 11 50% gutses, but he doesn't have a break bar. And we've invented foreigners. Oh, we're gonna have a good time.
Well,
so yeah, that should be fun.
But yeah, no, I didn't put this in All the World's Evil because it's not really that evil, but I'm noticing that I'm starting to run low on crystallized lures, which tells me it's like I actually gotta start doing challenge quests and all the weird little things I usually don't do because it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I think somebody did a total of it. There should be like 30-ish of them left in the year, so
yeah,
a decent amount considering that you only use lures for level 10 skills.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Nero Fest will be good when it hits, hopefully, because there'll be some fun to be had there. Have a nice, relaxing time. Bully some dragons. But yeah, that's our news.
That's our news. Didn't take very long at all. So, with that, let us switch on over to this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly as I die. Hydrate. Everyone hydrate. We're getting record-setting temperatures places. Drink that water. Put it in your system. Put more of it in your system. So, mailbag. This week we have 21, which is, again, one of those things that blows my mind as I'm pretty sure I posted it Friday morning because I was an idiot.
Yeah. No, you were busy.
I was
busy.
busy.
It says in the video, it's busy.
Yes. But, like I said, we got a healthy stream. We didn't have a lot of news, so let's get through... I'm out of AP. What's my fucking Apple
time?
I got 110 left. I'll be okay. So, let's get started. Someone really likes Chiome.
It happens.
It's just in there. It's just in there. They bomb 15 Chiome. I'm always like, rep, motherfucker, rep. But this first one comes from this ever-present. Is it melancholic?
Is it? Let me see. Yeah, melancholic.
Melancholic feeling after snuffing out another Lostbelt. And they say, greetings and well wishes. Mr. Nasu's wild ride has been quite the ride indeed and will only get wilder in the next Lostbelt. I cannot ask about the loss of the third act of Lostbelt 6 because we have not talked about it yet. I will instead ask, what was your most memorable leading up to part 3? For me, it was when the Autumn Forest was burning and Arturia went into a state of emotional rage to the point that the only thing to snap her out of it was with the slap. It was not a good moment to reminisce about, but boy, that whole thing really stuck with me. Anyway, wish me luck on my second attempt to pull the lying Mothman who lies a lot. Oh, wait. And for you, my friend, I just want to wish you good luck. So, if we're going to talk about things leading up to Act 3, God, that's a lot. That's probably still like 6, that's probably like still like 3 stacks of...
It was 24 sections, you know, it was as much as a lesser Lostbelt. I think that's technically longer than LB3 was. I mean, again, not in like a great way, but like I'm still, you know, lying in bed thinking thoughts about Pepe. Sometimes, like that one definitely real. I think it is because, you know, we've seen so much of him for quite a while now. Like obviously there were tidbits of him before that, and then you know, being a major character in 4, 5, etc. But like that one really hit home for me.
I accidentally put that on the wrong person. I'm dumb.
That's okay, I do that sometimes. I tap too fast.
This is gonna get weird. Oh, jeez. I have to think. There's a lot of moments that stick out to me, but like the most assists? Honestly, I think that what sticks to me is how Morgan ends. Like that whole scene, like I said again, it's not like good or thing. It's just very raw and I'll fucking say it. It's wrong. It's just like, oh my god, what? Like I think it's something you kind of feel. Hey, I got a command seal back. It's something that just seems like, even though you know that like Morgan is been this cruel and heartless ruler for who knows how long, just getting torn to pieces and having her daughter, like, you know, hey, you know, treated that way. I'm just like, fuck.
Well, and it's very unsatisfying, right? I think Nazi deliberately wrote it that way because you have that moment when you beat the first fight and you're just like, that's it? It's over? And then you get the second fight with 3 Morgans, and then you're like, you know, then you're like basically passed out. So it's time for like Castoria to be like, that's it? It's over? And then she just dials out, and you're like, what? Huh? Yeah, it's. I mean, it as befits the fact that this is just the setup before the ending, but it's not like cathartic or resolving anything at all, right?
No,
and
it's just
it's a big moment.
It's like throughout this entire Lostbelt, like I cannot honestly say that I defeated Morgan.
Well, we beat one Morgan.
We beat one Morgan, but then we realized it's not a lot.
No, it doesn't really mean that much.
And then she gets taken out by backstabbing and treachery, like she was all that time ago, and I'm just like, really? It's like,
it happens again because we're not good at this.
Like people know me. I am super fond of my villainous ladies, but I usually become very fond after I get to slap them and tell them, no, you did a bad. We never got to tell Morgan she did a bad. You know?
I mean, also I think like the crux of the writing is kind of all of our characters warring, like, you know, Castoria wars over this, but also we have to fight over, like, is Morgan really doing a wrong? And like, genuinely, if Morgan wasn't standing there every step of the way being like, no, I'm your enemy, you must fight me, I will fight you, we wouldn't fight her. Like,
no, it's true.
She keeps trying to make this beef happen, and like almost all of us are just like, I would really prefer if you didn't do that. Like,
honestly, like I I want to this is something like this is one of the reasons why I couldn't record yesterday, because I had to do the big think. But like, when you think of like everything as a quote unquote a fairy tale, it's one of those things that it's like you look at Morgan and later a guy, and it's like I feel like they're intentionally setting themselves up as the villain here, like intentionally.
Oh yeah. Morgan is really like, really is playing up the fairy tale evil queen. That is her entire shtick. And there's definitely an aspect of this, because this is a thing we talk about a couple of times, but because of reasons, she's kind of ended up contaminating her own Lostbelt with proper human history stuff, right? With like the flotsam.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a lot of weird crossed wires. And, I feel like at some point she was kind of playing that up to the audience, because that was just like, that was her catharsis, right? Like, the way that she de-stressed after thousands of years of work was just to be like, oh, what's that? Is Beryl Good shit-talking me? Hold on, let me pin him to the floor. Wow.
But, like, I look back over our actions, and why she, like, Altroya, like, describes her at some point as, an unparalleled genius. And if she was, like, as cruel and heartless as, like, she always seemed, like, this, we literally could not have won. Like, for example, like, it comes out, like, while some people are talking about, like, Morgan went on that purge, like, 16 years ago, it's like, no, she didn't. She said that all childs of prophecy must be brought to her alive.
Yeah.
Not, like, killed on the fucking streets, and then it's, like, so many times she let the Londinian army do her thing. She let, reason why Nocnaria has her thing going on, but there was a whole reason for that. Like, she had reasons for it, and while she, like, I won't say she was, a kind and benevolent ruler. I won't say that at any point of the day, but
yeah, benevolence is really, I mean, it's funny because of how that works, but it is kind of a trademark, to use a TV trope name. It is kind of a trademark of fairies to have that what is called the blue and orange morality,
Yeah.
where, like, fae creatures don't operate on how humans understand good and evil. While this is very true for the actual British fairies, it is, I think, almost true in a much more, like, classical fairy tale way. I think we had this discussion last week somewhere in the 7 hours, where the fairies really are, like, they exemplify that concept of fairies being, like, completely innocent, and they're not without sin in this context because they possess original sin, but in proper human history, they would be sinless because they don't really understand good or evil. But Morgan is definitely operating on that blue and orange scale where, like, no, she is not benevolent, but that's because her entire ethos is to keep Britain alive, regardless of what happens.
And I think, honestly, if there's, like, one thing that I think I fault Morgan for, is that she I can understand her desire, but she should have not tried to keep this Britain alive. She should have done she should have done her duty and gone. I think that's, like, the only thing I truly fault. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I truly fault her on. But
or at least if it was gonna resolve itself somehow, like, actually try and resolve it, because like I said, we'll talk about this later. I know that she kind of gave up on trying to get the fairies to actually admit they did a wrong, but, like, there are several characters who, at the last, as they are faced with the long cold dark, realize, oh yeah, maybe I fucked up somewhere.
Honestly, I only think that's because Britain is literally falling to pieces around them as this happens.
Yeah.
I think it's only because the world is ending.
Honestly, though, now that I'm realizing, that might have been her plan, because at no point did she say she's going to keep everybody from being eaten by the calamities. I think she really was just going to let everybody fucking eat shit and die, and then just be like, well, all right, what did we learn? But yeah, we'll have some more character discussion. Somebody brought this up before, though. Yes, Sonal Morgan is categorized as lawful evil.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense. And I think it's interesting. So we'll probably be talking about this off and on, and we might have some more questions about it. But doing some post game Carnage research, Nasu went through a lot of work for this Lostbelt, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
not just the 9 stacks of printer paper, but this Lostbelt has been redrafted like at least twice.
Oh, geez, really?
I believe on his blog he posted earlier versions. There is a version of this Lostbelt outline going back to 2017, and then a second draft around 2020, and then obviously the version we got. And a lot of the difference seems to be caused by actually like Nasu trying to like find the writing bug. The original versions of this were much more straightforward, like a Lostbelt, and involved, like different factions of fairies, classically.
I do think there are some notes about that in the art book, if I remember correctly.
Like, at one point, Oberon was going to lead one faction of fairies, Morgan was going to lead another, and I think there would be, like, a third faction that were all fighting. So, similar to what we got, but a lot more, like, classical fantasy story. Mm-hmm. But the big things that changed was, one, Nasu didn't find it super interesting, so he started, like, fleshing out backstory for, like, how and why we got here. This is probably why we have a fucking timeline in this Lostbelt. Like, he just started thinking backstory thoughts and went from there. And the second, honestly, is when he started like writing these characters and started getting design notes back. Not a spoiler, the original version of the summonable Morgan and the Morgan who was supposed to appear in this Lostbelt was supposed to be Proper Human History's Morgan. This is probably why we get a very big expositional speech about her at the start of like part 2, which doesn't fucking matter really that much. I mean, it matters a little, but not a lot. And, a lot of her profile is talking about her in Proper Human History. The problem was that, as described in her profile, the Proper Human History Morgan is much more chaotic evil sounding. She was basically like a proper berserker in the sense that of just like, no limits. There was no amount of, whether it was like, I'm trying to remember what word is actually used in the NA translation. Let me actually pull up her profile. Yeah. Storybook villain. She is amorous, brutal, impulsive. Yes, it says, everything from the original version would be, sensual pleasures, the thrill of hurting someone, or the exhilaration of self-fulfillment. And then this Morgan is bored of those things. But they're more subdued. So, like, Proper Human History Morgan is a lot more, like, chaotic, in-your-face. Does the stuff you'd kind of expect. I would almost say, funnily enough, that her characterization would probably be like Babanshi, but more muscle to back it up, basically.
Ah, okay.
I think that's the impression I get from her profile notes. But, like, Takeuchi turned in this version's design of Morgan, and Nasu was like,
neurons activate.
This is like a cool beauty. This is not what I'm thinking of. How, and of course, shout out to Nasu. He doesn't go to his good friend Takeuchi, the artist, and say, this doesn't fit what I had in mind, draw it again. He goes, what version of this character fits this design? The thing about Oberon's notes kind of goes back and forth. I mean, also, Morgan is a Saberface.
They're half sisters.
Yeah. They're full-blood sisters, actually. And also, she literally has the trait.
Yeah.
But
no,
Robyn, no, she does not. I fought that girl like what, 2-3 times? No, it was thrice. Yes, no, she don't. What was my note in part 2? I think when she ambushed us on the road in her third and final fight, I was like, oh honey, this isn't gonna go how like you think it is. It didn't go like how she thought it would.
Also didn't go like
especially because the fucking Garden of Last Will didn't even stop me.
Thanks, Doctor.
It only made me stronger.
It really did.
But yeah, no. On Oberon's design notes, there seems to be some conflicting information about this, so I'm not sure which is exactly true. The general time frame for his writing and his drafts, Oberon was already a major character and probably had some of the early design sketches from his artist. But definitely at some point, Nasu got into, like, writing that character more and more and, like, realizing the import and assigning appropriately these designs. And so also similarly, Oberon kind of inflated to being a much more major character than just kind of one of the faction leaders. Like, almost, it sounds like in some of the earlier drafts, he would have played a role as... Oh, we're in like the second mailbag. But he would have played a role probably similar to like, you know, Spriggan, Woodwose, Aurora, etc. Like major characters, but not necessarily, you know, the same role he plays. And I also don't know if we would have had him as a pretender or not yet.
I don't know when that came up, but I feel like when Nasu got the idea that Oberon was looking for Titania, something just clicked inside of him.
Yeah.
You know, Oberon realizing that he's a big character and, you know, the love of his life is just, you know, a character that's forgotten at the turn of a page. He probably had to sit down and been like, whoa. I know I would have.
Yeah, Oberon's very meta, and we're going to talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
But yes, we are only on like the second mailbag of quite a few, so...
Yeah, let's try and get through here a few. So this next one comes from Shion, who has not sent the mailbag question in a hot minute. Good evening, Loki and Mega. Hope you're all okay after this roller coaster that was very written. We're gonna hear the word roller coaster a lot today. I think we are.
I mean, like I said, I think it fits the tone. Like the finale is just like there's a very, very slight hill, and then it's just right into the ground.
I had one simple question for you. After completing this Lostbelt, if you have, which we have, which one is your favorite, and where would you rank this? LB6 is now my number one.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's not necessarily, it's definitely not a feel-good story,
No,
but it is probably one of the most, like, complex and
deep think
emotional, you know, writing we've gotten in a long while. Like, I cannot imagine what hell a studio would have to go through to make this work, but I so want to see the anime version of this. I would love to, like, hear the line reads and see the animation on some of these things. Like, they did some work with the drama log as well, which we should probably get in some official form next year or the year after. Because they did all that as part of, like, the Road to 7 and stuff.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes out for that. But, like, also, just in general, the production value of this Lostbelt's really, really high, guys. There are so many, like, animatics and live 2D shit. Never mind the, like... Oh, God. How many tracks of music do you think they added for this Lostbelt?
I don't know. Do you know how many versions of the fucking map theme there are?
There are lots. There's lots of map themes.
There's
many iterations.
I need the one from Avalon, though, specifically. Spoilers. That one, it's slayed me, but I love it.
Slaps. That one slaps. I love that one as well. But there's so many that are so good. We'll talk about a few of them as well throughout our recap. But, like, damn, no.
Oh, God.
And then there's, like, there's so many boss themes, because all of the calamities have remix themes for the Tamlin Knights boss
Guys,
themes.
they have a fucking 3D full model of Fluffy that you fly around.
Yeah. It's fucking baller.
Fuck.
I love it.
So
there's
much.
There's the thing where you're standing on the storm border. I think that's a CG model as well.
Yeah, no, like I didn't understand that you flew around Fluffy, because every time I saw an image, it was always just people doing the front face, the front faces. Right, there might have been some variants in it, but never enough that I could actually be like, oh yeah, you're flying around. I was just like, oh, it's just like a front facing sprite. And then no, I get there and you're just slowly rotating, and I'm just like, ah!
Fucking doing loops. All of the stuff with the goop hands.
Oh, the fucking goop hands.
So much goop hand animation. And then, you know, I won't talk about what the finale is because it's big Mondo spoilers, but, like, that's, yeah.
I love the fact that, like, I will put it this as this is not really a spoiler. There's just a moment where it's just all black, no music, and I'm just all like, yeah, this is a mood.
Yeah, no, they do several tricks like that. At one point, it's in my notes, but at one point, Lucky, did you catch this? They swap out the map theme for just sounds of violence.
Yeah, no, that was like immediately after the incident at the coronation, just people fighting. It's
just and like how what? Damn,
like also on the map, like when one of the calamity the calamity of the beast was moving around, you could actually see they were on where they were on the map just by the fucking fire wave around there as it like went from like Manchester to Norwich. I was just like, Jesus.
Yeah, no, so much production value. I would love to see this animated. This is my number one. I suspect it's a lot of people in JP's number one as well. Like, I still think if we're going to start adapting, you should probably do Lostbelt 1 at some point because it's just such an impactful starter to this. But, like, god damn, there's so much good stuff in this. This is my top.
Honestly, I feel like Lost Belt 1 could probably be done in a movie, like a single movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of expositional faffing around we can probably trim.
But,
the prologue animated could be like a 30 or 50-minute special.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is I'll probably save review thoughts for somewhere else, but I did actually sit down and watch the Strange Fake pilot.
Oh shit, I forgot to do that.
You should do it sometime. Keep in mind it's 55 minutes. You have to set aside a sec. I do want to say though, I'm so glad that they did announce there is a series because this is such a pilot. Like it is almost all build up and tease, very little payoff. Though the payoff we do get is the fucking animation on Enkidu versus Gil in the desert is. Whoa. You thought you have seen some wild shit from like Babylonia and the Camelot movies. Ooh, baby.
I feel like every time Gil fires it off, people just keep putting more and more gates in there.
They do. This one is fucking crazy. Yeah, no, it's a lot of work. But if you get a chance, watch it because it is basically an episode 0. I'm immediately already all right. I've known Alexander Dumas, fake caster, for 5 minutes. If anything were to happen to him, no, it's great. There's a lot of really cool shit. I can't wait for the full series. But yeah, you should check it out sometime. Lucky and get in there because there's some good stuff. But yeah, no, like that just makes me think about like because of Lost Belt 6 coming out, I'm just like, oh my god, imagine some of these being animated with this kind of budget. Like just instead of Gil, it's just there's 9 million Morgans in the sky shooting beams at you, and you just go, oh, this is why we lost.
My day is over. Goodbye.
But yeah, this is our number 1.
This is our number 1. I still want to say my number 2 is probably still a solid Lost Belt 3. Then Atlantis Olympus, then 5 comes in at my number 3. Gotta put them together though. They squeak. So, let us move on to the next one though. The next one comes from a master who stood at the edge of the abyss, looked at Oberon, and simply said, "Die, insect." And then he told you, "Sleep, motherfucker," and you did.
A couple of times, canonically.
But they say, "Hey, Lucky Omega, the curtain has fallen and another chapter in our story has concluded." Ever since hearing this story, I don't ever want to say a story ends. It just... it hurts my soul.
Yeah. Also, somebody posted some very funny Big Fluff and NP images in Patron chat. He doesn't even fit inside of Kappa's infinite space arms.
Well, unfortunately, Charleston Hope, we haven't done Lost Belt 7, so we have no context.
Yeah.
But this person goes on to say, "This will probably be my favorite Lost Belt out of them all, 7 not included yet. Hope your Oberon rolls have not destroyed your wallet." My wallet is in reasonable shape. My question this week is, what was your favorite revelation in this chapter? For me, it was discovering who Morgan truly was and that the life she had to live. I am definitely going to max foe her, get her to a listening MP2, and aim for level 100 at the minimum. Sending the good vibes, wah 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 wah, and may all your future rolls be blessed. Revelations.
I don't think I can talk about my favorite twist in the story because it's right at the end. But there's a very I'll put it in context for the people who know. There's a very interesting thing we do with red text in this.
Yeah, I got that too, and I was just all like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
I don't know if that was necessarily my favorite revelation, though. That was more like cold acceptance, I guess, but let me see here. Revelation as defined of discovering something that lets you put a piece together.
That happens a lot in this Lost Belt.
Yeah. So this is me, tooting, the Morgan train. But again, like this isn't just one revelation. This is like a revelation that takes place over like the two entire first parts. But just discovering like who Morgan was, what kind of person they are, and they're, as you can say, they're blue and orange morality. It's like, ugh, just all of that. I can't Loss of words. Release Musashi NP.
Become emptiness.
Yes. Listen, last night I did become emptiness. After I told Omega that I couldn't right now, I need to talk, I laid in bed and just went to sleep. I was like, no. I need to process this all. But let's keep moving on. We got plenty to go. This next one comes from the Tyrant King, who is just dumbfounded and amazed that they couldn't even last a week without some tomfoolery screwing it up. They say, question, hey guys, with new anniversary CE arts nearly over, what has been your favorite so far? Also, bonus question, what summer treat is your favorite, aka ice cream, candy, etc.? Anyway, that's it for me, sending good vibes your way, wah 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 wah, and hope you have a great evening. My favorite one's the Tiamat one that they haven't released yet.
Yeah, they showed some silhouettes. That was probably going to be pretty good.
Favorite summer treat? Usually, I think I'm an ice cream kind of dude.
Yeah, like if you're talking about specifically, it's summer, it's hot, I want to beat the heat. Give me some ice cream, maybe a root beer float. Cool, crisp root beer float. That's me.
Like, it's not necessarily a treat, but also summer is also when I get my big lemonade game on. I was like,
Solid.
Yeah. I actually, I usually do like the powder mix and stuff, but I always like chop up some lemons and limes and be like, bam, get in there. Give me that extra tautness. Actually, recently I've been looking at the prices of good old actual genuine honey, because I've heard of you can fucking preserve lemon slices in honey, and I'm all like, that sounds rad.
Ooh, that does sound nice.
But I don't know how this is in Florida, but like real honey, not like fake ass honey, is like, it's pretty fucking expensive up here. So I'm like, god damn.
I mean, we actually have apiaries here, presumably because there's no, well, I mean, actually, right, it can get a little frosty where I am right now, but there's large chunks of Florida where it doesn't ever frost, so you don't need to worry about the bees as much.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd have to double check our actual, like, real ass honey. I'm sure somebody in my family has a line on. I got some people who are very against, super processed foods. I'm sure somewhere knows some things about some fucking.
I'm gonna be real. I am trying to slowly remove processed foods from my life. Not all of them, just enough. I'm getting older. I gotta start worrying about my health and what's going into my body.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. But let's keep moving. This next one comes from Moon, is moderately successful at moth hunting. Hello there, Lucky Mega. Hope you're doing well. Just sending some good vibes. Wah 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 wah. And reminding our host to hydrate and do a quick posture check. I hope everyone has a great day. All right, everyone. I want you to listen to me. I want you to relax your shoulders, relax your mouth, and take a big, deep breath.
I'm already leaning back in my chair.
I don't know what, I think this is really a problem in a lot of places, but a lot of people just keep a lot of tension in their shoulders and their mouth.
Yeah.
Like they they're automatically clench their teeth and holding up their shoulders and they don't realize it. So every once in a while, just tell yourself to unclench and, just let your shoulders drop. It helps a lot. Did I give the good vibe sound? I forget.
Yes.
Okay. But also, yes, I'm gonna double down on this. Fucking hydrate.
Again, record heats. Fucking. Can you still find that in our fucking general chat? Maybe not, but somebody posted a thing of tourists are going to Death Valley because it's record-setting 100 and 131-degree heat Fahrenheit. Not that I feel like at this point there's that much difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius. One, do not do this. I do not recommend it. No, I am not a doctor, but it's dumb. Don't do that. I have done extensive research on temperatures at which the people become die for, like, science fiction writing and stuff. Literally writing an RPG about, you know, surviving on hostile exoplanets. Don't do that. I do not recommend. But even if you're not at 131 degrees Fahrenheit, please drink some water. Please hydrate. Please be careful.
No, actually, I actually had to do some research on that myself, but that was for a completely different reason. I might be...
Yeah, the question comes up later.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. But yes, please drink water. You actually need a lot more water than you're actually drinking, but your body is surprisingly adaptable as long as things are temperate. When things are not temperate, your body will shut down. I am expecting that we're going to have a record number of cases of fucking heat exhaustion and heat stroke, probably around the Death Valley area, because people are probably come with like a single bottle of water and think they're going to be fucking okay. They will not be okay.
Also, if you happen to be going to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest, which is in Las Vegas, Nevada, aka Hell, please be careful going outside. Drink loads of water. It's been a while since I've been to such a place, but I presume that the event location will have water fountains. That's a thing that a lot of public buildings in the United States still have. Avail yourself of them if you can. Temperature-based raid wide. Yeah, they're gonna do the fire and ice mechanics. It's just that the ice is at a different location in winter.
You actually have to get hit by the ice mechanic or you die from the heat effect.
I mean, it really do be like that. That'd be a very funny way, though, to mark, like, if you've got, like, sellers for, like, cold drinks, is give them an icon, like, they've got the blue ball. Alright, this has been your safety PSA for the day.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lie. There will be more of this later.
Probably.
There's a lot of unsafe things that happen in this Lostbelt.
So, this next one come from, it is the moment of Stars Bone. Anyone who says otherwise has not read LB6, which is the same because it's good. I agree.
Yeah.
I really want to talk to Albert and team and be like, why?
Yeah, I don't know why I think they switched it back because of public complaint, but, like, genuinely, I feel like in Japanese, this story is predicated on the fact that that's wordplay.
Yeah.
That planet and star are interchangeable. I think for English, star is a much better read, but they switched it back, so I don't know.
This is your guys' fault. Not you guys, is you guys. You know who you're talking about.
Either it's because people complained or somehow it got past, like, Nasu and the Type Moon team for, like, a whole week, and then they were like, oh, we want that the other way. The fact that it happened at all, though, means that I do not think that it was actually, like, Nasu and Type Moon directly inserting stuff, that's shit like Tamlin, like Altria, you know, for better or worse. That's stuff that starts that way, and you go, huh? When we switch around stuff, that definitely means some people got some angy bits.
Yeah, well, we really can't say, you know, the moment a celestial body was born.
No, that doesn't work in English.
No,
it works in other languages, but not in English.
Yeah.
That's probably because I'm going to assume those are two different roots. Star is probably Latin root, because Stella. Probably a Romance language system. And then planet, I don't know. That's probably Greek.
I don't know.
Yeah, the Chinese Lostbelt got changed. That one, I don't know if that was a wordplay or a pun or not. I also feel like in JP, the thing wrote it around. Because it was originally spelled Chin with the Q, and then they changed it to Sin with the I. But I feel like there was some similar drama about that happening in JP as well, so I think that was just like a 1-2 switcheroo.
I don't know. Maybe China got mad. China gets mad at things related to them.
It's true. I mean, yes, there is some planet stuff involved, but like I feel like the
Yeah, but at no point is a planet born.
The star level, like I said, I feel like the wordplay was very, very core in Japan.
It's like,
but in English, it's much more heavy on the star lean than the planet lean.
Like there's Artoria's star. There's Artoria being a star. You know.
And I also actually, guys, I'm not gonna josh you. I would have to replay those parts of Extella. I feel like at certain points, a certain sacred sword with the breath of the planet is described as being like a streaking star. It is certainly animated that way sometimes. So yeah, the star stuff really hits, and I feel like is very, very core to some stuff we're gonna talk about later.
Yeah. But they say, howdy. Yeah, we just did all that just under alias. Howdy, Lucky Omega. Hope the ending of LB6 didn't destroy you too much. I'll admit there were some tears, a lot less than the rest of the Lostbelt. There was still some emotion to be had in this last bit, and most of it was sweet catharsis. I don't know about that. I feel like I only really did a few things here. But I was only a bystander. With that all said, my question this week is, do you think we'll get a full Odin design in FGO? Whether he be a case like Zeus was whereas hang on, excuse me one second. Whether he be a case like Zeus, where as of yet we have seen him and cannot summon him, or possibly even a summonable version since he seems to like helping us. Sorry, I don't know if that was grammatically incorrect or correct, but the wordplay tickled my tongue there a little bit.
I mean, I think technically we've gotten as close as we can with Castraku's skill buff. It has always been implied, you know, that Castraku has had some Odin stuff in his backstory all the way since Fuyuki. I'm not opposed to the idea, but since, you know, we've only gotten Skakskadi as Skakskadi, and other than, I guess, Surtur, we don't really have any lines on like what the design ethos for the Norse gods is like. Like for the Greek gods, Nasu's been saying for literal years they're giant robots. Yeah. We didn't believe him when he said that, but he has been saying it in some form for years. I don't know if anybody's ever attempted to actually, despite the fact that Odin is an important character to a lot of characters' backstory, there's a lot of dynamics between like how he feels about, you know, Bryn and Sigurd's relationship, for instance, and the other Valkyries. I don't know if anybody's ever described the Allfather. Yeah, we do have some Thor stuff in Prilia and involving Thor's sons as well. We might have a little bit of design ethos, but obviously that's Prisma Ilia, which is still mostly magical girl adjacent, so it's not a one-to-one. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get some stuff. Maybe we won't. I mean, I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 right now, so, you know, I'm not averse to some big spooky Odin. You know, give me the big, you know, horned helmet and spear. We can do some work. But, you know, it's definitely a kind of thing where I don't know if we have the design space to describe it. When was the first time I specifically got mechanical? Oh, I don't know. At the very least, it was definitely something that was talked about in the backdrop for Okeanos, like right when the game was first coming out.
I do remember it was mentioned in Okeanos, but I swear that I've heard it somewhere before.
Yeah, basically Nasu and company have been repeatedly describing them as, you know, mechanical, automated, you know, like a process.
Like I think
we did not realize how literal he was being was the problem until they actually showed up as giant fucking space robots. But
yeah, because I'm pretty sure like I've heard like sometime at this point them describing just as mechanical gods.
I mean, I feel like it probably would have happened at least with some FSN backstory like Medea and stuff and Hercules, right? Like. I feel like actually discussing what the Greek gods were like would have come up and actually been mentioned. Though it is funny, yes, Artemis' character designer is mostly known for his giant robot and mecha designs, including Babbage, funnily enough. It was probably a sign.
True. I wouldn't mind getting another Artemis that actually fires her giant space laser, though. I'll be real. Sounds rad.
Yeah, an Artemis who's not pretending to be Orion. I mean, we've done stupider stuff.
Again, we're really weird when it comes to giving us gods as servants. Like, there's like this big gulf of things they can do, and they're never sure. You're never sure which one they're gonna do.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes you're a high servant, sometimes you're a sooner servant, sometimes you are just a god, but you have like restrained yourself. Sometimes you're that god, but then you decide to like hijack someone else. I'm just like, we have no through line here.
A lot of debate about the nature of divine spirits and how they work. Hell, that even like that is literally even a note that comes up in the intro of Strange Fake, because of course we have to explain a Grail War again and how this one is fucked. But like at one point some stuff happens and a guy is like, "Whoa, you're doing a fuck up here. You're going beyond a heroic spirit. You're touching the realm of the divine spirit. That's bad. Don't do that."
Gone too far, man.
Though that's about I believe that was being discussed about Enkidu being summoned, and that's like very funny because canonically Enkidu's master in Strange Fake is a wolf, a dog.
Orc.
Yeah.
A good doggo.
So yeah, there's like a lot of back and forth thing. The thing about the Aztec gods in the chat is, I think that is some translation of Ketz's materials and some of her appearances in Babylonia. The idea that at least some of the Aztec gods are possessive. And that they came to, at some of her MP lines, she talks about coming to this planet on a meteor long ago. So, like, there is the implication that they are also spaced out. We're doing mailbag right now. Awesome. We're somewhere in the weeds here.
We're always in the weeds. But I have nothing.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind an Odin design. I think it would be cool.
Yeah. So, let's keep going. This next one comes from the Master letting out his orders onto the playground of LV6 for some extra dimensional fun. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you guys, my consort Yang did some work.
I may have revamped some of the skills in my MHSS. I might need to put that girl to 90. Listen, she has inherent trait damage versus threat to humanity. It's more useful than you'd think. Which is saying something.
What I think I like about Yang is her MP has a damage steroid that is based on something that you can put on her, that she can put on them herself, which is important. I've realized.
That's a really good one, yeah. Controlling your damage traits.
Also, she can taunt, and if you hit her, you get the stack, and your defense goes down. I'm like, oh man, that's really great. It's like, she's already 90, 10, 10, 10, so I think she's good, but if she gets another rate up, I might pull for her, get her up to MP2. But, oh, sorry. They say, hi, Loki Mega, hope the final part of LB6 didn't go too roughly. For me, I'm still trying to figure out which list some of our LB6 characters fall into, likable, indifferent, trash. Although I can't say with certainty that neither Beryl nor Oberon have managed to redeem themselves in any manner. Well, on Oberon, fuck Beryl. All my homies hate Beryl.
Listen, well, also true. Literally true. I have seen no homie who, after all of this work about his backstory, has not been like, yeah, fuck him. Fuck that guy. We will discuss all of these endings later, yes. There's definitely two characters who I think universally nobody likes in this Lostbelt.
Anyways, I have two questions this week. The first is, if fairies can choose not to have successors spawn after being killed, as seen in the case of the Norm fairies, do they suppose they can change their mind and spawn again later on? As for my second question, what would you have seen floating in the Drachia River? In the first case, I'm not entirely sure if it was the fact that they weren't spawning. It's just that their power was being put to a particular use.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say it, but the name Nagnaria makes a whole lot more sense now.
Yeah. I think it's not so much a decide just not to respawn that they were like stacking templates.
Yeah.
Some of them also were becoming so fatigued because the thing to remember is that technically this whole thing is a reincarnation loop. If a fairy of a particular type or purpose dies, there's no fairy afterlife, so they just respawn, and they stop spawning if they get really worn out. This was kind of what Morgan was getting at with Babo, was like she was running out of extra lives because she had an unfortunate habit of getting killed. So I think some of them were just too tired to come back. But yeah, it was definitely a special circumstance. It does kind of seem like, given the way some of that worked, that it was probably permanent for most of them. But I think that was just because they changed their structure to be, to do King Clan stuff, basically. So I don't know if there's anything saying that they couldn't, like, their spirits couldn't choose to more freely reincarnate again if they still had them.
Omega, you gotta have to go check what Spartan just posted in general. I love this.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I got Discord up on monitor too.
Cool. There's some more pictures later, but I'm just like, this is excellent. I need more of this in my college life, if I had one, but I don't. Anyway, as part of the second question, I am not telling you what my deepest desires and secrets are, y'all. I'm just not. I
gotta be honest. While I think I possess a decent amount of self-awareness, I don't actually know what a magical fairy would pick as my deepest desire to float in a river. I don't actually know how you'd conceptualize that. Would it be just like a briefcase full of money? Because money means financial stability, and then I can go about and do the stuff I want in life? Or, would it be something weirder? Would it just be a fucking magic sword? I don't know. One free ticket to Mars. Wait a minute, this is non-fungible. Turn
down my monitor a little bit more here. Alright, but with that, let us keep moving on. This next one comes from Commandant of the Purifying Force, who says, "Long time no ride, Lucky and Omega. No questions at the moment, just some good vibes. Wah 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 wah. P.S. Special...
Yeah.
Special 5 Hanks to Omega for the double Oberon spark. That was even before the video got live. Via Wanta, and Lucky for the double Koyanskaya spark. Wow.
That was just you. That wasn't even 5 Hanks.
Yeah.
Is 5 Hanks gonna end up in our lexicon now?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it. That's all, like, no. Chat, it is now official. Instead of saying thanks, we now say 5 Hanks.
I mean, the 5 is right next to the T.
Is it? Oh, it is? It is. But I like it. Oh, 5 Hanks you very much. It's like having Crush Smacks and Hoops. Crush Smashes and Hoopin'.
We have been discussing whether or not we need to pepper in more My Brother and Heidelin.
Oh, no, I was thinking about this. I was just thinking about, like, another one that's just like, fucking Tiamat scale tits. What the fuck?
Good one.
Mm-hmm.
My Brother and Highland one's pretty good, because I'm just imagining the circumstance I'm going to say it on stream is just going to be somebody's like, oh, man, I'm dying. And I'm going to be like, my brother and Heidelin, you are the healer.
Nah, I'm just gonna make a bunch of just weird fucking O's. It's usually gonna be usually name, adjective, noun. It's gonna be great.
I do like that. I don't know who did that first, but like I do like that every fucking fantasy series ever has just gotten on the idea that if you have a deity, somebody will turn, blah blah blah's tits into a swear.
Oh yeah, no, trust me.
Rieger's tits in Final Fantasy 16 somewhere. I'm just like, yes, correct. And then, what was it? I think my favorite that stuck with me still is from Borderlands 1. I think at some point, Scooter says, like, Jesus titty fucking Christ.
Oh, does he say that? Is he the reason why I say that all the fucking time?
Probably, yes.
Because I use that a lot.
No, yes, I'm pretty sure that's Borderlands 1.
Yeah, no, I go, Jesus titty fucking Christ, all the fucking time.
The more syllables your curse or oath has, the spicier it is. Like, the more words you throw in there, that's the more exasperated you are.
Oh, Navika's bountiful bosom, what the fuck?
I'm just imagining the tiniest fucking Lalafell saying this. Facepalm. / facepalm.
Ralgo's righteous rump, what the hell? Lucky also likes alliteration, so... There we go. I mean, I still think like the easiest and best is Thal's balls. God, fucking... That one's canonical, by the way. A lot of people say that one.
I know. Because it goes together.
It goes together so well. Let's see, what am I doing here? I am unleashing Archchain.
Ultima.
Let's see. So, where are we? Where are we? Are we? Here we are. So, oh, this wasn't put pin name. I like that. Pin name. Sacred Sword duty is very important. Please do not slack off. It's true.
Yeah.
Sorry, got me a little bit. Hello, Lucky Omega. Hope you're. I find it hilarious when people do the conjunction version instead of the other version. Usually it's the opposite.
I hope you are battle.
I am battle against Snorlax right now. I am not battling, I am the battle. I'm not fighting Snorlax, Snorlax is fighting me. Hello, Loki Omega. I hope your battle against Snorlax Ultra went well. But they say, so ever since we first saw Balbon, the community has joked about how similar in appearance she is to Liz. But the scene where she's imprisoned in the room they sealed plant the seal with cement while the guards ignore her suffering seems very similar to the supposed fate of the real Elizabeth Bathory being imprisoned in a rule sealed under bricks. Do you think the similarities between the two are intentional? Sending good vibes? Wah 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 wah. Because I think we all need them more than ever right now, and may the few good fairies rest in peace. My brother in Tiamat, you wrote fucking peace with the I?
Yeah, you wrote the other one.
This is not.
You mean rip in pieces? Rip in pepperoni? Not that I feel like that's an incorrect response to a couple of these, but
well, not the few good ones.
Yeah. The two. I think somebody has a question later about who gets a fast pass, and I'm like, I think there's two. There's two people who are not already technically canonically in my Chaldea because they are summonable. But yeah, on the question, possibly. I mean, because you know she is a vampire fairy. I don't does Tamlin Tristan have a translated materials profile? I should check. Because I would be very curious if the artist chose or was directed to make some Liz similarity, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I could see it. It's and she doesn't even have a line for Elizabeth Bathory's talking about why there's so many Liz's running around in my room. So I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't actually like tuck a couple of those in.
Yeah, no, that's right. Sorry, I'm just looking up Elizabeth Bathory on the because I actually never knew how she actually died. I just knew how she lived. But yeah, no, she was just imprisoned in, well, accounts. No matter what the count, she was imprisoned in Sujet Castle. But one says, you know, she was locked within the brick room. I was all like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of discussion about how sensational the story is, unfortunately, because as is usual, a lot of people benefited from her downfall. There are straight up, like, I've heard historical takes that, like, somebody was like, they could have just made it all up. Maybe they just didn't like her. Technically, she would have been a woman ruling mostly independently because her husband, also, yes, by the way, not Liz, little Liz, because I think she's explicitly from, like, just before that moment in time, but by the time you get to Carmilla, Elizabeth Bathory has been married for a long time, but her husband was often away fighting the Turks. And I think at some point he did die, so she was basically in charge of their domain all by her lonesome.
And there are some people who are just all like, "Now that's just not right." But
yeah,
no, that happens. That happens a lot.
I mean, we literally watched it happen in this Lostbelt.
Yeah,
that is basically what happened. There was a ruler, and then all it took were a couple little words to talk about how it's just not right that she's sitting there on that throne, and then it just all went to shit. Absolutely cuckless.
So, but I am gonna say I do think that the similarities are there. It's like it seems a very Natsu thing to be all like, this character kind of is like Elizabeth Bathory, vampires and all that stuff. Like, not similar to Liz, but like actual Elizabeth Bathory. While they do kind of have the same, designs, Bob-on is not as softly designed as Liz is. All of Liz's designs are somewhat comical. Babo is not.
Well, and it's definitely. I mean, because you got to remember that Liz is all Wadarko.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Wadarko's energy in there, including some really overcomplicated dresses and stuff. But, like, I at the very least, their color palettes are similar enough that I assume at some point somebody made a deliberate choice, whether it was the artist thought it was funny or Nasu asked for it, or somebody else at Type Moon, and then just roll with it, because like, otherwise, why your vampire have bright pink hair? The gothic dress sense just goes with the role.
Actually, if I'm gonna. I think I saw a comic somewhere of all the Liz's like lined up, and Baba was there, and she was just like, "Why am I here?"
Yeah.
But like, if I was gonna actually like put it, I actually put Baba's design actually like directly between Liz and Carmilla. Like,
that is generally
what
people think. Yeah, that she's basically like, she is the like in the Pokemon evolution chart of Liz, she is definitely the intermediate state between regular Liz and Carmilla.
Yeah. All right.
If you trade your Liz with a glass slipper, you get Cinderella.
Has it? Oh god, I know people have done that for Artoria.
Oh no, yes, no. There's the Artoria evolution chart. I'm pretty sure the Liz evolution chart also exists. If you give her a moonstone, she turns to MHX.
The Pokemon stuff has been on my mind because, like, I have decided I'm gonna pick up a Pokemon game again. Not to be serious about it, just so I can play something for a little bit while I lie in bed at night.
Yeah, I've booted up my copy of Scarlet again and poking around. I was absolutely flummoxed to realize that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is so unhinged. There are just wild evolutions in the game.
Oh, that is unhinged.
I just caught a Glaceon.
That is unhinged.
I'm just like, what? Is this... How is this legal?
It's not!
And the fucking Pokemon cops come to bust my ass. Oh no, it's Officer Jenny and her 5 million Growlithes. Oh no. I picked the grass starter. What am I gonna do? I don't think I'm gonna pick up Pokemon Sleep. As funny as that is. I have often been tempted to look at the fucking Pokemon Masters, the character gacha game they finally came out with. Just because I'm like, nah, that's kind of funny though. To like roll up all your Pokemon characters, but no, I got other shit to do.
Oh wait, that one's not mine. Derp.
Yes.
300k to Bon 10.
Nice.
Well, like I said, Castoria's bounty is NP and attack, I believe. NP gain up and attack.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So it's good for, well, all comps, really.
Yeah. As in general, Castoria is kind of a servant who doesn't really need as much of one. I usually like to give her Demonic Bodhisattva for that free overcharge.
That's usually good. If I was using her more in a attack role, I probably would. Actually, I really don't need Fragments of 2030 on her for this.
No, you can get more. You can squeeze a little more bond up in there. You can do Detective Foams.
I don't have Detective
That's
Foam.
QP and bond. Oh, you don't have a Detective Foams? Is he in the Prism Shop?
I might pick him.
That's a good CE. I like that one because it's QP and bond, which is like the things I need the most.
Let's do Bond and Mastery XP. I do want to get caught up on levels. Cause I already got. Oh wait, do I not have? Well, that'd only be 5% anyway. So yeah, let's use. Need more mash. Okay.
We're about halfway through the mailbag, I think.
Are we? Okay. Anyway. Ooh, I coughed and I got a weird pain in my stomach. Here we go. This next one comes from Joker. He says, honestly, I don't have a question. I just really like the sound you guys make when you sing good vibes. Can you hold that good sound vibes for as long as possible? I'll use it as my summer countless lol. Have a great day. Do people really just like my wah 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 sounds?
I think so, yes.
Oh, I don't know how long I can hold that sound. Not without it getting strained, but I'll give it an attempt. So, everyone, please enjoy this relaxing sound of good vibes coming straight from me to you. Okay, that's about as long as I can go before.
That is quite the sound wave.
Now we can clip that out and just make that a fucking emote. A soundboard clip. Nah, don't you worry though. Every wah 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 you hear from me is 100% authentic and natural. Thank you, Carlos. Lucky noises are good, Civ. God damn it. Ugh. All right, so. This next one comes from the master who was stunned by the Fairy King's tomfoolery. You know, this is the second time we've had the word tomfoolery used today, and I think that's a record.
It sure do be a lot of tomfoolery.
But they say, hey, Lucky Omega, with how hot the summer is getting time to my area, I've had trouble sleeping. I'm trying to keep me and my electronics cool. Have you had a time where hot weather impacted your tech or software? Hope you both stay cool and away from this blistering heat. Yes, actually, it used to be one of my old computers. Every time summer gets around, it would actually overheat. It actually got me more better about making sure to dust out my my tower and to change the thermogel on the processor every year, which is something I hardly recommend to everyone. Yourself, even if you're not the most skilled at dealing with computers, being able to take your case apart and just pop off the processor should be pretty easy. And well, I won't say it's idiot proof. It's much more simple than a lot of people make out to be. Just don't start like unplugging everything.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. I've talked about this actually. Not lately. I did give it a pre-Final Fantasy 16 clean, so I haven't had that problem. But yeah, I think it was last year when I was playing Horizon Forbidden West. That would make my PS5's fan spin up so much it would actually overheat. I did have to get out the shop vac and actually like suck the dust right out of the fan.
Actually, what am I?
Before it would run better.
Shit off.
So yeah. It was definitely a thing I had to eyeball. It does happen, though. I try to keep my room ventilated. I have so many different little fans and stuff.
Oh, that reminds me.
Places.
Fuck, I gotta replace my mouse. I got a backup mouse, but I just realized that my fucking mouse, the middle mouse button click is broken. It doesn't actually click.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good, and I don't think I can fix it, so I'm gonna have to replace it. Also, I need to fix my old keyboard, because while my backup keyboard's alright, it doesn't have the Windows key on it. And I love the Windows key because it makes doing quick screen grabs really easy. And if you on our Discord, you'll know Lucky just screen grabs just shit and be like, look at this shit! I don't like having to open the snipping tool every time.
Scrunch group.
Alright, I must unleash this on homunculi. And Yeetus. Alright. So let's move on. This next one comes from Santa Suzuka waiting room. One day. Copium. I'm on that copium, but I'm not gonna stop puffing it. With Oberon's third and fourth ascensions being locked behind story completion, do you think they should have done it for the Tamlin as well? Quick answer, no. I think the Tamlin reveals is actually perfectly fine.
Yeah, I feel like in general, FGO has been figuring out how to do true name reveal since like EOR, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where obviously I feel like them on the banners and in their story stuff being completely locked out of some stuff until you do the EORs, which are completely optional, has been kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Tamlin just being like, okay, we've got their Tamlin names, but if you ascend them on your own, if you roll them and ascend them, they just tell you, but also you get normal true name reveals throughout the plot. I think that works pretty well.
Yeah, I think the new true name reveal, because I actually felt like it was plot relevant, you know?
Yeah.
Because those names were important for reasons.
And like I said, if you roll your own and level them up before it comes in the story, you will still get their true names. You won't get the true name reveal switch, but, like, you know, Bargus is like, hello, I am Bargus now, when you switch her to second ascension, because she loses being a roundtable knight trait. It's a thing.
It's a thing.
The Oberon stuff is much more like some of the stuff they did with Doman earlier. I believe he has a similar trick where to actually like look at his final ascension, you have to clear an interlude. Oberon is the only unit who has a story-locked Valentine scene, though.
Really?
You can only get his Valentine if you've cleared Lostbelt 6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, so... that's interesting to know. But I think that's enough on that. We need to keep going. So this next one comes from Fluffy Tail Lover. High five, my dude. They say, howdy and salutations, Lucky Omega. Just a simple question for me. Mirian Servant when? Whenever Khazra Drop comes out. I don't know if you guys know this, but that specific design for Mirian was supposedly supposed to be the first ascension for Khazra Drop. I don't know if they scrapped it or not, or doing a redesign, but because I believe in talks with Water Arco, Nasu talked about how he wanted to base Khazra Drop off of Mirian's design. Well, not exactly like that, but since Mirian was one of the original components, he wanted that design to heavily reflect that. So.
Yeah, I would assume it would be either whenever a Khazra Drop does come out, because she has been in the game data for a long time. And trust us, it can take a while. I didn't know this specifically, but Mother Harlot was data main for a long time, but also Sakura Tange, Nero's voice actress, said that she did some voice work for that character in like 2016.
Oh wow, really?
So, yeah, they've been sitting on that one for a while. No, it takes them a long time to do that stuff. For instance, like, I think, what was it? I believe that Aoi Yuki said she recorded for Summer Okita when she was in for Ganesha's lines.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, and so there was a certain point where, like, on a panel, she was actually like, hey, where's my swimsuit? It was because she was legitimately like, hey, I recorded these lines. When is this character coming out? You know? Like, not in so many words, because obviously that would probably break, like, contract agreements, you know, to keep it under wraps, but still, like, genuine confusion. So, yeah, like, Kazura Drop, I'm sure, will eventually end up in the game. I assume she'll get either an Ascension or a costume that's Murian's design.
Yeah.
Character-wise, she won't be 100% the same person, but she'll be like 33% the same person.
Nah, it's gonna be like 50% the same person. I'm gonna be real.
Well, that's also true. I mean, like, I don't know.
It's Kazura Drop.
Yeah. It'll be pretty close.
But let us keep... Oh, they go on to say, keep up the great work and hope Oberon didn't empty your wallet if you rolled for him. I did. My wallet has... I only dented my wallet. Only burned a little bit of my soul's fire. But we move on. This next one comes from Soul of the Light Mode Discard. Dear Luna Moth Lucky and Hawk Moth Omega. A Luna Moth? Hang on one second. I'm going to look at that up. What is a Luna Moth?
I think it's the bright green kind.
Oh, it is! Yeah. Oh, this is pretty sick! Cool. I am happy to be... I think I know what a Hawk Moth is, but I'm going to double check. Yep, that was what I thought. Yeah. It's the quintessential moth.
The mothiest.
It is the mothiest. Now Lasagna has went and stealth dropped the Oberon. I'm sorry, I'm thinking Oberon. Now I'm thinking of like a muscle Oberon at the gym. Be all just a muscled Oberon at the gym. You know what these fairies need? They need some gains.
You know how you're gonna prove you're the child of prophecy, Artoria? Protein.
Protein. Percival didn't get so swole by feeling sitting around doing that. He did crunches.
Push-ups, sit-ups, plenty of juice. Not that it's not my personal opinion based on her hobbies and her upbringing that Castoria is not shredded.
Listen, she
was a blacksmith's apprentice.
Yeah, no. I was about to say like if we roll up those sleeves. Well, actually, it doesn't really show it in her print, but like honestly, I feel like one of the things she just rolls up her sleeves just jacked.
Now I'm just thinking of that one clip from there's something about Super Metroid. When Ridley first kidnaps the baby, and Samus just crinkles up her armpit. Save energy.
I'm a caster butt.
Well, I mean, she does get a big fucking sword in Ascension 3. And she does have her knife the whole time in the lesser Ascensions. She does not ever actually shank a bitch, but...
I'm pretty sure that's, I can't pronounce the name. Carowin?
Something like that, yeah. Welch's heart.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's what that's supposed to represent, is King Arthur's mythical dagger. Because there's in the third Ascension, Artoria does have lines about it as like one of the sacred swords. Carowin? I can't remember. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I got distracted on Oberon and just did a full stop.
Yeah.
So stealth dropped the Oberon on Oberon. We have officially passed the must-have meta servants era. And so now it is time to ask, who is the new confirmed future servant that you are most excited for? For me, it's Wucaster, because I've always liked Wu Zetian in general. Long-time Disgaea fan. It's Terminal. And the Jiangxis in particular. Did I pronounce that wrong?
No, it's pretty good.
Okay. Particular long-term Darkstalkers fan. It's dead. P.S. Good vibe stealth tack. I guess I gotta do it quietly. Wah, 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 wah.
It's so quiet, your microphone didn't even hardly pick it up. We got a little bit, though.
Got a little bit? Okay. I mean, I am a simple man. I see a Sakura face, I roll. Avenger Kama is... I don't know, like, honestly, I don't think I'll be able to MP5 her. Again, Koenigsegg was the weirdest fucking fluke in my life. It legit scared me.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely going to be trying to get her to at least MP2. And I'm already working on getting mats ready for leveling and skills. So I can fire that off immediately. After that, like, honestly, all the way till Coin Sky of Darkness, I am wibbly-wobbly on a lot of things. Because we got the Liz trilogy coming up. Then the new Halloween. We also have the Gouda Gouda rerun, which is fine, because I was able to get me a Himiko, and I did pick up me I got me a Hajime. But after that, we have our new Gouda Gouda, which is going to have both Lancer Ryoma and Okinu in there. And I do believe actually there's supposed to be an Ibuki Doji banner coming up somewhere in this time. I'm not entirely sure where.
Sometime.
I think it's one of the one of the download events. So, like again, the only thing I know I am locked in for sure is getting me Avenger Kama and Foreigner Coin Scar of Darkness. I would like to get me a Foreigner Jacques Demolay because I like to represent the big shib. But I don't know.
You know, times be like they are.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think overall the servant I'm most, like, you know, excited for is, like, that's a rough pick between, you know, obviously Tiamat finally, but then they announced a fucking 5-star Medusa, which is going to haunt me for literal years to come. But before, like, all that happened this year, it was definitely, which is still approximately about probably a little under a year away. They also finally dropped Charlemagne, so that's going to be a big one next year, right before anniversary.
Yeah. I want me Charlie.
Because there's, like, 3 limited servants around that event. No, Constantine's a little before that, but, like, there's Ruler Moriarty and there's Charlemagne, who are both limited, so that's going to be a spicy one they're going to have to tuck in before the actual anniversary. Oh, and we do have to have Chikute Baku's event as well, because she is limited. That'll be fun. Getting all that stuff stacked up. So yeah, this is probably on the tippy tapper of my list for now. I don't know. We'll see what fresh bamboozlement, what fresh stun lock they drop on anniversary.
Oh, this is probably why we're getting Tsukihime early. It's so everyone gets hype about the Tsukihime for the fucking Archetype Earth banner.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of people have had that discussion of it's like, yeah, no, it's definitely going to be.
That's why it's okay. Sorry,
it's super big cross. I mean, like, obviously, I think it is a natural progression of where Mahoyo went, but also, I think like specifically they're announcing it for like early 2024 is because the Archetype Earth banner is going to hit, and they're going to be like, somebody in the marketing department was like, oh, this isn't going to hit quite the same without like the official Tsukihime experience. How can we fix that? Well, you know, we've got half of the remake right here. It's the art half, so why don't we just translate that shit?
They were probably just waiting on it for having a good reason to bring it over. So it's like, yeah, let's pump up sales. Okay. Yeah, that makes a surprising amount of business sense, and I can't fault them for it. But that's it. So for the next half year, things are a lot wibbly-wobbly, and unfortunately, I do not have the memory to actually remember everything. I just know that shit's gonna come out, and then I just remember, oh yeah, then there's gonna be Tiamat and Draco. I'm like, those are also 2 that I'm gonna be going for, but I got like...
You got 2 years.
I got like 2 years. I know there's other things that I'm just going to want. Like... Lostbelt 7 has some good ones in there, but unfortunately, I'm having the problem that I'm like, I guess I say this all the time, but until I actually get into LB7 and actually see these characters, I'm not sure if I'm necessarily gonna roll for them. Like, a lot of you know, like, I've been talking about this like forever. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm probably not gonna roll for Oberon. Like, doesn't really do it for me. And then I read the story, I'm like, oh no. I'm still like, he doesn't do it for me, but fuck him. I'm gonna put him to work. Bitch.
I think based on my understanding of LB7's writing is, like, Talalok and Kukulkan are kind of, like, written in that role. We'll see if they can do that for Tez, but I'm definitely kind of, like, at the moment, like, neutral on his character design, so we'll see. But I feel like Kuku and Talalok are actually, like, deliberately, like, written to be that hook. And maybe Nido Alter, but she's fucking permanent, so I know where my bread's buttered. I know how this works. I might gotta wait a while, but it will come.
Isn't the lock permanent or is she story locked?
I will check. I think she might be story locked. Let's flip that. Nope, she's permanent. Okay.
Yeah, and then
That's 2 permanent pretenders. Sick.
I'm out of AP again as I try to slap Mephistopheles' rank up. How am I doing? You should be able to refill your fucking AP with your fucking command codes. I mean, your command spells. Fuck.
It'll probably work.
Well, like, until I actually have to do something hard, I'm not going to be using them again.
It is true.
Like, I'm going to be real. If I could just, just use, like, a command spell just for a free AP reel, I'd probably be playing this game a lot more often. I'm going to be real. Castoria with pipe bombs. It wouldn't be a bit broken because you only have like up to 3 command seals, and they take 24 hours to recharge. So no matter what, you can only recharge up to three times within the 24-hour period. And if you do that, you're going to be down all those command seals for
for 3 days. Yeah. I think timing wise, I think it would work out. Even if it was like a full refresh for 1, it would work out. It would just be like a recurring gold apple. I mean, I think they do more when they add the special apples that you can squoosh. Those get a little bit better about letting you like recycle your AP. But yeah, it's definitely a thing right now where I don't think it's super broken. Huh. Also, yeah, once again, a little similar to what they did with Alter Egos, but definitely not what they did with Foreigner. Shout out to Wasengo for actually giving us like within pretty close to like the year period or the 2-year period. There's 2 4-star permanent pretenders, so you're not gonna necessarily be super hurting forever for class stuff. And specifically, it's going to shout out Hephaestion, really good at beating up alter ego bosses. That's kind of what her kit is for.
Don't we get a welfare pretender next year with the Cinder with Small Liz?
Also, yeah. 9-2 Dragon Eliza is a well, so they were a lot better about Pretender than they were with Foreigner. So, but yes, that is the welfare. Liz is also a Pretender, so they did a lot of work. Ironically, they've only released 2 SSR Pretenders, and they've been like all over the place in terms of like stat line, because one is Lady Avalon and the other is Oberon, so like wildly different ranges. You can, for instance, do DPS Oberon if you feel like it. Whereas that is not how Lady Avalon works at all. I don't think we'll get a welfare beast, but we'll see what they do. I still personally, because of the way the class stuff lines up, I think that Human King Gaetier will be a Pretender.
We're gonna get Beast Foe in the fucking friend point gotcha, just so you watch.
he's our second 0-star servant, like Angra.
Yeah.
Bonus trait damage versus Merlin. Okay, all right. Where are we?
Hang on, I must unleash Musashi once more. All right. So the next one comes from, holy shit, how does Aurora just keep getting worse? Yeah. But they say, howdy, Lucky Omega. It is so cathartic using Morgan and Double Coin to farm 3 quests in LB6. Just roadless Camelot this place and its inhabitants to dust. No questions, just take it easy and have a good weekend. I should probably try that strat. I do have an MP3 Morgan, and she is 10-10-10. Honestly, if I wasn't for the fact that I was running out of Crystallized Lures, I would have done it for Bargus too. I am very glad that LB6 just kept giving me bells. It's like they knew.
Yeah, I think they did know. They must. I mean, it's not perfect, but they must have understood that you could not be farming until you were done with all of it, and that would take a while.
Yeah. I'm probably like once I stock up some Crystallized Lures again, I will definitely be getting my Bargus up to 10-10-10. And
Bargus is a good one for it.
Yeah. Like I said, Babo.
Morgan does special damage versus fairy, so
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Just blast. I might try that. I might try that route. I probably won't do a double coin, but I'll figure out something.
I mean, at the very least, if you do Atlas MC, I mean, it's a much longer cooldown, but that also has -2 skill cooldown.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Let me slap with arts. Art slapping. Let's go. Powerful slaps. We're talking about things that Terminal Montage just has me living in my head right now. Just powerful slaps is one of them.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love that one. Also, even though I don't actually watch that particular Kerbo video the most, just the how to draw Kerbo, draw a circle, and then and then just the fade out, and then the voice. You are my most favorite creation. I love it.
So good. Ugh. All right. We go on. This next one comes from Meatball Man. I love this. Thank you, Meatball Man. You have brought joy into my life. But they say last week you guys wondered why Morgan resurrect Barry. I am not dignifying this man's name. And kept their master servant status. Most likely it was a ruse to fool Wodaime and the alien god. Anyway, here's to our post-depression incentives after completing reading the Lostbelt. Honestly, the more I think about it, I think Morgan just didn't fucking care.
Yeah.
That's all I
mean, it's... You gotta remember, this Morgan is definitely, like, super emotionally distant. When it has been clarified through, like, design notes and stuff. When Morgan says, oh, you are my husband or my wife, when she's summoned, that's a joke. That's her version of humor.
Mm-hmm.
That's her fucking with you, so...
Well, too bad. I'm taking it very seriously.
Yeah, no, that's the problem with Fujima Ritsuka is you try and josh around and then, oh no.
Oh no, you're being doted on.
But yeah, like, I genuinely think it was just her, like, one, not wanting to, because she's not that bad of a person, not wanting to fuck over Beryl for no reason, even though he absolutely deserves to be fucked over for every reason. He exists, therefore, you should fuck over him.
I'm gonna put this fucking song on repeat and cry.
Yeah, it's a good one. Actually, Lucky, hey, have you used your Morgan at all since clearing part 2?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's a humdinger where she doesn't have an NP theme until you complete part of the story. And then it's
back to the one-woman wail.
And I was like, oh. Which I assume they'll translate that track as named Ash, but the original name of that track of her boss track is Tonelico, which was the original name they went with. So yeah, it's a little spicy. But yeah, no. I assume it's just because Morgan's not that bad of a person and she's just fucking around that she doesn't, like, fuck over Beryl. There was a purpose to that, using him as a sleeper agent for Lostbelt 5, but also keep in mind that, like, the moment he got back from that, with Koyanskaya, by the way, he got teleported back to Fairy Britain with a baby beast, which Morgan does not seem to have minded at all, but still, like, talking about, bad house guests, like, she still kept him around, which was probably not a good idea. Like, I'm not gonna say a non-soul rotting Baobanshi would have been super helpful during that incident, but I'm pretty sure she could have murdered a lot of those dumbass fairies up there.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it would have been enough though, because I'm pretty sure.
I feel like in order of sending out the Tamlin, right? Like, Morgan either would have sent her Tamlin Tristan out to meet us, in which case she would have just, lost again, and that would have been unfortunate and probably been her natural end just by virtue of having to take her out, but would not have been as nasty. Or Morgan would have kept her in the throne room with her as her, like, not ultimate backup, but just like her literal last double check. Hey, you're always standing right here.
Well,
Which definitely like people would have tried to suss, and she would have just been like, nah, stabs.
like, honestly, I do think it probably would have changed the end because, like, the only reason Spriggan made a move is because he had leverage. If he could not get leverage, he does not move.
Yeah.
And I think that would have changed that. And
I think he would have actually no. I know what Spriggan would have done instead, because Spriggan would have like tried to figure out a way to sneak us into the castle. Like we would have, Woodwoes and Aurora would have distracted Morgan from killing us anyway. So, Spriggan probably would have used that moment to like try and smuggle us into the castle or something stupid.
yeah, no, but honestly, like this, I don't want to say it's not a comedy of errors. It's a tragedy of errors. It really is.
Yeah. But yeah, it's. Hey, Chet, one of the morals of this story, I think, is Beryl is human fucking poison, and everyone who ever met him should have put him in the ground, but didn't.
It's true.
Like, he is just bad news bears. Every single person who thought they could, like, control his impulses and use his, nature, it did not work out for them.
It did not.
As far as I know, last I checked in the canon, Marsbury shot himself in the face, probably? Bodaime got literally stabbed in the back, and while Beryl was not directly responsible for that, he was responsible for Tamlin Tristan being in a situation where she could be used as a bargaining piece, and also basically did nothing but cause problems in Fairy Britain. The Hugh and Moore's curse thing is fucking real bad bullshit. That would have absolutely turned into yet another dumb calamity. But also, he spends most of his time fucking around waiting for Mash to show up and not helping. Yes, no, he is the ultimate you cannot fix him. Literally impossible. But don't worry, we'll discuss what there is to discuss about Barry.
Berry guts.
That's the censored version on for kids. Barry Guts here. Barry Guts stops to cheat.
So, next up we got Monster Girl Aficionado, high five, who says, Dear Lucky Omega, I figure you can use probably a break from the emotional roller coaster that is LB6, so here's a lot more lighthearted and silly question. This is weird. If you had a small animal that you can control with your hair, like in Pixar's Ratatouille, what animal would it be and what skill would it have? Sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah.
It would be a tiny cat, and it would be Kung Fu.
Good vibes and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. A Kung Fu kitten?
I mean, it has to fit on my head. My head's not that large. I have a decent amount of hair to go around, though.
I'd probably stick with a bun, a tiny bun. But what skill?
World domination.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. A dictator bunny that's just too small to rule the world, so he's tried to make me do it. That sounds like a fucking premise of a story.
I mean, you're implying that's not literally true.
True.
The deep lore.
I'm not saying shit.
We've been doing this for 2 hours. We have fun here.
Alrighty. But let's keep on going. So, the next one comes from the Art Savant Returns. I really do need to find that fucking flamenco guitarist bit, because that would have been a perfect time.
We're working on it. We've been workshopping.
I've been trying to, honestly, most of my soundboard clipping, I've been trying to find a good explosion sound effect. Can't, ain't working. I found a couple good ones, but then they say, oh, you can download this for free. I'm like, oh, sick. You click the button. You can blend it for free after you sign up to our monthly or yearly subscription. I'm all like, you motherfuckers. But they say, hello, Lucky Omega. Now that you passed the story point for my previous question, I present again. Which fairies would you have allowed to escape on the storyboard to proper human history? I'd probably take the Tamlin, Habignon, Coral, Nocnaria, Castoria, the Nameless Fairy, and maybe the Welsh Fairies, Red Hair, and Mike. No Morgan since she would refuse to part from Britain. The rest could all burn for the most part, especially Aurora. Do you want to answer this now, or do we want to wait? Because we'll probably have thoughts on that.
I mean, we can answer it now. I think
Okay.
I know what my list is. It's literally 2. The only people with a fast pass, again, not counting for Kalia summoning, because that already applies to several of these characters. But like, it's literally just Mike and Coral. That's it. I mean, Nocnaria would be nice, but I feel like she also wouldn't want to go. In her own words, she would just meet, Maeve and, throw a tantrum.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Lucky's having a thought. I'm trying to think. I'm scrolling through the fairies.
Red Rabbit is interesting, but
I
he
wouldn't.
literally has red hair's design, so
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't. For reasons.
I mean, he wouldn't be able to run on the Stormbird.
No. But
So that does remind me, by the way. Apparently, in one of Natsu's draft things that was going on was there would have been more characters with like reused faces. There was apparently going to be a Hans face named Tom Tit.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that got dropped in there somewhere. It seems like instead of reusing servants we already know, a lot of the backdrop and side characters got unique designs. Which is cool.
But yeah, I'd probably take. What?
Goblins, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, Rabbit. Like if, I guess the question is like if they survived or not. But I would have taken Rob, Wag, Coral. I probably would have still taken Nocnaria. The girl named Hope, and
Yeah, if the like she wasn't like one of the first casualties of it, the Nameless Fairy would be on there.
yeah, Mike and casualties. I'd probably shove as many of the fairies from the Autumn Woods as well. Like
Yeah.
they're small bugs. They'd be all right.
There was that one little leftover in Manchester
Mm-hmm.
who tried to fight us.
Yeah, I would have taken Mirror the Ghost. I do not care that they're a ghost. I love them.
It's a good one, yeah. Mirror, Ghost Fairy.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, though, like, no one from... God, definitely no one from Camelot. Fuck, they were the worst. Same with
They
Norwich.
sucked the most.
Yeah, same with Norwich. No. Manchester, also no. The village in Cornwall, no. Let's see. Or
I mean,
I'm-
Pablo Parablo or whatever his name was, he wasn't that bad of a dude, but
yeah. The one Fang, the Fang fairy we met in that village. I guess he could, because he was the only one who was all like, "All right, let's not lose our fucking mind," and then literally got his head ripped off.
yeah.
So he was all right. Probably the fairy, like all the nameless fairies from the OG Londinium army too, because they were fighting for a better future and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, but again, they don't necessarily have names, but I have not forgot them. I will not forget them. They did what they could.
And there were a couple of fairy, quote unquote, knights, a couple of captains of some platoons.
Yeah, they had some names. They had names. Do not forget, they had names. Oh God, oh man. Sorry, I just got a deep cut. All those characters have names, and I can't remember them. It's like as soon as their part was over, I forgot about them. Ugh. My heart.
Yeah, that was I can't remember his exact name, Robin. It was Hablopoema or something. But he got his wings ripped off by Aurora for being too much of a smarty pants.
Yeah, with
used
his
That
logic.
guy could have used a nice retirement. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the Fang or the Earth Clan guys in the Nameless Village, cut him to bits because he also tried to be reasonable. Well, yes, also, yeah, they specifically those two people and the rest of the Round Table Army, human soldiers had generic designs as well.
I know it's generic, but at the same time, I feel bad.
There's a lot of commentary about backdrop characters, spear carriers, and stuff. They had names. They were at least mauve shirts. Possibly red shirts. Ensign Ricky.
But let's keep going on here. This next one comes from So Much to Say in Such Little Text Box. They say, "Hello, Omega and Lucky. Who is your favorite fairy? No need to be a super relevant character. And who was the fairy that made you the most uncomfortable? Other than Aurora."
Uncomfortable.
Sending Brazilian good vibes. I do not have the ass to shake for Brazilian good vibes. I'm gonna be real. Wah, but Brazilian.
I mean, it's probably cheating, but I feel like the fairy I liked the most and was the most attached to over this narrative was Castoria. It's a little direct, but it's true. She was like there with us almost the entire step of the way.
She's my favorite, but I think, like, aside from Morgan, she's also the one I think I feel the most sad over. Like, only followed by, like, I think, actually, I don't know what my ranking is, but just hearing, like a lot of these fairy stories, like of the Tamlin, like, no one has a good life and no one has a good ending. I'm just all like, why? Ah!
Because this island is literally cursed and should not be. It sucks here. But some people were upset about this and tried to make it work anyway. By piling corpses into the sea. Don't do that, chat.
But let's see. So Castoria's and other than Aurora, fairy.
Honestly, that one's actually harder because of technicalities. Like, the characters who were causing me the most agita in this were usually Aurora, Spriggan, and Beryl, but two of those don't count to this. Actually, technically all three of them, because they're an excluded Aurora, don't count for this list.
I mean, Mirian was also a kind of an obstacle, but she never, like...
I feel bad for Mirian, TBH.
Yeah, like, Mirian was not
I wouldn't try to invite her to my Chaldea because I'm sure she would fuck it up somehow.
Yeah, but, like, she's not an antagonist. She's this... Well, she is how she is in fucking the Fairyland. She's a neutral She's a neutral force. She doesn't do anything to help you, but she rarely does anything to fuck you over.
Like, she does... go out, like, at the end, she is, like, threatening to fucking throw hands with Chaldea for Koyanskaya's sake. So, like, that would have been a complication later. But we didn't get that far, and, like I said, I feel bad.
I know who I
guess that makes me the most uncomfortable, because, like, some of those scenes were rough.
I know the fairy, I can drum. The fairy did not let us jump out the fucking window when Nagnaria came calling. That guy. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely, like, literally, I'm like, well, this guy knows what's up, because he grabbed me and said I couldn't go out the window, because I was gonna fucking go out the window.
No, I can go to my Chaldea, but it's just like, I'm trying to think, like, actually, like, other than Aurora, or a lot of fairies, like, they all operate on that blue and orange morality. And so if, you twist your own thinking, you can empathize with a lot of them. But, like, a lot of them are just... It's like trying to find fault in a fucking firestorm.
Yeah, this is a thing, like, I'll spoil this conclusion later, but this is how I actually feel about Aurora. Like, after seeing her entire arc, it's like, I don't really say I can hate Aurora, because it's like, hating if it rains or hating a grassy field. Like, yeah, okay, it might be annoying, it might be uncomfortable, it might put you out, but like, it's just doing what it does. There's no reason to be upset at it because that's not gonna change anything, you know? Oh no, I've been sunburned. I hate the sun. I swear revenge. What? No. It's just fucking nature. Stuff happens.
And that's how it is, like, with a lot of the fairies when you think about it. Like, only Berry Gut and, like, Spriggan, like, can operate on what we understand as, you know, human moral and ethics.
And they're both bad at it.
They're very bad at it. And I guess maybe, like, I don't know, maybe, but, like, I really can't, but just, like, in the moment, it's like, I guess I can also say, like, you know, spoilers, Oberon? I guess? Like, that man, like, I don't hate him, like, but I don't hate him, and I empathize with him, but at the same time, he does make me uncomfortable. You know, because, you know, he is Oberon the liar.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing.
So it's one of those things of, like, I have to look at everything he says and be all like, what does this mean? And so, yeah, I'll probably say Oberon. Not because I hate him, just because generally it's uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, that's was the qualifier. You know, what fairy makes you gives you the most uncomfortable vibes. And yeah. It's rough. All right, 3 more. And then we get to talk about the Lostbelt. Also, no, Beryl was raised by a witch. There is a difference.
Apparently, witches are, like, semi-fantastical creatures, though.
Yes.
Weird.
I think Nasu has alluded to that before, but yeah, this explicitly says that they are a type of phantasmal.
But,
oh, hey, Lucky finally got Clown Laugh. He can now do 3 times buff null.
yeah.
It's very funny.
Like I said, I'm trying to work on these. I got so many. Ah, Lucky, why are you like this? Anyway. The next one comes from... Master with an itch that only Nero Fest can scratch. What, not hands? Why are we... Oh, that's why. More Bond. They say, hope you have a good one. Sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. So this next one comes from Agent 418 on the ground crying, but will get up because I have not lost my will. Right on, my dude, right on. Hello, Lucky and Meg. Out of all the fairies, who would you be the first to pick to take back with you to proper human history, excluding the ones that had summon banners? P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all. P.S.S. I have never seen FGO go from dead to alive online so fast after a unit's relief. After a unit's relief, they are real after our clairvoyance. Yeah. I mean, that's how it always is. Everything always kind of lows down, but as soon as like a new event or a servant drops, it's just like new every single time.
Yeah, but I mean, that definitely had that the it's all over, we're so back curve of Oberon, though. Like,
oh yeah,
that's just how the internet is. First, I mean, Mike has to go through a metal detector, so I think for her own safety, it's Coral. It's like, girl, I'm putting you in protective custody.
Yeah, no, like same. Mike is cool, but Coral, between Mike and Coral, I feel for Coral the most. Coral was 100% the fucking tsundere who, while was elitist and racist, did have our best intentions at heart.
I mean, I think the game at one point explicitly compares her attitude to Nocnaria, or maybe it's Nocnaria's attitude to her. I don't remember that order, but something like that.
Yeah,
like coming from a similar place.
Yeah,
and also Coral possessed facts and logic TM, which Aurora did not like.
Nope.
So yeah, there's definitely some stuff in there, but yeah, like. Also, to be fair, we straight up offer Mike a couple of times that he can fucking, join us. He can ride out, and he's like, no, I can't leave the pub. Also, thank you for the super chat, Carlos.
I think in the we'll talk about it later when we actually get to them, because I actually have a thought.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of stuff to discuss.
Yeah.
I also noticed a lot of people mentioning Patron, and I know it's not necessarily a one for, but at the end she is the free servant. She literally pops out of the summon system
with meowing. But yeah. So last one, but not the least, even though it's from a gremlin. You know who you are. It's Redshift Rogue, betrothed to Albion. They say, hey guys, I think we're gonna get into the weeds during the discussion later, but I just wanted to ask, who of the Tamlin do you think got the rawest deal this LB? Also, the Moth loves singles as long as you paid. Pass it on. This is totally true. He told me himself, and you trust him, right? He's a fairy. I've seen so many images of Oberon just doing this, like, dude, you gotta trust me, I'm a fairy.
Yeah, I know. People really took that meme to heart with him.
No, I do love it though. I love seeing it. Honestly, me personally, 10 out of 10, I'm gonna say Bargist. Bargist had it so bad she literally broke and had to have something fuse her back together until she broke again.
Yeah, for me, I'm having a hard time discussing between Bargist and Balban, because like they both had it really bad. I guess I would say Bargist because Bargist is all unintentional. Like at every step of the way, Bargist doesn't want to be a bad fairy, for lack of a better term, right? Like she is struggling against her fate as much as we can, and you can argue that Tamlin Tristan is also, but the way that she is struggling against her fate is that she's playing against types so strongly that like she is causing problems on purpose, as it were.
Yeah. Like Balban got a raw deal, but you can also say that it's a bed she has to lie in, because she was cruel, she did slaughter and all that stuff. Bargist never did anything but want to be a loyal knight and do the best to serve the realm the best she could. That's all she wanted, and she just wanted to have true love. And even that was taken away from her by her own hand. And, God, not God, I'm not going to invoke God for her, but, someone help that poor woman. She tried. She really tried.
And also, people did help her.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, like I said, Morgan did pitch Balban that way, but like at the same time, it still is a result of those actions. Like as we've said, Morgan is also not perfect.
Yeah, I know, because if I remember correctly, it's honestly probably because the fairies probably have the same reaction to Balbo normally as they did with the Rain Clan. Anyone who's good and kind to the Fairy of Paradise probably gets a giant target put on their fucking back.
Also, because she is a literal vampire fae, the impression I got is that at least her previous incarnations, and even a little bit of this one, Babanshi is she's got one of those strongly codependent personalities.
Mm-hmm.
She's a real, she like her as a fairy, her purpose is parasitic, so she tends to latch onto people. It seems like.
I mean, she latched on the Barrel.
In previous lives was latching onto. I mean, even in this one, latching onto bad people, latching onto Barrel, latching onto Count Remulkin. Who, by the way, if you don't remember how the tragedy of the original Darlington work was like, hey, why don't you drink this dead human's blood, Babanshi, and that caused a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's obviously not super healthy in general, and that's why Morgan is trying to fight against it. She's like, no, you have to be not codependent at all. Reject everybody. Go away from everything. Whereas and it didn't work because she was still latched super hard onto Morgan and also latched onto Beryl, who sucked.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why Morgan doesn't just delete Beryl, is because Tamlin Tristan likes hanging around with him, and it's the one thing other than straight up murdering fairies and shoes that she enjoys.
Yeah.
I would have just been like, "Oh, don't worry, honey. I'll turn Beryl into some shoes."
But no, like
Beryl would make the
I said, like I still think Bargus is one because Bargus only wielded her powers, her strength for others, whether that be for Morgan or the fairy she was protecting. She very rarely wielded it for herself. Balbon only wielded her power for herself.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, there's a comparison that's made several times in this Lostbelt, but each of the 3 Tamlins is like a different microcosm. Bargus loves fairies and humans.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan hates fairies, and I assume humans.
And humans, probably.
And Melusine loves one fairy. You know, I mean, you might take it generously, and she does have an affection for Percival as well, so that's one human. Congratulations, there's 2, but like, that's kind of their different. Each of them has a different approach to this thing. Also, notice how at no point do we discuss how if Melusine has the rare steel or not, because most of those things she does are her own choice.
Yeah.
Yes, they are to deal with the literal one person she loves most in the world, but also like, damn.
But no, I'll argue that Tamlin Lancelot loves Percy. It's just not the way that Percy wants to be loved by her. Is the thing.
Yes, no, and I think it is something that does come out in the end of the story. There is definitely moments where, like, before the end of part 2, Percival's just sitting in the tent thinking about his relationship with Tamlin Lancelot, and like coming to the realization that she doesn't care about him the way he cares about her.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, there's some doubt of like, is there genuine stuff there? But like, no, it's odd. But yeah, like I said, Melusine is all about individual. And it is kind of like one of the reasons why it becomes an undoing for Morgan. But Melusine is interesting because she is one of the few people who like has a completely business relationship with Morgan, right?
Right.
She accepted the mantle of Tamlin because it prevents her from being more dragony, which she doesn't want to do because she wants to look cute and adorable for Aurora. I mean, that is a thing. I have heard some people on Twitter taking some shots at the difference between in-story dialogue and My Room dialogue. Never mind that this has always been the case in Fate. Characters who are summoned are technically new versions of that same character. Though Type Moon has gone back and forth about whether or not new summoned characters can have character development. I tend to lean towards they can. Everybody just likes to tell themselves heroic spirits can't have character development because that's a convenient lie to tell yourself because it keeps things simple and also explains why Gilgamesh keeps being a fucking asshole. Even though he's jobbed enough that he should have learned his gosh darned lesson by now. I don't know, maybe he has. He's honestly a lot more personable in Strange Fate. He's just, I mean, he's still being kind of a punk, but he's not like, I'm gonna cause problems on purpose. It's more just like, literally until Enkidu shows up, he's gonna drink his fucking potion of immortality and just fucking, his potion of youth and just chill. He's just like, this war is gonna bore me. I'm just gonna drink up and fucking chillax.
Did they show the scene of him at the casino?
No, I don't think that's happened yet.
No, there is a scene where he just goes to Las Vegas and plays at the casino and just wins big, and so like, fuck yeah. It's like, all this treasure belonged to me in the first place. Of course it comes back.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, no, that's Gil.
But yeah, there's each character is a new instance so that we can experience character growth on individual summons. But also, like, the reason why, for instance, Melusine does actually do that kind of, like, get really affectionate with you when she's summoned, it's because she also has a super codependent personality. She's a real latcher. Which is, again, not the most healthy, because I do believe she sets people on fire, but, it still fits her character arc as kind of a new person. The Melusine, the Tamlin Lancelot, who, was dazzled by Aurora's beauty, does not exist anymore. But this new one, can find a run. I mean, most servants remember their past manifestations. It's just the way they describe it is it's like a book to them. It's only through meddling that they can remember it vividly. Like Castraku explicitly talks about this. Normally, he would just kind of know the information he learned in Fuyuki. He actually remembers it like he's the same person because Odin, tickled him. Yeah, and Artoria in Zero and Fate Stay Night remembers that she's not technically dead yet. She's kind of a counter guardian, kind of. And then the at least from the manga, the impression is that the third Ascension Castoria we meet is also basically a counter guardian. She creates the situation where she can be summoned.
I don't know if it's like necessarily new, if it works exactly that way, personally, because, like I said, these characters have to be inscribed onto the throne at some point. So all the things that led up to that moment usually are what makes part of them up. And that's why we have the Tamlin in the first place, because the events of Fairy Britain. Well, like I said, this is me doing a bit of I forgot the word. It's like theory crafting on it, but because it's we'll talk about it, but because they basically did use someone's name that existed in proper human history, it was probably like something of a, I don't know if I want to use the word of a shortcut or something, but it basically allowed them to inscribe their own deeds upon the Throne of Heroes and be recorded. So and because they start as Tamlins, I think that is the idea. They are recorded as what ifs. Mm-hmm.
What a Tristan, a Lancelot, a Gawain from a different time, a different land.
Mm-hmm.
Because we did have those similarities. There's some discussion about whether or not there was a Fairy Britain Oberon, for instance, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's parallels, and it's hard to tell how many of those parallels are because Morgan fucked her own timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Or are natural, but it does allow these kinds of like similarities to exist. And it's important to remember also that this is another thing that is discussed in I'm pretty sure it was in part 2, the Lost World concept.
Mm-hmm.
That Fairy Britain is a true parallel timeline. It is not just a hypothetical being executed by a tree. It is an actual proper parallel world being held in place by like Magecraft. So there's some interesting jump overs, but yeah, like.
But yeah, so like no, it's not. We did not, summon like the Bargus that we kicked whose ass we kicked, but we did summon Bargus, who would she
is inscribed with all of the information that would have made up that Bargus, but also is not quite that person.
Yeah, so it was like she should know and remember all those things she did, but at the same time, it will not feel like she did them, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the reading of the book.
Yeah, and that's another thing to mention is that some of this also depends on the servant in question.
Mm-hmm.
There are a handful of servants who treat basically coming back to life as different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, most cases of regular Gilgamesh, he's just like, yeah, of course I fucking came back. I'm Gil. All this shit is mine. Of course I would come back. Whereas, like, other characters have differences. I think at some point it was discussed that, like, and probably I'm going to assume this is from the extra timeline specifically, but, for instance, it's come up that, Gawain, for instance, because Sir Gawain should have been married in his own timeline, but Servant Gawain is like, death do us part. I'm dead. It's separate now. There are a couple of other servants who kind of feel the same way, so there's, a few different wombo combos you can get into. So yeah, it's there's a lot of questions going on, like I said, and I don't know. Some people seem to see this as like a negative dig of like some of the servants that you summon, do get a little ooified for you, but also like, hey, you have to bond with those servants to do that. You're required to spend time with them to get those dialogues. Very few servants are really up in your business at Bond Zero. Most of them, I think, are kind of unhealthy. Look at you, Kiyohime. You have a problem.
Yeah, no, like, you bond with them, and if they remember, like, how you are, like, even if they don't, like, remember one, like, perfectly, how they still have the impression of you from their time. So, yeah, I can understand that they are maybe favorably impressed by you.
Yeah. And like I said, I think some people take too much into Morgan's summoning line read about declaring you her husband or wife. Like I said, that's explicit comments from the writers have said that's supposed to be her version of human. That's a thing that, like, as you bond, she actually is like, oh, hey, maybe this isn't so bad. Hey, you want a castle?
And that's like, I always got that impression myself, but like I said before, it's like, it doesn't matter. I'm making it true, baby.
Yeah. And there's, you know, several other servants who, like, go through this arc.
Sorry, I'd never understand why fucking Phantom does the sound, but every time he does it, I always just do it too, because it's dumb.
Yeah. And there, for instance, also on the opposite end, there are a lot of people who read the Master and Castoria's relationship in Lostbelt 6 as romantic.
Really?
Which I believe is a valid interpretation, because the reader is the final collaborator. But I do not believe that is an explicit interpretation by the text.
No, that Pepe actually actually calls it out. Arturia does feel love for us, but it's not a romantic type of love. It's a platonic kind. Like, I remember that.
You know, we are the literal only person who, like, has ever helped her for no reason other than just because we can.
Yeah, no, it's like you can have love for your friends, y'all. It's okay. Fuck.
4 loves, baby. Normalize the 4 loves. But yeah, no, like, I mean, we'll talk about some of those moments later, because we are finally done with mailbag.
Mm-hmm.
We're technically in the weeds already. But, like, I think it's a valid interpretation, because there's a lot of themes of personal and also self-sacrifice for fucking everybody in this. I mean, it's so funny, but, like, Nasu, a Japanese person who is very into esoteric, you know, Buddhist lore, right, has written one of the most obvious Christ analogs I have seen in a long time. Arturia is fairy Jesus. Come for your original sins. Like, that's just... I don't think that is a incorrect read of this story. But... I mean, yes, no, somebody's saying she calls you that all the time. Yes. She's using those pronouns for you because she thinks it probably makes you uncomfortable. She's fucking around with you. But yeah, no. Like, so, there's many of these themes of, like, sin and, like, you know, love, etc. And there's some back and forth. I mean, I also personally think that you could, you know, I wonder if Castoria even has time to think about romantic love, right? Because I honestly feel like that was kind of one of her bonding points with Naknario, right? Like,
if I'm gonna be
Castoria doesn't even have time to think about this shit. She is so busy with her other stuff. She doesn't just get to be herself, right?
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. Castoria had such a hard life. I don't know that she could actually just straight up be romantically in love with somebody. She's just grown up hating so many people, including herself.
Well, also the Fae Eyes would probably make it difficult.
Yeah.
You would either have to put up with a lot of shit, or you'd have to find somebody who's actually a nice lad.
I want to say this. If you want to look at the relationship between the Master and Castoria as romantic, that is fine. The story did not... how's the way I want to put it? The story did not flat out deny that. There's nothing in the story that says that could not happen. There's also nothing in the story that says in particular it can happen, so it's left up to your interpretation.
Yeah,
so,
like I said at the start of this, I think that is a valid reading of the text. That is not the explicit reading of the text.
Yes.
This is a media literacy thing, chat. We're probably going to talk about this a couple of times as we talk about this Lostbelt, though I do need to take a break and fill up my bottle of water. I'm going to talk for 2 more hours. I'll make sure, you know, all the pausing and unpausing happens correctly so we don't lose audio.
Yeah.
But there is a difference between what the text outright tells you, what the text implies, and then what the text doesn't necessarily imply but doesn't actually clarify either way. And then there's an extra thing where the writer comes back later and tells you what the text was about, but gets into death of the author stuff, where, just because J.R.R. Tolkien says that, Lord of the Rings is not an allegory for World War I doesn't mean that you can't read it that way, just that he didn't intend it to be read that way. Also, yeah, the fairies are bad at romantic love.
Except for Vargas. Except Vargas was very good at romantic love. It just never ended well.
But all right, that's our mailbag blob. So probably a good time to take a break and re-waterify, because we've been here for almost 3 hours. Honestly,
you can almost think of the relationship between... Well, we'll get back into that later, but I'll be right back as well.
All right.
Away! Let me fire some things off so something's happening on screen here. Oofist! Well, the thing about this, there's a lot of talk about relationships in this Lostbelt, just in general. But you have to remember, our relationship with Mash is what we say it can be. It can be like a sister, a best friend, our best kohai, or romantic ends. Your relationship with Mash is up to you. She just has to be someone important to you. And like I just said, it doesn't have to be. You don't have to be romantically involved to love somebody. You just have to be close. I know a lot of people have troubles reconciling that idea that two people can be close, especially if they're a boy and a girl can't be close without being romantically involved. But that's just the folly of a human understanding.
That'll be a slight non sequitur because I unpaused in the middle of that sentence to make sure I unpaused it, but the people at home, the home version, got the full of it. But yeah, I agree. Like I said, there's philosophically, the Greeks had many words and concepts for love, and I think there's a lot of them there. And we definitely talk a lot about. I mean, on the one hand, I think there's a lot of that godly universal love to talk about in this, and how a lot of people don't have it as well. Like, there's kind of a mismatch in the fundamental. I don't think, in general, for the most part, other than Morgan, most of the fairies don't love the land, and the land definitely doesn't love them back.
Oh, definitely.
That's a major plot point here, but we build up a lot of camaraderie with our friends and a lot of familial ties. But there's no free talk, there's no nothing. It's just slide right on into our Lostbelt 6 conclusion zone.
Yeah.
With interlude number 1.
So, right here, the spot right here is where we're giving our big spoiler warning. We are going to be talking at length and at depth about the final part of Lostbelt 6. We will be noting the chapters by name, so if we reach a point that you have not, you should know and be able to hop off when ready. So without further ado, Lucky will take you through his lucky side of notes.
So before anybody decides to bail, hey, thanks so much. 76 of you watching.
Thank
Thumbs
you. So, like I said, this will mostly be read by me. Omega will have his comments in this, and we'll probably stop frequently to expand upon points that, you know, just come to as we go. We're very good at stream of consciousness here.
Yeah.
So everyone settle in, and let us begin with the interlude. We're back aboard the Stormboarder, and it's day 45. The mood seems a bit tense as Gordov speaks of deciding on whether or not we should be leaving the Lost World. Only it's not a problem. We've won, and we're getting one of the Rongos as thanks. And we're gonna use it as our main cannon. I have a note here. Wait, what? When was that decided? I just know we wanted one to slap Okamarie with.
Listen, bitches love cannons.
We do love cannons, but, like, I guess, like I'm pretty sure it's been nowhere discussed where we're gonna what we're gonna do with the divine construct that we get. We're just gonna have one, and we needed to fight the foreign god. I guess we're just sticking everything into Stormboarder now.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know if we'd have another way to deploy it. Also, in general, for this whole segment, this really does feel like the recap at the intermission of a stage play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we just took a break, we're out in the lobby, and somebody's like, okay, here's what happened.
Mm-hmm. But Holmes is silent, and Gordov has been around him long enough to know his it's not over yet face. Holmes lays out all the questions that haven't been answered and says that we must be vigilant.
Yep, Holmes knows what's up. The game is afoot is what's up.
It's going to take us 7 days to return to the border, and we're going to take 3 of them to get to Salisbury. Barkus is staying in Camelot with Percival to get things ready. Apparently, Percival and Hobbitron aren't doing too hot.
Yeah, people are tired. Big mood.
Big mood. We're going to have the coronation in Salisbury, with Nocnaria being the new queen. After the coronation, though, Arturia is retiring and going back to Tintagel. We flash back to Bargus and Mash talking, where they bond over being knights, and Bargus learns she might have slapped Tristan, the real one. She is quite flustered by this.
Also, I love to note here, this is a perfectly normal flashback. Not like 2,000 years, like just the thing that happened like yesterday. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
That said, in general, because we're about to do another like area shift, you know, we get some more Mike in here. He continues to be based. He's the only fairy with a free pass.
Yep.
But also, just in general, reading this first interlude, I guess the best way to put it is nebulous vibes. Like, everybody here seems so hopeful and upbeat, and you as the reader just know, oh, it's gonna get worse. Like, dramatic irony. Like, oh, this is not the actual end, though.
So stepping over to Gloucester, Murian is still broken from accomplishing her revenge, her purpose, and Koyanskaya watches on. Murian is going to play nice until she can overthrow Nocnaria and then take the battle to Chaldea. She wants Noct to kick out the Round Table army and deny Chaldea the lance. She sends Koyanskaya with the letter, and she prepares to do some research on the calamities.
Yeah, Murian's not cut out for violence. Reminds us that revenge doesn't always feel good.
Nope.
But also, I did note a slight blush from Koyan here. She seems genuinely surprised and touched that Murian cares enough to punch Chaldea on her behalf.
They are friends. So now we got interlude the 2.
Yes, this one is also literally just marked as interlude.
Let's see here. Actually, 1 second here. I'm gonna set up FGA and just mindlessly farm a QP in the back here, so I can focus on reading for everybody.
Become sped.
Yeah,
I don't have a lot of notes about interlude 2. It's a little more straightforward. There's a lot of backfilling stuff that Lucky's got, but there's an important ender on this one.
There we go. Let's see, what are we doing? Apples. Let's queue up 3 apples for right now. So 1 second here. Like that's just gonna be Sorry, I'm laughing at Count with no here. Chi Wong, the one true moth.
You get some fun. Also, fun. Calvin's all 3 taunts there.
Yeah. I'm just laughing. I mean, it's true. If I actually understand Oberon's profile, those and his final profile, those are dragonfly wings, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And I believe the first one is actual butterfly wings, but I don't know why moth just stuck with people.
It's Casablanca.
Ah, that makes sense. All right, so let's queue up 3 apples here. That'll put me at 105, and we'll see where we are from there. All right.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I know we call him Mothman because he has like a giant cocoon, but Chi Wong is not really a moth. Like he is supposed to be a peacock. It's just that like with his wings flowing behind him and his giant robot cocoon, people think moth. Also, it's a lot harder to say Chi Wong.
True.
All right, interlude 2.
So Nocnaria is not happy about her friend trying to ditch all the glory and vows to hunt her down even if it means fighting proper human history to do so.
Oh, Nock, you were such a wind beneath my wings. I miss you so much already.
That was something she was planning on doing anyway, but it doesn't feel as malicious as when Miriam said it.
Yeah, I literally think Nock is just going to want to fight us because she's like, well, we have to figure out who's stronger.
I'm pretty sure she'd be... I'm pretty sure if we just said, Nocturia, we surrender to you, she'd be like, haha, I won. Proper human history is not strong enough against me. All right, you can go do whatever. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how that would go. Nocturia is sad to see us go, but it's certain once she becomes a better queen, we won't be able to resist going out with her. And my note here is, Princess, we've already crossed that line, but I got shit to do.
I'm busy. Here's my dance card. It's just, however many beasts we have left first. Grands, beasts, all kinds of shit.
But, with a little bit of pressing, we finally learn what the throne is about. Apparently, it is the cornerstone of Fairy Britain, the gear that keeps the life of every fairy that died at the end of the... that keeps the life of everyone that died at the end of the fair era in motion. Excuse me. Nocnaria calls it the false round table Ash created when she completed her pilgrimage and chose to defy her duty. It is the throne of a master.
Yeah, so we learned that it's a little summoning system. It's a little fate chair.
Mm-hmm.
She already mastered ray shifting. Why not summoning? So every fairy we meet is technically summoned. This is why they can be marked with command spells and keep coming back. There is no way this plan will go bad.
It turns out...
Remember, later somebody calls Morgan a genius, and it's probably true.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the Great Calamity, only a handful of fairies are left, and Mob couldn't keep fighting Morgan once he found out how far Morgan had gone to keep Britain alive. So they made a secret agreement. It turns out Morgan and Mob were much like their daughters. I know Castoria isn't actually Morgan's daughter, but it's kind of the successor thing. They have the same quote-unquote purpose.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently, Mab just was like, alrighty. They just went through some shit together and just were like, alright, fine. We'll be secret friends. Because apparently the King Clan is named for the fact that their sole purpose is to take over the throne if something happens to Morgan. Because after all, the prophecy never... Yeah, let's go! Hang on, I gotta stop real quick.
You got some juice.
Tomacat just hit Bond 12, so I just got 36 points. But I gotta give her another fucking flame. Gotta keep that farm going.
Keep lighting the flame.
Let's see, where was it? Oh, here it is. Bond limit release. Let's go! Actually, now that you're 12, I should probably swap you out, my dear. Give me 1 second while I figure that all out. Oh, wait, nope, that was wrong. That was wrong, me. Lucky, you fool! Support, that's what it was. There we go. Alright, so... who do I want to farm bond for? I'd really like to get Kama up there. But now I'm a couple over. Who can I... well, actually, no, I'm farming bond for Castoria now. So let me pull out someone. Let me pull out... what's a 4-star I want at bond 10? Barghest? Let's go with Barghest.
I don't think Morgan was able to use command seals that way. She mostly used them as a mark of the contract, and the fairies had to pay her mana. But remember, she engraved all the fairies with command seals, so it was kind of like reversed.
I'll reduce that by 1. I have to use 1. Okay.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, I forgot to put it in my notes as well. But also, hey, the moment she got those extra levels, my mash got leveled.
Oh yeah, my mash is level 90 as well. Just immediately.
We have got shit to do.
We do. Oh, I remember. The prophecy has never said that the child of prophecy, the child of prophecy, was the true king after all.
Yep, I think this is the thing that Castoria mentioned way earlier when talking about the prophecy. Is that and nowhere does the prophecy literally say that she becomes the queen or the true king? You know.
Yeah. We get a narration of the first apocalypse and the images from the origin story of Fairy Britain.
It is not yet. Once more with clarity.
Fairies are on their way to Salisbury, where they see a single moor on the hill, and they think nothing of it and leave. The music changes, then the moors start to multiply. The numbers of moors have exceeded the number of fairies, the god stewards being given a sacrifice that pleases him. Someone speaks about how there are no takebacks, and how going out with a bang is a wonderful idea, complete with glowing eyes and a smile.
Curses multiply. The sleeping god stirs. Eyes in the darkness. Hey, remember I said that part about how we know it's gonna get worse?
So, fun fact, I immediately recognized those eyes, but not because of the normal way. It's because I've been switching my fucking, my, FGO from my phone to my computer constantly. And when you do that, it automatically plays the third opening, once at least. And there is a scene where you see that exact same pair of eyes on a person. It's very clear. Just like, oh. So, section 25, the end, coronation. The next day has arrived and everyone's excited to get to the coronation. Habitrad is still stuck in bed, so we're going to go see her. Something like a flashback occurs where Morgan tells Habitrad she has chosen to have a dream that will prevent her from existing in her Britain. She'll only be able to exist until the morning lark sings. We enter her room, but she won't let us worry about her.
Yeah, basically Morgan seems to have given Totorat, specifically, a little bit of a time limit on her existence. Since she contains paradoxical information, she wanted to remember MASH and what's meant, but, you know, so that she can safeguard her. The only time she has is from when MASH arrives to when MASH is sent back to become Tamlin Galahad and heals.
Is Robyn kind of loud? I don't know why he would be louder than everybody else.
Yeah,
I guess I can turn it down a little bit, but it just turns down everything, unfortunately.
I mean, there was a little bit of feedback echo at the final big, you know, chomp sound. But only a little.
Well, all I can do is turn it down a little bit more, and hopefully that's better. So, down on the main floor, Mike doesn't want Da Vinci, aka Dubinci, to go, and thinks about how to make her stay, with ominous knife sharpening sounds.
Oh, Mike's sharpening his knives. I think he's getting that Fey weirdness we saw back in Cornwall. With my follow-up comment on this being, Mike, you have to pass through a metal detector to get on my storm border?
It's time for the coronation, though. We've been given seats in the way back. Knowing Nocnaria, this is both a snub and actual consideration. Percy is here as Barkus has insisted that he attend. Nocnaria is in a new dress. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
The coronation has started, and we are all given wine, but we decide not to drink it, and everyone else in the party follows suit.
Oh yeah, being straight edge saves my life. Also, because Omega, am media savvy, I immediately realized this was the trick.
Yeah. It feels very weirdly obvious, and I'm not gonna lie, slightly contrived. It's super weird, but it's the only way it works. But as Nocnaria swears in, there is an objection by King clan members, no less. Apparently, Nocnaria was transferring the Moor's disease from fairies to other fairies, but according to her, each of them was compensated accordingly. Just know here, I believe her. It also comes out that the North hasn't been expanding because Mob became the city of Edinburgh and used the dead fairies to create Nocnaria. I believe they used the term the dead corpse golem. Now her name actually makes sense.
Yeah. Nocnaria, also known as, Maeve's Hill. So, yeah.
Did it also mean like a hill of corpses or something?
It has a couple meanings.
Let me...
It's also known as Queen Maeve's Cairn.
Yeah.
His tomb. Knock means hill, so yeah, it could mean mean Hill of Execution.
Ah, that's what it was. Hill of Execution.
It's got multiple interpretations.
Yeah.
Again, the important thing to note is knock specifically means hill.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's many interpretations.
Yes. Nocnaria is about to explain everything when suddenly she coughs up blood. She goes down, her guard goes down, Spriggan flees, and the whistleblowers say there is someone much more suited. Aurora's enforcement knights appear and start cutting down the guards.
And Nocnaria has been poisoned before she can explain to everybody that she is a critical piece of Fairy Britain's infrastructure. Literally, we just had this conversation about how she needs to sit on the throne or shit is fucked. And so my note on this is just, Aurora, you beautiful idiot, you have fucked everyone. No, the game is not emphatically stated at this point that it's Aurora's plan, but I can add 2 and 2.
Yeah, no.
For the curious, the initial thing I want to turn up is, please remember that Uther was poisoned, and that Morgan left the clan heads alive when she created the heir of the High Queen. So Aurora's probably that old. Spoilers, she is in fact that old. I also believe this is where we see true anger face Artoria.
Yes.
Her maddest face. And then you beat up some scrub ass.
We do beat up some scrub asses. So, the wine was poison for Noct, our group, and the Northern Fairies. It wouldn't have been a problem for her normally, but with her denouncement, she was losing the loyalty of her clans, and she succumbed. Because you have to remember, Noct gives her power out equally to all her followers, and as long as her followers are loyal to her, they return that power back to her. It's a give and take relationship.
When their loyalty falters, she loses that power.
Yes. We defeat the intruders and rush to Nocnaria, but she is too weak and losing strength. She awakens in Artoria's arms to speak one last time with the stranger, her guiding star. It won't be long before she passes.
Yep. This passes the true Queen of Fairy Britain, having truly given everything to her people. literally, it is. She cannot remember anything. She cannot think of anything because she gave it all up. And, you know, this is the point where I said, I don't feel bad for any of these guys when they're about to die in a horrible flood of curses. In the words of Judgment from Helltaker, ignite the sin machine, suffering must be made. I mean, it's really, it's more true than I thought when I wrote it, but yeah. No. Also, I'm pretty sure somewhere in here that Muramasa says that he obliterated any guard who drew their sword on us. And I was just like, damn.
Yeah. They're having a fucking moment. You don't interrupt the moment. But the fairies have broken out into fighting outside, and it won't be long till they come after us next. It doesn't really matter, though, as the assassin has just killed Britain's only chance for survival. Coral comes to arrest us for murder, and I find this morosely funny, but she generally just wants us to surrender so she can arrest us and get to the bottom of it. Like, generally, she just wants to lock us up and ask us questions and be like, did you really do it? But no, the guards don't care for that matter and want us to go straight for the kill. Grimmair melts them, and Coral is shaken. There is a flash of light and Mash moves, blocking an attack from Tamlin Lancelot. Coral seems to understand what's going on now.
And she doesn't like it.
No, she doesn't.
But yeah, no. Mash has a great line about, you know, when blocking Tamlin Lancelot's strike. She would know about the real Lancelot a few times over now. As, remember, he was both, Xerxalot showed up in Orleans, and we got actual Lancelot in Camelot as well. Plus events and stuff. She would know. But yeah. Also, Tia Lancelot, this shield stopped fucking Rongominiad, the real one. The light of the lake won't pierce it. Gonna need some more juice for that.
Artoria is still in shock, though, so we aren't fully prepared to face Tamlin Lancelot. But Percy declares that he will hold her back, telling her that if she plans to repeat that terrible mistake, he will correct it. This seems to work. She flees, and we take this chance to escape. We go back to the map at this point, and there is no music, but you can hear the sounds of battle.
Yes, or my version of this note is, oh my god, the map theme is sounds of battle, stop. One sentence. Also, because I wrote my note here, I'm pretty sure this is where Percy first mentions he's a substitute child of prophecy.
Yes, I do. I did not write that up, but this does come back later.
Yeah, so basically this is where he says that he was a substitute child of prophecy if needed, and then so no wonder he's without sin. That was the whole point.
In the air, Tamlin and Lancelot think about how amazing Percy has become. She sees something, though. There are lots of more suddenly, and fairies are just turning into them. I'd like to make a fucking Endwalker joke here, but Omega hasn't got that far, so he wouldn't get it.
I'll get it later, I'm sure.
Yeah. Back at Camelot, Barcus is getting these reports and trying her best to gain control of the situation. They see a fairy turn into a Moors, and they see something coming from the Great Pit. Barcus goes down, but recovers quickly. It's like, you know, something's getting cold. I put on here the Round Table Army are good eggs. Even though, like, because Barcus, you know, Tamlin Knight, you know, probably has slain, you know, quite a few people. Probably some of them, like some of their members included. The round table armor is still like, no, Barcus, you're the greatest. No, we can't leave you. And he's like, go, you fools. No, Barcus.
Yeah, Barcus is a competent administrator. Like, she is standing in the throne room directing everything, and they all listen to her, and two, all of her orders are almost secured. This reminds me of a fact I like to bring up occasionally, where it is still canon to the Fate version of the timeline, but technically, I think the closest comparison to this thing Barcus is doing right now is actually what Mordred was supposed to be doing while Arthur was fighting Lancelot. Canonically, Sir Mordred is manning Camelot and is respected enough that when Arthur comes back and Mordred declares rebellion as the true king, people follow her. So, like, that's just a little thought I had of, like, oh yeah, this is one of those moments where, I mean, for Barcus, it's not as shocking as Mordred, but it's still one of those things of like, oh yeah, no, she's really good at this. Nice.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, she's reaching her limit of whatever Morgan sealed up inside her. But the Black Dog Duchess can hold the rear for a little bit longer.
Yep. Without Morgan holding back the curse with the Tamlin name, Barcus is running out of time and has to save as many as she can.
Yeah. And this was a completely unrelated note, but it was happening because this was after they added those completion master missions. So like every pip you could get like a Saint Quartz and some EXPs. But I know it's unrelated, but at the same time, it's just a thought I had of like, Mash, please stop humming Twinkle Twinkle as I collect these limited master missions. It's very disconcerting. I got this was about where I got through them all, but like it was very awkward for these first couple story pips. I'm just like, every time I would collect, she would just and it's like, Mash, no, not the right time.
But here we enter section 26, Terminus.
Yeah, I like the names for these chapters get a lot more esoteric.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we've just left what the end is. After this, everything is epilogue.
The map music has once again changed. And now I know we are in the climax. Morgan was just the penultimate.
Final version of the map theme, let's go. The way I phrase it is, this music makes me think the war is lost, but the battle's not over.
Yeah, that's a good way to think of it, yeah. Fleeing the city was a close call, as the city gates close behind us, and we leave Habetra behind. Grimmer says there wasn't much we can do about her, but she can take care of herself. We aren't sure what to do exactly, especially because Percy is looking quite weak and needs medical attention. Unfortunately, we catch the attention of a fuck ton of Moors, and we have to run a delaying tactic long enough to get everyone to hide in the woods. This is the first time we fight with more than 3 enemies, and it's slightly terrifying.
Yeah, it's a little disconcerting. That said, I almost feel like I could have taken all 99 of these guys, even 6 deep. Summer Musashi with double cast story ain't nothing to fuck with.
Oh, I believe that.
Like, I feel like the outlast, like, 3 turns is appropriate, but at the same time, I definitely felt like I could have held out the actual line on this if we were trying hard. That's okay, we got stuff.
We got stuff. In the forest, Q confirms that we can't go into cities because they've all closed their gates and the fairies, overcome by fear, are turning into Moors. Their great calamity has begun. Apparently it's a kind of negative energy buildup that erupts every 1,000 years. Da Vinci likens it to bloodletting, or letting the bad blood out. Grimir Man, I'm horrible about that. I'm sorry, I'm very inconsistent with names. It's a bad habit of mine. If people have multiple names, I will just change with them intermittently, constantly. Grimir knows what calamity it is this time now that Morgan is gone. It's Big C. But Grimir thinks it's more than just that. We mentioned the red and black calamities mentioned in the prophecy, but we have no idea what those are. Big C is still sleeping though, and we can hit it before it fully awakens. But to do that, the child of prophecy has to fulfill their duty. Q presses Artori to speak about their duty, but before we get a call from the Stormborder. Da Vinci is irritated and wants us to ignore it so she can finally get some orders, but the Stormborder is calling! Side note, I love that Da Vinci's call sign is Watson, and Holmes slash Stormborder is 221B Baker Street.
Yeah, that's just a cute little detail.
Mm-hmm. The Stormborder came online about an hour ago, and they are powering up and getting maintenance done. Holmes says that there is heavy magical contamination, and that the collapse has begun. Apparently, the reasons for their errors is that the Isle of Britain itself was rejecting proper human history, and that's what made our system shut down. But it's good news. With the Stormborder, we can bring the fight to calamities and even help Percy with some medical aid. But he wants to be the stalwart sole hero and refuses because he doesn't want to be a burden. Da Vinci pulls, "You are being rescued. Please don't resist," and calls out to Red Rabbit, who is hiding nearby. He is ready to rock and roll all the way back to the Stormborder.
Yeah, that's right, baby. The boat is back. The horse is back. We're fired up.
Back in Camelot, Bargus is cutting down more after more, hell-bent on keeping the Round Table Army survivors alive. It's costing her something, though. So this is where we get, Story Bargus fight against Moors, and honestly, I'm gonna be real, this fight kind of made me uncomfortable. The Omen and Beast curses are really powerful, but not friendly. It's like the way I wrote it here is, this is a scary fight, not because of the enemies, but because of these buffs. It's like every enemy you kill, Pargus is gonna pop, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, my notes on this section is like, we can tell that Bargus is rapidly approaching her limit, not in that she's getting tired or weaker, but she is losing her ability to brain. Like, her capacity for rational thought is going away. And this is evidenced by the fact that this fight is hella easy. Bargus completely keeps herself ticking during the actual fight, but is that a good sign? No.
No.
It's not. But, like, it's certainly a feel. Yeah, Robyn put it best. This fight is terrifyingly easy. The fact that this fight is so easy is like, oh no. Oh.
But Bargus looks back to survivors only to see there are none. The Moors got to them. She apologizes, and in a moment of instability, thinks it would have just been better to have eaten them all. But in thinking that, she realizes she still wants to protect her people, her someone, and so she sets off towards Manchester. Spriggan is fleeing towards Norwich, royally pissed off about how this is all going down. Moors are appearing, the Fang clan is missing, and there is no chance of working out an alliance with the Northern Fairies now. Spriggan says he was gonna assassinate Knocknaria eventually, but can't fathom why she would kill Knock immediately instead of after the Great Calamity. He realizes that she wasn't thinking of all, she merely killed Knock because she didn't like her. He can't survive how that monster has survived 2,000 years with an empty head.
Yeah, Spriggan realizes he's been dealing with the ultimate airhead and confirms that she's been in charge of the Wind Clan for at least 2,000 years.
Salisbury is in full-scale riots, and Aurora thinks that the night has passed without incident and is having a cup of tea. Coral is stuck trying to tell Aurora that shit is fucked, but Aurora has her head in the clouds. I can't, like, honestly, I can't bring myself to articulate just the casual disregard Aurora has for almost everything. Except for when she thinks Coral's getting too uppity and threatens to tear off her wings.
Run, Coral. Run away.
Like, God. Like, I do not like Coral. I'm not Coral, excuse me. I love no. Coral, you're great. You're fine. You're an elitist, you're racist, and a Sundaria, but you don't deserve this. You can have a spot on the Storm Border. I don't care. But just Aurora's just I know we talked about the blue and orange morality, and Aurora, for all intents and purposes, is innocent of all these things she does because, you know, she doesn't.
There's literally no malice in like 90% of the things she does. I don't even know if she realizes she is indeed doing it some of the time.
No, but still, just the attachment she has.
I'm annoyed of the fact that everybody else put up with this for like 2,000 years or 3,000 years or whatever. Like, I mean, part of that is kind of her thing. There's a description later, so we'll get into like the actual like fluff of it. But like, it's definitely like, I am shocked nobody decided to unpick this problem earlier, but I guess that's kind of the point, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. No one saw her as a problem. She is just a beautiful, kind, and popular fairy who has everyone's best interest at heart.
Oh. They didn't have world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. Not that we actually needed him to figure that part out, but I don't think him sitting there, like we said in the first interlude, going, "It's not over yet. We still have questions about all this shit that happened," you know. But yeah, it's an odd one.
Mm-hmm. In Gloucester, Miriam has too much sand damage to realize she has massacred the Fang clan and decides to hit up the book to find out what the calamities really are and what's going on.
I literally wrote in my notes, Marianne has become a Lovecraftian protagonist. She's reading old books and slowly losing her goddamn mind.
It is very sad because in this morning she says she's going to send out the Fang clan to do all these things, and I don't know why the fairy just didn't say, "You killed them all." But, yeah.
Well, one, I don't actually know if any of her subordinates know exactly what's up, but definitely they have a moment of like, what? And then she just moves on, and they're just like, all right, I don't want to piss her off. She's being weird.
Mm-hmm. She reads about an invader from the stars 14,000 years ago and something about the fairies from that time. Miriam is shocked to realize they have brought this upon themselves, saying that fairy sins are the ones you can't punish children for their parents' sin. I put a note here. In this particular case, I think you can.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into it later. Like, on the one hand, yes, no, there is this thing about, you know, sins of the father and whatnot, but that would require the children to also be proper innocents, and that's not how Fairy Britain works.
It's not. No.
Like, you guys are all still part of the problem machine and refuse to acknowledge that it is a problem.
Yeah.
Hell, Murian even does it herself right now. When literally the sin is staring her in the face, she says, "What? No, you can't blame me for that." Me just doing, like, you know, gesture memes right now. That's the whole cycle of this. This goes into my entire ethos about the Lostbelt's morality, right? Of like step number 1 to getting over the fact that you have sinned and like being able to find absolution is you first have to admit you done fucked up. And the fairies are really bad at that.
Well, this might come up later, but I think this is why the Rain and the Mirror clans don't exist anymore. Not just because, you know, they were destroyed by other fairy clans, but because I think they accepted their sins and moved on.
Yes, that is. I mean, it's for the Mirror clan, it's a little more subtextual, but for the Rain clan, that seems very explicit. That the Rain clan developed this system of like the bells, the prophecy, aiding the Fairy of Paradise because like they accepted her as one of their own and were okay with this mission, and it was the other clans who were like, "What? We've never done anything wrong. Fuck you."
But because, you know, they accepted their sin, they moved on to whatever.
Yeah.
And they don't come back, because otherwise they would just, you know, keep getting reborn like every other fairy. Oh, excuse me. But Miriam realizes that it's the Isle of Britain trying to kill them, but before she can go on, she is given a nudge and blood sprays. Someone congratulates her and thanks her for getting rid of the Fang clan. They're gonna go all out and need all the calamities they can get. Before they leave, they apologize for sicking the Fang clan on the Wing clan. They were just having a bad mood that day. Son of a fucking bitch.
The Black Hand stops Murian and says that she gets to have no regrets. She accomplished her revenge and solved the mystery. Good job. I imagine there was some sarcastic clapping. But yeah, there's spooky forces at work.
Spooky. It's been a day and a half, and Regia has been running non-stop and is about to collapse. So is the wagon. We're almost there, though. We just need to clear some boars before we can reach the storm border. Have a nothing fight.
This one, I think, may have just been them flexing the extra man's mechanic.
Yeah, I think this is you only get that for 2 battles, don't we? Or was there like is there like another Moors fight?
There's 3 total Moors fights here, and then there's another 3 later, which do actually use the 6 up, but those are, you know, different. They start at 6 and they count down. But yeah, this one, I think, I don't know, they may have just put this actual fight here just to mirror that thing later. I don't know.
But past that, the storm border is a flurry of activity. Gordolf takes immediate charge, and we catch him up on a few details. He lays out what's going on and what the game plan is. After debriefing, Holmes lays it all out. We have to stop the collapse. We need to acquire the divine construct. There is a hitch, though, that he brings up with Grimir. We can't use Morgan Rongos as they were tied to her. Apparently, it's canon that we don't miss those tails. When someone is like, you know, oddly silent or just, you know, just have a sprite, we see that. We cut
all that.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out once again, Goff delegates like a true master and commander here. You do that. You do that.
Honestly, I feel like I think I say it every time, but I just always feel so strange about how much I have turned around on Goldorf as our commander.
Well, you know, he's had character development.
He has. Well, when he first shows up, you know, in the prologue, we're just like, oh man, who is this pompous windbag? You don't know what the fuck he's doing. And then you learn how to...
We are... I mean, it's been like a year since then, but we're still grieving for the Doctor, you know, as interim leader. And especially as he appears in the Lostbelt prologue, Gordolf is nothing like good old Dr. Romani. Then, anyway. But, you know, he ends up actually kind of striking out on his own.
Mhm.
In fact, doesn't another character talk? I mean, they talk a little bit of smack about the previous temporary director, but like somebody does actually talk up how confident Gordolf is.
Yes, that's a later point though. When we get a special call from a special visitor.
True facts. Yeah, but there's definitely some kind of like he really has grown into be his own guy, and in some ways he is better at this job than Romani ever was. Dr. Robyn was like a nervous wreck most of the time. Had no idea what the fuck he was doing at any given moment, other than just he needed to like hold down the fort until the end. Whereas Gordolf is also a nervous wreck, but in a different way. Like his nervous wreck response is like, damn the torpedoes type stuff.
Mm.
Honestly, he gets along really well with Nemo.
So so we find out for Gamir that we also apparently lost the qualification to wield the divine construct during the Bleach Urge phenomenon, and here Holmes realizes something about why we were sent here and something that Sion knows. Before we can even ask him about it, though, the alarm goes off. Note here. Okay, it's not Holmes just playing coy because he likes holding the cards, but goddamn it, stop holding things back from me. Fuck!
Yeah, he's about to reveal something, and then we're fucking busy. That said, I do like... I appreciate that we have Holmes here now, again, actually solving problems with his brain. Like, there is so much... I know we couldn't bring him with us for reasons, but, like... I mean, he would have met Aurora and just been like, she's done it, she's the culprit. It's her. It's definitely her. Like, right away. Like, we could have solved a lot of problems if Holmes was just detecting Fairy Britain. So I'm glad that he is on the case, as it were.
Mm-hmm. But with the alarm going off, Britain's center of gravity has shifted. Something has come out of the Great Pit, and there is fire everywhere, originating at Manchester. We're gonna have to take off to get a better idea of what's going on, though. Percy's in the infirmary and was giving some aid, but he refuses long-term care. He can't be sleeping on the job, and wants to see what happens to Britain.
We can't put him in the pod.
He takes his moments to explain himself to Arturia. He was made to be a backup child of prophecy in case she didn't appear. Since only humans could wield the Spear of Selection, Woodrose had given it to Percy since he was the strongest. The day that the Spear of Selection chose him was the day that someone went to the Lake District on someone's orders, and the day that the Mirror Clan vanished.
Yeah, I think we've solved that one from last time.
Yeah. It comes out that Percy is actually only 16 years old, and that every time he uses the Spear's power, it ages him. The first time aged him to his mid-20s, but the second time didn't because he didn't actually have that long to live. As a human from this Lostbelt, he only has 30 years to live. The only reason that he is still standing is that he must have been born stronger than other humans. He apologizes to Arturia for going around using her name and building a cause around her, even though all he wants to do is save one person. There isn't more time to talk, though. It's time to take off.
Well, we'd like to once again put this in perspective. Percival became a grown-ass man when he used the spear once. He has done it a second time. And it just gave a cool hair effect. But yes, everything is on fire now.
Yeah, no, the map has changed, the world is on fire, the end has come. We have to get to Manchester to keep our promise with Bargus, but we can't land the Storm Border. We're gonna Mako drop the Shadow Border and try to load up as many ferries as we can. Outside, the temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius, but we'll be fine with a Mystic Code. And Crusher is lucky here, going, what? Really? Excuse me? That's around 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit, in the middle scale of molten lava, not a forest fire. The human body can only handle up to 120 degrees before our lungs start to get inflamed from inhaling hot air. And we're just hand-waving it with a Mystic Code?
We have done some pretty crazy things that have been protected by a Mystic Code. Actually, this is a good question. Is Captain Chaldea actually supposed to protect us from going out into space? That was a threat a couple of times during some Servantverse stuff.
I don't know. I don't remember.
But yeah, as usual, personally, I don't put much stock in this too much. Though this does remind me, like, we've had the Pokemon in real life conversation. This is actually some fire Pokemon Pokedex entries. It's a little silly. But we've hand waved a lot of stuff, and I assume they just say 1,000 degrees Celsius because Nasu thought it was cool.
Yeah, no, but I thought about that. I was like, wait a minute, how much heat can the human? Because they said forest fire. I'm like, that is not a forest fire.
No, yeah, that's hot. This writing comes from somebody who doesn't have forest fires on his continent. But yeah, no, I would say, we're doing fucking sick wheelies on the shadow border. It would be nostalgic if, shit wasn't fucked. It's true. We have, that's another thing. Lostbelt 1 was really, really cold.
Yeah, but we still had to layer up on top of our Mysticode for that.
It's true. We did have to double up. I don't know. Again, speed writing. Maybe there would have been time for extra precautions, but we have a lot of extra shit to get through.
Don't you all remember Winter Gear Mash in LB2?
I do. Winter Gear Mash is adorable.
Yeah.
Mash doesn't have to worry about it anymore because she's super Mash. She's double Mash right now.
Dual wielding Galahad.
Oh, I need to see that fucking edit. Mash, instead of her shield, she's just got one Galahad in each hand.
So upon arriving to Manchester, Miniere won't let us out immediately, not until we look at the monitor. The city is in flames, and the dead are numerous. Humans look eaten, and fairies are cut to pieces. We see our survivor fleeing, but before we can do anything, she is cut down by Barghest. She has changed. She kicks the Stormborder away, telling us we can't be here, and move away on her own, followed by a procession of black dogs. I personally interpreted this scene as she kicked away the Stormborder to get us away from her.
Yeah.
Because even though she has clearly lost her mind, she still recognizes us and is grateful we came to at least try and keep our promise. But she knows
she's also like, you should not be in Manchester right now.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, no. This gives me, follow-up point. The border even gets punted by a saber of untold strength. This really is just like old times, times where shit's fucked and everybody's dying and the world is literally ending. Remember all the times that's happened to us? It's a lot. This also literally happened in Lostbelt 2. We got punted by a saber who was really, really strong and the fucking apocalypse happened. They only had one calamity, at least. Well, technically, Searcher ate a second calamity, so he was kind of a 2-for-1, but
Sorry, I love right at the end here. I overlaid my level 8 Galahad and my level 8 Tamlin Galahad to exceed summon rank 8 Super Mash.
Yeah, Super Mash. We have fun.
I'm glad I actually understand that now. So, back aboard the Stormborder, Holmes has designated Barghest the Calamity of the Beast. She is concerned, but the pit is of greater priority. We are saddened about Barghest, and Artoria realizes that her true name had been hidden in order to prevent her from changing. And Mash thought Barghest knew what she would become, and that's why she tried so hard to be a noble knight. We come up on the pit, though, and we see something almost impossible. A giant creature that is layered with curse energy and defies all attempts to get a read or sensor data on it. Grimir confirms that it's Big C, but he shouldn't be that big.
It's Big Floof. He's the floofiest. Truly is. He's incredibly floofy.
I find it hilarious how Big C is so popular, though. Literally has plushies, and people are like, yes, give it to me!
I mean, listen, we'll get into it later, but Karanos' literal only problem is he's just too nice.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking about after this. Is like, God, can we just meet the real Karanos one day? And just so we can have a nice time with him. Because apparently, I read this somewhere, I can't remember, but actual proper human Karanos is just chilling on the reverse side of his world, hanging out with his wife.
Probably, yeah. I mean, he should just be a normal, divine spirit guy.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, from what we know about him, I talked about this last time, he's kind of an almost like a lost deity. We know he exists, and we have his name from, Proto-Indo-European languages, but mostly we just see a picture of, a dude with horns chilling with, stags and snakes and dogs and stuff. Also, hey, by the way, what is in this Lostbelt? There's lots of dogs. There's a worm. I don't know about the antlers, but, you know, it's not perfect.
It's not perfect. Apparently, his wife is also unnamed, but is usually referred to as the goddess of spring, or Beltane.
Yeah.
Just more fun deity facts. So he isn't moving, and Muramasa says we should just dash in, get the goods, and dash out. But Toria says it's too late. Just then, the same black creature from Norwich appears from the pit and crushes Camelot.
Hey, remember how that was censored? That was Kuranos. It's Kuranos' hand. Is that Calamity? Just one of his hands was that one.
One hand. Unfortunately, he has more than one hand, as even more of them appear, and they start to writhe and cover Britain. Nemo decides to nope the Stormborder right out of there, but it's no use. There are too many hands to dodge, and a few say their farewells. I want to... I know I haven't been mentioning this, but I want to shout out the Nemo Marines who are just giving the reports and, like, half crying while doing so. Just every so often, they'll just put, like, in their text, just put in parentheses, crying. I was like, oh, my...
Yeah, no. Shout out to the Nemo Marines who are ballsy enough to actually look through the Stormborder's telescopes. They see a lot of shit they're not supposed to see, and they really regret it. And everybody else is just such a hard ass. Like, Nemo is like, I don't care what you saw, Marine. Put it on the screen.
Ancient
I
Mega's...
guess that's how the brain partition thing works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nemo gets to be all business because he has the Nemo Marines to freak out for him.
Ancient Mega's Bride is a little weirder. I think what the author did was actually put Dagda and the Horn God together with Beltane and the Morrigan. And
that is probably a decently acceptable drift.
Yeah, I think it is too, because the Morrigan is also supposed to be one of those multifaceted goddesses.
Yeah.
And like I said, Dagda is just known as the good god. And while it does have like some things, like it's not a bad drift, and I think it actually does work really well, but Ancient Mega's Bride, the author has slapped some things together. So everyone's saying their farewells, but alas, a five-tailed shield springs up to free the Stormborder. It's Koyanskaya, and she has saved us. Apparently she was...
It's the five-tailed beast with the save. And my first thought was, well, Kuranos does have fur.
Apparently she returned to Murian and found her dying. The fairy confesses that she had been wrong and manipulated and driven to revenge. But even if she had sinned, she wanted to end it on her terms. So she asked Koyanskaya as a payment for her joy, her grief, and her friendship that she protects Britain. Koyanskaya says that she will do so by helping those most likely to stick it to the one causing all this. I didn't mention here, but I love that when Koyanskaya is doing this, she does the fucking outfit change just right there.
Yeah.
Just takes off the dress and she's like in her her secretary outfit, just like boom.
She does a fucking Yakuza dress change. Just Also, this is just where the note is, but much respect for Murray in her final moments. She, as my through line is here, realizes that she herself has done wrong. All of Fairykind has done wrong, but she wants to end things on her terms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in her dying moments, she's like, I fucked up. That was bad. I did some stuff I shouldn't have, but, you know, we still have stuff to do.
Yeah. On the Stormborder, though, we can't get any readings from Koyanskaya, and time is limited. So we press on and escape the hands. Koyanskaya has to take the curse into her to neutralize it, and realizes that it was a curse of self-loathing and self-destruction. She can't handle it properly and will have to retreat to her sanctuary to deal with it.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. We get some flashes about the states of all the cities are in, and none of them are good. We have failed, and there is nothing we can do about it to stop the calamities from overrunning the earth. But alas, with a wink and a nudge, who should pop in but everyone's favorite trapped mage, Merlin. He is only the favorite because he's the only trapped mage that I know.
And he talks about how we've got to make some things right in this fucked up world, and I'm just like, it's time for time cops. Because that is ultimately what it boils down for us here to do. We actually get to be time cops again.
And so we go to section 27, Time of Creation. So Merlin was apparently freed from the garden when Morgan was killed, but needed some extra time. He's but an illusion and is waiting for them in Avalon. He has a way to stop the collapse and needs the Fairy of Paradise immediately. She needs to fulfill her duty. Artoria wavers again, only to have Grimir pretty much snap at her that it doesn't matter, and that his job was to get her there, dead or alive. Merlin assures that that was only the worst case scenario, and we aren't there yet. Artoria will do her duty of her own volition. To get to Avalon, though, we're going to have to pass through a spirit cavern from the corpse of Lord Skelly, aka Albion. He is forever going to be Lord Skelly to me. No one can stop this.
Merlin has come to bail us out, but the Fairy of Paradise must return to the Dark Bog.
It's open now that Britain is collapsing, but it won't just let anyone in. It'll let us in as a representative of humanity, Mash as a Knight of the Round Table, the Fairy of Paradise, and her attendant. Not gonna lie, as soon as Clock Tower starts pushing me around later, I'm gonna be all like, oh yeah, well I went to Avalon. Putting that on my resume too. Fuck y'all.
Absolutely should put it on your resume.
So we set a course for Lord Skelly's Dark Ball and plan accordingly. Artoria has to get Mom mad at Percy to get him to rest and recuperate, though. And Artoria teasing never gets old.
This is also hilarious because, like, on a chronological level, they're the exact same age, right?
Yes.
They're both 16. But also, because Percy has used Ash's magic spear, he is, like, 30-ish years old. But Castoria can still put him in his place. You will go to bed at a reasonable time, or so help me.
Also, yes, Melissa and Bindlines, yes, we are the new Aurora. We are Melisandre's coping mechanism. Take that as you will. We have about 3 hours until the collapse, which is all the time we have to complete this mission. We enter the Spirit Cavern and end up 80 kilometers underground. For you American folk, that's about 50 miles.
That's deep.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, the story about Albion trying to dig to Avalon is true and died at the 80-kilometer mark. But in this Lost World, they actually were able to dig the entire way. In proper human history, though, I called it PPH for some odd reason. It's known as the Spiritual Tomb, and beyond that is the Fairy Realm, where no human can enter. Our destination is 2,700 kilometers away, but only will take us an hour thanks to shortcuts.
Magic. Literally, a fairy did it.
Mm-hmm. Merlin turns on the light, revealing a crystalline covered and a familiar-looking beast. That is Merlin, for some odd reason. I don't think that's ever explained.
He says he's going to be waiting for us in his best outfit, so this is just what he thought that was.
Oh god, that reminds me when he first shows up, you have to answer the responding fofo, and he's like, Count Palug, why are you here? Why did you just leave me? And then he realizes that it's not actually him. And it's all like, who said that could be a thing? I don't allow this.
Yes.
So,
and I think Mash has a joke in there about, oh, is that why Fo didn't want to come with us? He's just a hologram, so Fo can't kick him.
But we see a mural projected onto the wall, and Merlin tells us a story. It starts as it usually does about the origin of the land, but it takes a sudden red shift. Apparently, the 6 original fairies poisoned Big C and turned his body into land, and then took his priestess, who was screaming and crying, made her undying, and cut her into pieces. Thus, the fairies were cursed. These fairies
This is exactly how I thought this was going to go.
Turns out that the fairies didn't like that Big C couldn't make them land, and that his priestess was telling them to be responsible. So, after this, they turn the priestess into more humans and make their own stores and forest children. But fairies start dying, turning into land. But since more were being born, numbers didn't change. With those numbers and the humans being made from the priestess, being humans, civilization was forming. But fairies...
Somebody in chat is like, exactly. I'm like, yeah, no. They fucking killed this guy and buried him in the dirt. And the island is made of corpses. Now, they also talked about all humans being copied from a template. I was fairly certain they had done something very wrong to Big C and his priestess.
Yeah. Like I said, they say everyone was made from one human. There was exactly one human after fucking everything got blown up. But fairies kept dying, and they realized that it was the rage and curses of Big C. Not only did they kill him for selfless reasons, but they desecrated and used his priestess for a tool for 14,000 years. But there was another reason under that as well. The original reason Big C was sent here, to punish the fairies. We speak of the White Titan, frfr, and Mash brings up that it was defeated by the humans using the divine construct Excalibur that was made in Britain. She trails off here as he realizes no one has mentioned it yet. The music shift here is spot on as you realize just how badly the fairies fucked up. Yeah. This is a world in which frfr was never defeated, and the reason is simple. The fairies were just lazy about it. Once they realized what they had done, they refused to accept the blame. The planet's inner sea first sent Big C. But then they sought Vivian, Morgan, and Castor, Artoria. Ringing the 6 bells was to signal that the fairy's atonement and give the fairy of paradise the mystic to build the sword in exchange for her life. Morgan couldn't do it, though, as it would erase Britain.
Yeah, basically by this point in the timeline, so long as they correct the construction of the sacred sword, this place is just a singularity that becomes corrected, right?
Yeah.
Just like in part 1. And then proper human history would basically just unfuck itself.
Yeah. Because the problem isn't that frfr destroyed everything, it was that the sword was never made. That's the error. frfr destroying everything is just a result of that error.
And so if the sacred sword exists, then hypothetically this timeline can slot itself back into proper human history somewhere. Don't exactly ask me how, but maybe it's one of those things where like we can write it off as just a bad dream and it's okay now.
Mm-hmm. But this walk is almost over, and we must face the conviction of the dragon to see if we are free of sin. Not of original sin, or of the sins we committed, but what we plan to do and the resolve to do them.
Yep.
Like I say,
they played a little bit of the original Grand Battle music here.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty on point.
Yeah, but here's a point. But yeah, no, we finally found what the fairies are up, and it's just like there's some points in here, Menta, but like apparently like Big C was so mad that one bit of the original bit of land where he was, that never actually filled in. No, that
his body like became the basis under the ocean and just stayed there. And no matter how many fairy corpses they threw in the pit,
never covered up. So yeah, no, like apparently originally that was all ocean, but just so many corpses that the body just made a natural dam around it. So yeah, that's what the Great Pit was. He was just so angry. And the thing is about like Big C, he wasn't like, he was upset about being killed, but he was just so more mad. I think he was literally more mad about what they did to his priestess too.
Yeah, I believe Merlin pitches it that way, that like, because basically, it's not explicit in this, but it's clarified later. Basically, Gaia, embodiment of the earth, sends Keranos from the reverse side to be like, hey, beat those fairy asses. They fucked it all up. Everything is dead. Keranos just can't bring himself to do that. He's literally too nice, too much of a big fluff. He just kind of like shelters them from the waves and has his priestess basically like give them moral lessons. Which, if the 6 clan heads were anything like any of the fairies we've met ever, I'm sure they super appreciated that. They totally understood what was happening there. And eventually, yeah, like Merlin explained, they just get fed up with the fact that this great god of wild places can't give them a new place to live on, and that his priest just keeps bothering them. And so they say, "Oh, we're gonna throw you a festival, buddy. We're gonna celebrate. We're finally gonna accept our sin." And the priestess is like, "Big C, don't do this. Those fuckers, they're lying. They're lying liars who lie." And he's just like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm just a big fluff guy. I'm gonna drink this poison wine." Oh no. And then yeah, it's bad. Also, once again, put that in perspective. These fuckers killed a god.
I wonder how they got that fucking wine.
Something related to their sacraments, probably.
Probably. Also, no,
yeah,
right of the end. It is not sacred. It is the opposite of sacred. It is cursed.
Yeah, it's bad. It's super cursed. That's what happens when you kill a god. They're usually upset about this.
Yes.
But yeah, there's actually a fight here. Lucky doesn't have any notes about that because I bet it wasn't. It was such a cakewalk.
It kind of was.
I just put here. This is why break bars exist, because Sigurd made this a snap. I literally probably could have done this in one turn if I was trying harder, and that's with literally you can only pick 2 servants. I just went Castoria, Dioscuri, Sigurd, and if I'd done a different combo there, I'm pretty sure I could have come up with 800,000 damage. But yeah, no, it's only natural that a fairy tale should go to the land of the fairies, right?
Right. I'm telling you all right now, Lucky has made a fucking,
He's made an executive decision.
I made an executive decision. So, this is section 28, the moment a star is born. Don't you fucking at me. But I will put my first note up here. This place was such a mood whiplash that I had to pause for the night.
Yeah, Avalon fucking bumping.
It's all
Who's
bright.
running the sound system down here?
Yeah, no, everything was bright, everything was cheerful, the music. I love this track, but just coming after all that shit behind me, I'm all like, I don't know how to feel right now.
We do a literal fucking smash cut from oops, all fire. Literally all of Britain is on fire, and then you get to Avalon, and it's like, oh, hey. But that's the point, you know, it's a paradise.
So, this is Avalon, Yokozo. A paradise where no evil exists, and all there is hope. It's just a shadow of the one from proper human history. It doesn't have a tower, nor a lake where fairies gather. Just a site of selection where the fairies was meant to forge the sword. It has the same significance as where Artoria per Caliburn from that stone.
Also, by the way, a lot of people have always asked, what the fuck does Merlin's Noble Phantasm do? I think this basically cinches it. He creates an image of this.
Oh,
so
yeah, he basically makes a field of hope. And I think that makes sense.
He just projects an image of Avalon. His is also an illusion, but it does have his tower, you know, and it's...
It makes you feel good about your life.
On the inner sea. Let them know.
So, the site of selection is where we're heading, and it's only a stone throws away, but getting there will require overcoming some trials. We'll have to go through Artoria's memories, starting with the harshest winter to the most joyous of spring.
The final temptation. Also, yes, this is a remix of Castoria's NP theme.
Yes. I wonder what his name is. Again, like Slight Divergence, I can't wait for this fucking to show up in our fucking jukebox. Like,
yeah, no, this is OST 5 specifically. This is gonna be a good one.
Yeah. Ooh. Excuse me. But once we have forged the stone, the Lostbelt would have lost its divergence point, and history will stabilize again. If this Lostbelt and proper human history were to mix, it would become a world without protection, and we wouldn't be able to use the divine construct against a foreign god. We are worried about something, but Artoria tries to rush us along, saying that she was planning on coming here after the coronation anyways. We need that divine construct anyway, so it's all good. It's all gravy. We talk about how paradise works, and Merlin lets us know what's happening in Britain. While the prophecy only mentions the economies of red and black, there isn't actually a limit. If they get free, they would scorch the bleach earth like a discount incineration of humanity.
This gave me several thoughts here. Basically, my thought was, naturally, Nasu would write things so that this story is basically a microcosm of part 1. And then, we go through the names of calamities. We, at the very least, name Barghest Calamity of the Beast, Kuranos, the Calamity of Curses, the Dead God, and probably a couple more we haven't thought of yet. He says there's no number here. And then my immediate thoughts were, Nasu's Dark Souls is really showing here. Huh. And then I was like, man, Fairy Britain would make a fucking sick Soulsborne game.
Yeah. Merlin impresses upon us that there was no saving Barghest, as this was her fate, 1,000 years overdue. Bixie is another matter, though, and we should just blast him. Unfortunately, he has a stacked deck. We are talking about options when Artoria vanishes. She is now facing her winter memories. Can we talk about how the attacks are called abuse, ridicule, lie, discrimination?
I mean, we could talk about them. I feel like we would all be emotionally happier if we didn't. But yeah. No, some stuff.
Let's not.
That said, it's never not wyverns, even when it isn't. We still make a joke. But my note here is just like, this is the winter of our discontent.
Artoria reappears and seems confused, but doesn't talk about what she saw, seemingly forcefully cheerful. Artoria's winter memories of her in the village of Tintagel. The villagers either feared or hated her, and both sides abused her for it. When she was 6, her staff started talking to her, though. It was Merlin, ? And he started teaching her magecraft and encouraging her. That only lasted a year until someone heard her laughing, and they took away her staff until she was 16. Artoria's out of memories of her at 12, when she was given an errand to take something to Ector, the blacksmith. He's been there for hundreds of years and hates fairies with black ichor. After dropping off the package, he tells her to get, and she does. But she goes back. Eventually, he warms up to her. This is when Artoria first meets Barghest. Ector was the one who made her armor. She didn't see or / ignored Artoria, and that pissed Artoria off. She learns that her name is actually Barghest because Fey eyes can see even through cursed lies on paper. There was an interesting text effect they did here, where they blocked it out, the normal, but they put Barghest above it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's some fun stuff here. We do finally learn how Artoria met Tamlin Gawain. You know, it was a thing we were asking about. And it is very interesting that the gifts of the Tamlin don't protect their true names from Fey eyes, which means literally only Morgan and Artoria. Presumably, this is part of why Artoria is never super impressed with all of the Tamlins. She literally, sees through them at the start.
Yeah. Life with Ector was better than it was before, but the villagers still abuse her. At one point, Ector offers a beret, or barrette. Is it barrette? It's a barrette.
Yeah, I think it's a barrette.
A barrette, but she refuses it, knowing that the village would take it from her. I have a note here saying, "Fuck, is that what the river showed her?"
Yeah, I think everybody agrees that that's what it is, especially because it comes back later.
Oh, it does. Artoria remembers a conversation he has with Merlin, talking about romance and looking for love. I have my next note here. Fucking hell, it's Oberon. That's fucking Oberon, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some interesting rounds and rounds with Merlin here. Some of it is convincingly Merlin-like. Some of it is not. A very important thing is when teaching her magecraft is, remember, he always has to leave to go get books.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he takes sometimes he has to slip and fucking put together a study plan.
Yeah. And, another time when talking about teaching, when teaching her about just whatever would make her the most happy, he needs to go to a blacksmith to do some practical prep work to teach her how to do bombs. There's a lot going on here. I actually think the love conversation is interesting because something to remember about Merlin is he's not really good at romance either because of his Merlin-ness.
His incubus nature?
Yeah, he's just kind of Merlin is the ultimate fuck around and find out guy. But it is kind of implied that at least one of Morgan's aspects, her helpful, Nimue of the Round Table, was, at least crushing on Merlin as his apprentice. And eventually, she got so fed up with him that she sealed him, in the Crystal Cavern and locked him in Avalon.
Actually, what was the reason? What was the inciting incident? Was he just? I actually don't know.
I don't know if Fate has ever straight up described it. I think the general idea is just that whether it's because she was busy being, Morgan Le Fay and Vivienne the Fairy at the same time or not, is that Morgan just got tired of his shit and was just like, all right, buddy, to hell with ye, Like, it could have been, like, her more sinister nature coming over because she would have told that he would have fucked up her plans. Or it could just have been that, like, as his apprentice, she genuinely got so fed up with him being him that she was just like, all right, fucking timeout. Only those free of sin may pass. And then Merlin's like, oi, hold on. That's against the rules. Ooh, the drama log, this part is narrated by Oberon. Okay.
Honestly, I bring this up later, but I think Oberon has been the narrator for this whole thing.
There are definitely parts, I think, that are his.
Yeah.
There are some that are questionable, but I guess thematic spoilers, but I want you to keep this in mind. Chat, I think at the end of the day, Castoria and Oberon are actually super similar.
Mm-hmm.
They have very similar roles in the story, just kind of coming at it from different angles.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll reinforce that later, but that's I think why there's a little bit of confusion, is because sometimes I think it is Castoria, like, thinking about stuff that's happening, like it's her own, like, third person narration. Other times it's absolutely Oberon, because he's really obsessed with stories. But yeah, this whole conversation is very, very telling in a lot of ways.
But then on her 16th birthday, the villagers tell Castoria to prove that she is the child of prophecy by killing Hector. He is an Imperial Guard for the Queen.
Yeah, this we already learned about from the Garden of Lostbelt, but they clarify for it. Also, they're not wrong. He's an Imperial Guard because that's the fucking Black Knight.
Yeah.
In case you guys didn't catch that. The man is or was mostly immortal. I believe they said that when they quote-unquote killed Ash, all they could do was, like, crush his ears and throw him in the sea.
And remember, Hector is hard of hearing.
Yeah. But yeah, he was too angry to die, so he didn't.
Yep. And the most unfortunate thing is, because of Arturia's Fey eyes, she knows that they aren't actually lying about them being fucking scared of him.
Yeah.
They do actually think he's a threat. And so we go on to her summer memories. Arturia agrees to kill Hector, as the villagers really do think he's a danger to him. She couldn't do it, though, but her friend, that's in fucking air quotes, by the way, was watching her and ratted her out. They thought she was a false child of prophecy and captured her and delivered to Woodrose. She has 3 days to prepare her escape. The best she can hope for is that she can break out, and some of the fairies that still believe in her just look the other way. On that day, though, there is a commotion and Hector appears to break her out. Outside, though, the villagers are fighting each other, and Woodrose appears to give orders to crush the conflict and take any fairy that may be the child of prophecy per Morgan's orders. I put a note here, so Morgan really was not just trying to murder every child that could be the child of prophecy, he was just trying to find them? I'm not entirely sure what she would have done with them when she had them, but it wasn't just, straight up murder. At least.
I mean, I feel like she probably would have tried to just, like, logic them into, like, hey, don't do that. But also, knowing Morgan, I bet she absolutely could have tried to manipulate the beats of the prophecy to not cause a problem.
Morgan was just gonna, like, this is my child now. Honestly, that's probably what she would have done. She probably just would have made her successor. Probably let her in on the fucking plan.
But yeah, I do appreciate that as we move into summer, we realize that Woodrose is actually less and less unhinged seeming. Like, he's still not a great guy. He has a temper problem, but, like, even Arturia, again, talking about how she lies all the time, even Arturia kind of pitched the story to us that, like, what the urban legend is, that he, wiped out the village of Tintagel to get at the Child of Prophecy. Technically, that is kind of what happened, because I am sure that the fighty fairies, would have fought back against him, and he probably had to shank most of them.
Yeah.
But
he didn't start the conflict.
He was not there to cause that problem, just that fight arose, and fuck it. That is definitely Woodrose's thing. But no, Hector remains a loyal retainer to the last.
Artoria flees into the woods with Hector, but Hector's wounds are too severe. And he passes after getting her the "who you are" in the dark speech. Artoria grips her staff, puts on her new hat, and begins her pilgrimage.
By the way, Hector gave her the hat. He is the hat origin. Hat grandpa. He also, by the way, that's where her grandpa complex comes from. He insists on being called grandpa because she doesn't want... He doesn't want her to call him Hector because presumably it would remind him too much of Ash.
I think he mentioned something about them being fucking similar in one report anyway. I can't remember what part it was.
Yeah, at one point, I think it's after Bargus, when he realizes just how fucking tempestuous she is, he's just like, oh, fuck, you're alike. You guys are alike. Oh, God. Oh, no. Bad. But yeah. Much like a lot of our other relationships of, like, you know, seeing her face and, you know, the pain it causes some other characters. Like, Hobbitron has a couple of those flashbacks as well. Like, Hector absolutely is like, oh, shit. He knew exactly what he was dealing with.
It's true. All she wanted to do was live with Grandpa and work at the forge. But nay. She has a...
I am kind of curious what the meaning of her obsession with blacksmithing is. Because that seems to be just like a... Is it because her purpose is to forge the sacred sword?
No, I was about to say, like, this is like some fucking Emiya Shira level shit of her purpose is sword.
Well, I mean, I do think that is actually correct. She does have sacred sword creation. That's what the sword of selection skill is actually that. It's it's the reverse of Merlin's hero creation. So yeah, I think that is actually meant to be kind of like a weird opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Caster Artori is the hypothetical, you know, Avalonian love child of Shiro and Saber.
Now that you said that, I'm not going to be able to get that out of my fucking head. Thank you for that.
Ugh. One more curse layer.
Great. You give me a few more and I'll be as fluffy as Big C. So...
Oh, we'll be saying a few more curses before this is over.
Probably. But Artoria tries to start her pilgrimage, but is basically given the same treatment as she was back in the village. She goes out, tries to fight some Moors, proves that she's Shadow Prophecy. No one gives her the time of fucking day or just takes advantage of her. So she says, fuck it. Decides to go to the Nameless Wood and tries to forget everything, but the curse doesn't work on her. So she goes to the newcomer's tent to try and sulk, but meets a strange boy and thinks, maybe we can be friends. Lucky did a grab his heart and moment here.
Yeah, no, it all loops around. She literally comes in that moment of, like, despair. She was never affected at all. She remembered everything, probably because her Fey eyes allow no lies.
Mm-hmm.
And just, yeah, meets this completely nameless rando and is just like, oh, you don't have any preconceptions. Maybe we can be friends. We are friends. You are my friendo.
Mm-hmm. Or strange girl, excuse me. I always write this from my perspective. I've played a male MC like forever, so it is ingrained in me.
Yeah. And it is important to note that there are these kinds of back and forths, right? Like we talked about that way back in part 1, but depending on whether you're male or female MC, Oberon gives you a different name tag for a different bit character in Midsummer Night. Because he is a fuckboy.
Oh, does her Valentine's CE come out with swords? I forgot.
Yes, she does actually. Yeah, she talked about that. She needed somebody's help. Was it Maeve? Somebody helped her with the chocolate. She mentions that all of her original chocolates came out sword-shaped.
Yeah, so yeah, no, her order it is just like him. You fucking
yeah.
I should just go back and read it. Well, actually, I didn't remember that bit because Castoria's Valentine CE is actually quite somber.
Yeah.
But while Artoria faces her spring memories, Muramasa confirms that Artoria doesn't have to give everything she has, literally, to forge a sword. Before we continue that line of thought, though, Artoria reappears, slightly confused. She hides a pained expression and runs for the top of the hill. There was no trial because she had no joyous memories. I would hope that the times that she spent with us would count, but maybe they don't qualify as memories yet?
Yeah, my interpretation, my note here is just, oh, this poor child has no spring. My thought is basically that would be right now after she's actually, like, completed her job, but she's still been getting her ass kicked, metaphorically and literally, all the way here. Like, she has had no time to have joy and be herself. Because literally the moment her job is done, her best frenemy in the world is poisoned and the world catches fire. Like, there has been no proper moment for her to, like, sit back and relax.
True.
So, yeah, it's interesting there that, like, I think, and I mean, ultimately it's our thumbnail. I think what the CE you get from this is supposed to represent is, like, her hypothetical spring, right? Like,
I think that's what it says in the description too.
Yeah. This could have been her spring memories, which is just, it's her with the fucking Barrett. She got it. And just her on the town with you know,
Nock
sure
and
whether I
Gareth.
should say, yeah, Tamlin, Gareth, or Ainsel, but yeah, Gareth and Nock just chilling like she wanted to do, but couldn't.
Almost everyone's in that CE. There's also Bargus and Tristan and Percy and Lancelot. I don't know if Morgan's in there. I don't think she is, but
No, I'm pretty sure Morgan would have to relocate herself, but yeah, it's an interesting one. But no, it's really sad. But I think it encapsulates, like, what Artori is about, and I think not that a certain other sword grandpa wasn't planning on doing this already. He literally tells us when we first hear about the cost, he's like, "Don't worry about it. Leave everything to your grandpa." But I think this really solidifies for him what he's gonna do.
yeah. So we move to the side selection, and we aren't happy about what Tori is about to do. She chides us for it, and uses this chance to get a lot off her chest. She talks about how she has hated just about everything, and how many times she almost gave up on this. But despite that, she's still gonna do her duty. She then steps into the light and slowly begins to dissolve and fade away. She remembers her journey and all of us. She says that as the Fairy of Paradise, she hated everything and has no good memories. But as Artoria, this journey has been a blast. At the end, though, she wishes that she could found that guiding star that has always been with her and the storm that is her world. Muramasa shows up then, and is like, stacked beside Missy. This takes a real smith. He takes over the forging of the Sacred Sword. He's Senji goddamn Muramasa, and if there's something that he knows about, it's about making swords and cutting destiny. He burns his soul to craft a construct. Parts of him burning away as he does. He apologizes to Artoria in his final moments that he couldn't make that barrette for her. I cried. I'm not keeping count anymore. That boy will always help that girl.
Yeah. And this scene, like, it brings, obviously, this Lostbelt full circle and Muramasa full circle, but it brings back shit from Fate Stay Night full circle.
Yeah.
Emiya, in some roots, I think especially in Unlimited Blade Works, says that he can trace Excalibur, but it would kill him.
Yeah.
Like, it cycles back so much, and I'm reminded of very specifically one of Muramasa's NP lines. The sword of Senji is made of such layered steel. Now free your spirit and reach enlightenment. You know, his line about the sword cutting karma itself, it also reflects to that moment. And it's like, damn, it's good. Lucky's notes peter out, but we get a couple more here. We get some bound around. We got 2 hours to save the world now. We used up one of our 3 hours.
Yeah. Like, sorry.
And,
No.
This was emotional. Like, the fucking... I mean, if you don't know, you don't know, but you're never going to get the impact of that clang, and then Muramasa's arm just whoosh away.
Yeah.
Like, they had to do special, like, masking sprites for this and stuff. Like, it's very punchy. So I totally understand that, like, this is the moment where you had to let go. But there are a couple of little moments here, including Merlin gets one more little comment in here as we're leaving. He says that, hey, the Master of Chaldea talked to themselves a lot in this one. I wonder what that was about. We'll wrap that one back around later. But for the people who know, there may be another character later who is referred to as a hole in the world. So yeah, even Merlin with his super advanced clairvoyance didn't catch on that some stuff was happening.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we get our timetable updated to 2 hours.
Yep.
And then we have another interlude again.
Interlude. 2 hours after Beast of Calamity's appearance, Tamlin Lancelot is in British airspace. I slightly kicked at that term. Listen, they just like anytime Tamlin Lancelot is involved, it's always like jet terminology. I love it.
Yeah.
She realizes that the reason that all this is happening is because of Aurora. Tamlin Lancelot realizes that it was Aurora that wanted the Mirror Clan. Okay, this doesn't make entirely sense how I wrote it, so I probably fucked it up somewhere.
Yeah, you probably spliced some stuff. Basically, we get a flashback once more with clarity. That moment, that night, of like what happened.
Oh, reveals that it was Aurora that Aurora wanted the Mirror Clan killed. Okay, now I see. Okay,
that's probably a good one. Yeah, you got it. So we have that kind of clarity moment.
Aurora doesn't think of things as in good and evil, rather in what makes her more popular or less popular. She really isn't that strong, actually, just really good at dragging people down whenever they became more popular than she did. I have a note here. Jesus fucking Christ, I was right. She does do all this shit just because she wants to be the most popular one. Even after Aurora has Tamlin Lancelot kill the Mirror Clan, Aurora thinks that she had nothing to do with it and blames it on the foul, rotten creature that is mimicking her opinion. I have a second note here. I slammed my fist on the desk here. Yes, I slammed my desk! Just against something. And because I yelled, "That's why you're wearing a mask. Aurora doesn't want you out prettying her."
I also think this is one of the reasons why, even when it doesn't make sense, she keeps the Tamlin Lancelot name. Because she knows, and by the way, Aurora always calls her Melusine.
Mm-hmm.
While she is Melusine, that's just between her and Aurora, and that's not the one everybody says is pretty. Everybody says Tamlin Lancelot is the most beautiful fairy in all. So, like, there's a lot of mind hack here. But yeah, basically, we get some information here. One, we confirm that Aurora is over 3,000 years old. And we also see that Aurora basically has, if I were to put this in servant terms, a kind of mental pollution.
Yeah, that
her
makes
motivations
sense.
are always pure and innocence in a sense, and she intrinsically believes whatever is most convenient for her, and that usually involves people more popular than her getting taken out. This is probably why Morgan's Fey Eyes didn't instantly out her, because Aurora just corrects her worldview to whatever makes sense to her. So, like you said, when she's talking to other fairies, her worldview corrects to, oh, I never ordered the destruction of the Mirror Clan. That was definitely something that was evil. Whereas when she's giving this mission to Melusine, she's like, I'm upset that those Mirror Clan are spreading their prophecy that's undermining our good Queen Morgan. Go take care of that for me, would you? Like, so she never lies. Her mind just reformats the truth to fit whatever makes the most sense to her, being the most popular motherfucker. And it's so infuriating, but so, like, everything clicks, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, oh my god.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
But yeah, no, like I said, the mental pollution thing came to me because it's basically like, this is basically how servants like Phantom and Kiyohime and others work, where just like, they have beliefs that are so intrinsic to their being that you can't shake them. Phantom of the Opera thinks that he's the literal Phantom of the Opera and you are Christine. That's just how he works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Punchy.
punchy. So apparently, Tamlin Lancelot is apparently the culmination of the Northern Fairies' curses. Apparently, they all settled on the bog with Lord Skelly is. And I do think there is a entry in the timeline when the Northern Fairies say, "You're next." Actually, we're doing a spoiler thing. Let me actually run over to the map real quick, because I think the timeline is still on there.
I hope it is.
Let me see here. Because, like I said, I thought it was like a interesting...
I mean, Furtree said this is like, everything she says becomes truth. That would be an interesting parallel to another character who has a rule about everything they say becomes a lie. Even if they did not... Because somebody was like, oh, that character has told several objective truths. Yeah, but did those truths actually reflect what they really believed?
Ah, yes, in the War of Spring, the myriad corpses of the innocent Northern Fae mutter, "You're next." And I think that's something that... Hang on 1 second. Because I think that repeats somewhere. Maybe not. Oh, wait, no. The Moors War. The fallen king is said to have laid a curse upon the Fang clan. You're next.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's a time another time a calamity was created.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I mean, part of it is because it's a time loop story, and Morgan deliberately did that to herself. She transplanted. Basically, every time a calamity came up, Morgan either yeeted into the past where she herself could use it to grind, or she controlled it. She put a name on it. That is technically, I mean, it's true for multiple reasons for Tamlin Tristan, but it's also true for Tamlin Tristan because remember, that was, the original Darlington was the calamity of the living dead. That was another calamity that was caused by that thing that happened with Tamlin Tristan, and so Morgan was just like, I'll put a name on it. Slap. You're Tamlin. You don't do that anymore.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah, I was actually wondering why... Well, it was also to cover up her nascent as Baba and She, so people wouldn't fucking bully her.
Yes,
yeah.
But I think it also fits the themes because technically Baba and She had caused a calamity inadvertently, and so she was like, nope, you're fix that. Same with Barghest. You're not a calamity. You're Tamlin Gawain.
Everything's okay.
Melusine at least approached it from a different angle.
Omega?
What's up?
There's a dot between Lostbelt 6 and 7. I know what's there, but if I didn't,
Yeah, I think this is why a lot of people knew that we were going to have 6 point.
Yeah.
Spoilers, this is 6.5.
Yeah.
I do like that that's a white dot, whereas Heian-kyo was a black dot.
Oh, was it?
I hadn't caught. It was dark.
Oh.
I hadn't caught that before. That's neato. Symbolism.
All right.
But we are not done with this interlude.
We are not. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. All right, more mindless AP grinding while I just burn apples for no reason.
Not for no reason. You get your QP back.
I am getting my QP, but eventually I think I am going to probably run out, and I'm going to have to start spending rainbow apples. Well, not on this, but probably in a lotto event coming up here pretty soon. I don't know how many I'm going to be spending in there. But, let's see here. Where was I? Ah, yes. Salisbury has lost its goddamn mind. The Fairies are writing in the worst sense of the word, accumulating and saying that Aurora needs to be the new queen and sacrifice herself to the Moors to fix all this shit. Lancelot finds Aurora in the cathedral, and Aurora tells Lancelot that this place has become not what she wants, and to take her out to the outside world where she can build her ideal world where she is the most popular and everyone loves her. Lancelot has the most pained expression. It comes out that Aurora had just got sick of Laurel's logic and reasoning and turned her into a caterpillar, then accidentally stepped on her. And
I told you to run, miss.
Yeah. And that's it. That's the final point. That's what does it for Lancelot. She tells Aurora that no matter what, she loves her and will make her wishes come true. Aurora's all like, oh, very good. And they step closer together, and Lancelot sobs Aurora. As Aurora collapses, Melusine yells about how it won't work, that taking her out of here will be a fate worse than death for Aurora, and Melusine can't let that happen to the one that she loves the most. She basically explains that if Aurora was to go to the outside world, humanity would see Aurora and understand exactly what kind of creature she is, and not fawn upon her like she wants to. That instead she will be hated and reviled, and Aurora will become a pathetic shadow of herself and lose all her beauty and brilliance, and basically every day of living will be torture for her, and Melusine does not want that for her. She does it even though that once Aurora is gone, she will no longer be able to hold her form. Regardless, she stabs Aurora one more time and then collapses back in to flesh. Then that flesh erupts into the sky, the sound of jet engines firing.
I will also say, talking about her being that not allowing her to go over to proper human history, she still went through the transition. I think that counts, because remember, all paradoxes got corrected when it got turned into a lost world. So.
Oh yeah, true. She actually originated in the.
She did originate in the Fae era, but Morgan has this big long talk about how information gets flexed. So I don't know if it would have been an issue. Even so, Melusine wouldn't have that. But yeah, like in my own notes on this is basically Melusine has hit her limit. She decides to give Aurora the mercy kill rather than Celia rode away. It obviously hurt Melusine much more than it hurt Aurora. So for that, I am sad.
Yeah, no.
I don't feel bad for Aurora, though. She sucks. She is the essential Farah. Never did nothing wrong, not a thought in her head. The whole world revolves around her. The only solace I take in this is knowing that by her own stupidity, this clock was ticking for a long time.
Yeah. My note here is I'm going to go spell my Melusine a lot. I'll be right back in a bit.
Yep. All right, so please hold. I'm going to stop the audio for a second. We're getting a little bit of lag and Audacity, probably because my Discord was goofing well.
Yeah, I got a bit of a goop there somewhere, too. I don't know what happened.
Discord servers. Audacity's going to freeze for a second. It's going to check for dropped audio. Hopefully nothing was dropped. I think it was recording the whole time. The times line up, at least, stream-wise. I think it's because the humans are still based on the priestess, which is still from before that correction. So I don't know. Either way, like no matter what, it's a hopeless effort, right? So it doesn't matter no matter what. Either way, Melusine is just like nope.
Oh hey, Legendary put on a big explosion in between. Hang on, I'm gonna test this. It's gonna be loud though, probably. So hang on. Actually, hang on. Let me turn this down. Let me see here. I can't even hear it.
He turned it down too much.
That's a pretty good explosion, but it's a little. If it was shorter, I think that'd be perfect.
Okay. No dropped audio. Though now that I paused this, we're at 4.5 hours. I need to go step away for a sec. Also, it's almost midnight. Everybody log in.
Log in!
I'll be right back.
Trying to build up my QP. I'm personally not sure. I'm gonna go with the idea that she couldn't in the first place, but nah. Wibbly wobbly timey-wimey bullshit. This Ganesh is getting the shit beat out of her. Actually, let's stop. Let's see here. Oh, we're making it. We're definitely making it. Oh shit! Look at. Oh, Teach is almost there. Let's take a peek here. I'm over at 300. This should be plenty of QP for Kama and Koya Sky of Darkness. Not to mention, I'll probably be getting more out of the lotto.
All right. Bio break done. Splash some water on my face.
Yeah.
Absolutely sure we are recording. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let me just do a quick check.
That was
here.
the end of the interlude. We're basically at the end. There's not that much longer, but I do want to put in context before we go into section 29. A prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
That we have basically spent, like, raw episode-wise. Obviously, we had a very full mailbag that took up a couple hours of this, but, like, this episode's probably going to be, like, 4:45, 5 hours long. This episode's only about the third drop of Lostbelt 6. There were 2 more sections of story before this. This is just the last bit. to talk about how dense this is, to put this in perspective. No. Fuck no. Somebody asking about the recap. I'm fairly certain that when the recap shows up, probably do that around when Tunguska comes out. Like I would probably break it into part 1, part 2, and part 3 just for the sake of the bit. Like it's pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts.
But yeah. But my notes on section 29 are, buckle the fuck up. This is the long one. This is the boss rush.
So, section 29, a prophecy. With things a bit hectic aboard, we returned to the storm border. Merlin was very kind and gave us a straight-to-go pass, and we basically teleport aboard. Mash goes down to drop off the Divine Construct, and we fill in everyone. Holmes takes charge immediately and is starting to issue commands for a plan of attack when abruptly we take a hit. We're hit from a laser from a high-speed aircraft, and it's not playing by the rules. We lose a Marine in the chaos. Much sadness was had. We get a look at it, and it's a motherfucking dragon.
I really hope, by the way, that Nemo Marine, I'm sorry he's gone, but I really hope he did a Wilhelm scream.
We pull off some sick stunts and get some speed and angle, but it ain't gonna be enough. It's the third calamity, and it's after us because we have a means to stop the collapse. That means it's gunning for Artoria, the fact Holmes is all too willing to abuse for an advantage. Unfortunately, Artoria can only protect or lure, not both at once, so that plan is shot. At least until Percy appears and speaks up. He's going to be the lure and is the only one that can do it. The Percy is now, the dragon is now more machine than creature, but upon seeing someone at the tip of the aircraft, something aches where its heart should be. Percy takes his stand after telling everyone to remember this land and not hate it for its mistake. And then the guitar starts up? This really is Ace Combat!
Which, by the way, I probably should have said it faster, but my comment was, she even sounds like a jet plane. Fire up the Ace Combat soundtrack. And then the guitar hits in. And then it's, Calamity of Flame, Albion. Oh, yeah, these are some Evil of Humanity-ass subtitles here. These are some fucking beast-ass boss intros.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. And then we fight. I'm gonna be real, I didn't have a problem with this fight. I really didn't. It was really straightforward with Dioscuri, Tamamo, and Castoria.
Chat, it's important that I remind you that I have an NP2 Dioscuri with Muramasa and Ibuki in the wings, and I know a guy with the level 120 Tamamo. Sabers who pierce, I can do.
You didn't see it, but I just flashed a peace sign.
Yeah, it was that guy. That guy. It's him. Also, my terrible no good joke here, but this boss drops Aurora Steel, so I'm like, oh, so Aurora Steel is made of Aurora. Good to know she becomes something useful.
Honestly, that's probably why they dropped it.
Yeah, but no. This boss gets like 5 hits of evade and shit, and I was just like, nah, you know what fixes that? NP2 Dioscuri.
You know, let's just burn those 3 fucking apples. After those 3 apples are gone, I'm done, though. It's done. I have farmed all the QP I'm going to farm from this.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Everybody log in, by the way. New day.
Honestly, after that, I might just turn on the friend points gotcha and we'll just see whatever fucking pops up.
Funny. You'll get a lot of EXPs that way.
Yeah, well, I still need to level Oberon, and I don't want to spend time in the mines.
Fair enough.
And if I can gather more all XPs, that's what I can save up for later. But I don't know if it'll go that long. Because like I said, I plan on using 3 more apples for QP.
But once more, we must ask one final time. O Spear of Selection, judge my actions.
Percy.
And the Spear's like, nah. Thumbs up, bro.
Yeah. And so, actually, I'll save this line for after actually explaining it. It turns out that we are not able to stop Albion, and she tries to get away, but Percy says, not today, and activates the Spear of Selection one more time. He flings it with everything he has, and so the brave knight slew the dragon, giving his life so others may live, all for love. The wind howls, or rather, the dragon cries.
I need some 07s in chat. R.I.P. my big boy. He is truly the greatest human.
Yes.
And they do, I mean, it's painful, but they do an effect on this. He literally crumbles to dust.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he uses all of his life juice left and just gone. Fucking Thanos snapped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, make sure that's going. It's going. Back on the storm border, we're going to prioritize Karanos over Bargus, as one will end the world as we know it. Mash objects and wishes to be sent as a separate strike force. She doesn't want to see Bargus become an enemy of proper human history. We stand with her, and Gorodov is willing to be a little reckless. We can't take anyone else and have to use the shadow border. The little diversion is good. Da Vinci wants to swing by Salisbury to pick up her records and can check up on Mike and Hobbichot. We flash back and take a look at Bargus' mind, how eating the ones she loved has broken her a long time ago. That how her pride and honor were the only things keeping her together. That stops when she gets to Manchester, when she sees the fairies killing and eating humans. They were imitating her, they said, for when they ate her human lover, Adonis. She remembers. Someone has sealed that memory. But now it breaks, and Barkus crumbles along with it. She realizes that she was wrong to protect these fairies, and she can't let them leave. Not now. The calamity descends.
Yeah, so after being alive for so long, a living curse, a weapon made by the King of the Moors just to spite the Fang clan, Bargus only gives out when she finds out the fairies she was busting her ass to save are, terrible. Terrible in a way, by the way, from a speech from Lords and Ladies by Sir Terry Pratchett, specifically, which I have dug up. It's about elves. Elves are wonderful. They provoke wonder. Elves are marvelous. They cause marvels. Elves are fantastic. They create fantasies. Elves are glamorous. They project glamour. Elves are enchanting. They weave enchantment. Elves are terrific. They beget terror. The thing about words is that meanings can twist just like a snake, and if you want to find snakes, look for them behind words that have changed their meaning. Nobody ever said elves are nice. And I'm just like, that really falls through what we got, going on here for fairies. Also, you can tell Nasi wrote this all himself. He loves blocked out text and letters.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why we keep censoring the first letter of eat, but, it's a thing that is absolutely, in his style.
I think it's because it's Bargus trying to avoid...
Suppress it, hold it together.
Yeah.
Also, somebody mindfuckled you there a little. Not sure whom it was. I think of two people. Not sure which one.
I'm not sure. The
narration makes me think a certain abyssal worm, but also that kind of sounds like that would be the thing Morgan would do, is be like, oh, you had a bad thing? Let me take that away from you.
No, I think it's... you're right. It could be either or, but the way that it was spoken... No, actually, it could have been either.
The tone of text makes me think it's the first option, but it really could be both.
Yeah.
But that's so. Even to the last, Bargus keeps a shred of her self-awareness. These fairies have become the true demon, Kaz, and she's going to kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
She realizes that fairies are, in fact, sinners. Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them fairies.
So we flash over to someone else, and I don't spend a lot of time talking about this, because fuck this guy. Spriggan dies an ignoble death, surrounded by the only thing he loved, art. He realizes that maybe he shouldn't have played with fire, pun intended. At the very least, he goes out with quiet dignity.
Yeah, Spriggan is one of those guys. I think it makes sense he did wander into a fairy world, right? Mm-hmm. So it makes sense that he is, in a sense, enraptured, captured by the beauty of this. I think there's something kind of poetic and human about a big, dumb idiot dying because he refuses to let go, not of his monetary wealth per se, but of his art. That said, at the very least, Spriggan goes out understanding that he may have done a dumb.
Yeah.
Though I kind of understand why he backed the wrong horse here. If he truly thought that Morgan or Chaldea would destroy Britain, that's where he keeps his stuff. I understand. The problem was that he misjudged Morgan super severely if he thought that was true. Yeah. That's the one thing Morgan would never destroy, is Britain.
Yeah.
Now, your shit that you keep in Britain, yes. But Britain, no. But yeah, no. He's just, he's captured by fairy art. Duh.
So, we touch down in the Shadow Border and make our way to Norwich. We can't go out because it'll drain us, so we have to summon from afar. I believe they said it's like 1,000, like, I don't know if it was kilometers. It can't be 1,000 kilometers, but...
No, I think it was 1,000 meters.
Yeah, like 1,000 meters. That makes more sense. We have to summon afar. We can manage 1, and we'll really regret it if we summon 2, so of course, we're summoning 2.
Yeah, my version of this note is, you're gonna feel like shit if you summon 2 servants. Yeah, so I'm summoning 2. Got it.
Yep. Bargus is huge now, but we aren't daunted. The Bargus we knew before this was the strongest. The Bargus we knew before this was the strongest knight we knew. Mash deploys. I forgot a comma in there. Oh wait, no, I put a period in there. For this fight, this was the weird fight where you have to either, I believe it was, break the first bar or only have Mash survive. I went the cheap route and just grabbed Nobukatsu and George for their taunts.
Yeah, I think I did something similar. I just picked a couple of I think it was specifically both of my Lancer taunters. By the way, hey, in case you didn't know this, you can filter by buffs and skill effects now.
Oh, you can?
Servant selection.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So I just was like, target focus up. Who are all my taunters? Give me Leonidas and... Oh, shit, who's my other Lancer taunter? I don't remember off the top, but I was just like, give me 2 Lancers with taunts, they'll die faster. Because Bargus is still a saber, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, yes, if you don't know about that feature, that is actually a thing they updated to the filters. You can select for servants to have specific effects, not just, you know, single target, non-damaging AoE and, you know, Buster Arts, quick, whatever. You can also pick by, like, what their skills do. Which will be very handy for future bullshit.
Yeah, now that I realize that, I'm probably going to have to remember that more often. It's not enough, though, and we almost go down, coughing up blood. Munier wants to retreat, but Mash haven't given up. She declares that she will save Bargus, and the round table responds. We stem up, and that we decide we're going to summon 2 more servants, but not the ones appearing next to Mash. Actual OG Gwen and Lancelot arrive to support their fellow Knight of the Round Table. While normally it would not be possible for them to be summoned, because someone took on their name and did a great deed with them, it became possible. I do believe that this is Chaldea's version, because they knew Mash. They knew her by name.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the implication, but still, I like it. Knights of the Rounds, assemble!
And Lancelot was like, yeah, I'm acting like an overprotective parent, but whatever. And Mash was like, what is this? What is this, Parents' Day at school? Just immediately.
Yeah, no. But now it's time. Calamity of the Beast. As always, a little upset by Bargus as a boss. She gets way too many actions, and she's able to do some of them through Skill Seal, which Gawain's NP applies. It's not the worst. I definitely wouldn't mind taking a run at it later, but just... Oh, gosh. The buff strip. So many buff strips. Like, unconditional enemy buff strips are just really frustrating, even if they're like clockwork. I do believe, by the way, this boss fight with Bargus, she does her skills in a certain order.
Oh, does she?
Okay. Yeah, I think she always does the buff strip first and then, like, the stun second or something, or is it her chart? Whatever. It's one of those things that you only notice after doing it, like, a few times and seeing her loop, which is really hard because she'll fucking eat your ass if you're not watching out. But, yeah. She also still has random skills she does, like her instant death and other stuff, so it's a little frustrating. I don't think it's a perfect boss fight. It's not the worst, but it's definitely... I had to come at it a couple times, and I spent a rock on this.
Yeah. I spent a rock on this one, too, and was 3 turns from victory. The buff removal always got me at the worst moment, and I just wasn't having it again. That said, the Knight of the Round buff did make this interesting and viable, and I wouldn't mind trying this again, just not with a whole entire story behind it. Again, I just want that boss simulator so I can just try things.
Also, I kind of feel a little bad that they only gave us the 2 extra slots. Like, I get why we're trying this because they're trying to do limiting, but also hitting us with, like, a really tough boss fight on top of limiting our number of slots. I really wanted to do, like, an Oops All Knights of the Round comp because, I talked about this in the pregame, these guys' special buffs apply to all Knights of the Round servants. So obviously they work on themselves in MASH, but also work on anybody even in the back row. The way I got this to work was I actually rotated Gawain out from my own Castoria because she still counts. So I was able to do some more defenses and some debuff clearing on top of letting Lancelot just, bust out his chainsaw. Gawain still had to rotate in, obviously, but, it took a little setup, and I decided to go with a rock because I think I did the classic move where I shaved off her 2 break bars, and then it was like, well, we all died, so I guess we'll do it again.
Mm-hmm. I have a second note here. In a way, Bargas got to meet and fight the original Tristan, Lancelot, and Gawain. I bet this would be her greatest joy and deepest shame.
I do believe I wrote this in the notes as well. Use my red text. I do think she actually has some Myram lines that reference this, where she is kind of like Babarist of how she has met Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot, the real ones.
But we are absolutely knackered from the summoning. We're about to pass out for a biz while Minuaria picks up MASH. But then we remember a warning from Pepe, and suddenly we are alert and back on our feet again.
Yes, from beyond the grave, my senpai warns. Don't nap until it's all over.
MASH is happy, and is happy she was able to stop Bargas, but she needs a few minutes to recover. Barry Gut takes that moment to strike. We're not having it and intercept the blow meant for MASH. Apparently, we literally just, I don't know, like chugged an energy drink.
We just did a 1,000-meter dash.
Yeah, just nearly passed out from fucking summoning 4 servants from long distance. We're like, not today.
Listen, Munier was worried when he saw how many stim capsules we took. It's like a fucking Fallout game. You just open up. How many stim packs do I have? Okay,
just running, and every time you fucking arm passes your leg, you just stim again.
Yeah, it's like you put a hotbar for stamina regen in Skyrim, and just every time you hit 0, potion, stamina potion.
God.
But also, hey, now your outside's match your inside, Barry. You're doing so good. I think we tanked him because he's literally gooping out.
Yeah.
He's literally melting.
No, like how they had that special sprite out from Murmoss. Like, he has this here where parts of his body just fall off and then he regrows them.
Yeah.
But Barry is running aware, but declares his love for MASH and how causing her pain is the expression of this love. We don't care, and we move down to put him to good. Man, fuck Barry, but shout out to the VA for the work he puts into this.
Yeah, he's doing. I have no, especially after seeing him on a couple of streams, I have nothing bad to say about Barrel's voice actor.
Yeah,
he's doing his work. Barry sucks.
Barry sucks. But no, just the panting and groaning he does during this fight. I'm like, wow.
There's a subtitle that is literally called Wretches, and I was just like, oh, what's this read gonna be like? And like, I mean, it's a stage wretch, but like he's still trying. I'm like, oh no. My note about this boss fight is just one short phrase in all caps: "To hell with ye." That's where I put him. Bust out all my best writers. Get the fuck out of here.
We put him down, and we learned about Barrel's past after we kick his ass. And it turns out he was just a shitty kid that grew into a shitty adult. Shout out to the doctor, though, a weak-ass normal human, for throwing hands against a killer mage, though.
The doctor with the right cross.
Apparently, we learned that... I didn't write this down, but I just realized that this is actually probably important. That the only reason that Barry stuck around in Chaldea was that they did not put a serious light on MASH.
Yeah, he put that as his condition to work with Marsbury, is that they didn't give MASH a serious light, because the serious lights are, a weapon, but also will fucking kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, basically, he didn't want anything bad to happen to MASH, because to actually put a little bit of understanding on it, basically, Barrel's love language is sadism. He is absolutely that sadistic asshole, and, like, I think it's because he basically feels nothing all the time anyway. He's, a hedonist and is dead inside.
Yep.
So he his way of expressing that he cares about people is to hurt them and see them respond, because that's what makes him feel alive. So that's what makes you feel alive, right?
Mhm.
And I understand, obviously in his own fucked up way, but I understand how he got this impression of Mash, because as you know, it was talked about in her backstory, Mash was not very responsive early. She mostly just sat in bed and read after being possessed by Galahad for a while. But yeah, Beryl breaks one of Mash's fingers, and as we said, the doctor runs the fuck in and fucking decks him, power bombs him, and says he can never go back to the medical wing. But he does actually do that note where he you know, happens to keep that. Also, yes, again, I like how the dialogue is like the person claiming to be his mother, you know, kind of a thing, but he was raised by a witch. It is explained that witches are a kind of phantasmal in the magical world. They do powerful magecraft, but also they are, you know, not supposed to intermix with humans. It makes them, you know, get weird. So the Mage Association respects actual witches because they're powerful and unique and special, right? They are mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Witches that fall in love with humans, though, they hate, because that either does something awful to them or they give up their ways and become humans, which, you know, the Mage Association was fucking hates, because that means you were special and you chose to not be special. No, I do actually think this is supposed to be his literal mother. The reason why she is kind of a freaky frog woman is because she implies that she fell in love with a human.
I think she also implies that she is her own daughter or something like that. Like, she had some weird thing.
she implies she could had some kind of like life extension or reincarnation, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that weird for witches in certain kind of witch folklore. But basically, she is the way she is because she had Beryl and, you know, fell in love with a human. And she, like, out loud briefly curses, like, I wish you'd never been born. And then she's immediately like, no, Beryl, I don't mean that, my sweet boy. Like, gives him the strong vibes there, you know, with, I think, you know, about why he is the way he is. But yeah, basically, she taught him all of the witch mage craft for shits and giggles, which was all really fucked up and bad. And then one day when she had no more spells to teach him, he put out her eyes with an iron knife and left.
Yeah.
And then he was just a fucking magic hitman. He was like Kyrie, but without any, or Kiritsugu without any justice.
Mm-hmm.
Also, honestly, the Kyrie comparison is probably apt as well, because of how Kyrie is also dead inside. It's just that they project that in very different ways. Actually, it reminds me, I think Rasputin got on with Beryl okay. Funnily enough. Would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, basically he becomes a hitman for hire in the Maid. And that is when he gets hired by Marsbury. And his condition to work with Marsbury is, hey, you can't put a serious light on MASH. But yeah, look at this guy. A smug prick to the end.
Yep.
Good riddance, Beryl. Good. I spit on your grave. When you get to hell, tell him Pepe sent you.
Mm-hmm. Barry confesses his love and gets rejected. And I say, adios, cretin. Say hi to Pepe in hell for me while he's beating your ass again.
Also, yes, we got a fucking mention of the first magic after like 9 million years. Apparently has something to do with witches.
Something about it, yeah. Unfortunately, they didn't actually explain anything about it, so I didn't write it down.
No, it's just. I think it's another weird Nasu background fact. Was like, to explain Beryl's backstory, Nasu had to explain some shit about witches, and that was just like, that's irrelevant right now.
Mm-hmm. Da Vinci signed Robyn Salisbury, and Da Vinci is going to take the jet wing down to pop into the pub. Gordolph and Nemo are worried about her and want her to take a bodyguard, but Da Vinci assures them it will be quick. Mike is in his pub.
Da Vinci, you really should take somebody with you. You haven't built your gun that shoots dinosaurs yet.
Mike is in his pub and is quite sad. He realizes what people are really like and, you know, bemoans his fate. Da Vinci shows up at that moment and he's ecstatic again, but his mood shifts when he realizes that she is just stopping by. Da Vinci does offer him space on the storm border, but he refuses. Upstairs, Da Vinci finds Habitrot and knows something about her. They don't speak of it anymore, though. Da Vinci gathers up everything and prepares to leave. Mike?
So, actually, I have a very curious thought about Mike here. He says he understands people. Was Mike getting back his Fey eyes? Was he getting close to being a real-ass fairy again?
I think I think he was starting to accept his sin.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that in a second, because there's a lot of stuff going on here.
Mm-hmm. Mike has a moment. A dangerous moment as he watches Da Vinci leave, her back unprotected. But of all the normal fairies here and there, Mike is able to realize that he's about to do something wrong before he does it, and is able to think about what is best for someone else. He bids Da Vinci goodbye and good luck, with tears in his eyes.
As I said in my notes, Mike's gooping out!
Yeah, I didn't actually explicitly mention it, but for a moment he turns into a Moor, basically.
Yeah, he goops out. He goes full goop. But Da Vinci-chan is so adorable that Mike demoors himself to wish her well. He undoes the thing, based Little Big Sister.
Mm-hmm.
He actually manages to roll back enough to put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very interesting, yes.
Like I think again, like this is the moment he accepts his sins. He understands what he is like. He understands what others' fairy is like. He might not know exactly what that has been done that's wrong, but he understands that something is wrong, and he accepts that.
Also, this is another iteration we get. You said, talking earlier about he understands what's true about people, talking about things that people hide. He understands something that has been implied previously. I think this is the most explicit we've ever got it, that, this current Da Vinci small body is running on a limited clock.
Yes.
It will not last forever, and that Da Vinci has not necessarily shared that with us.
No.
I would understand why, because that would probably unnecessarily burden our mood when we have other shit to think about, but this is absolutely one of those things about, the lies people tell themselves shit.
Honestly, I think this has been mentioned before, but it's never... Man, it's like... I can't remember why, but I feel like something about how her body constantly needs maintenance or something.
Yeah, they've definitely implied it. This is the most literal when Mike straight up comes out and says, Da Vinci, you're hiding it, but Da Vinci, you're hiding it, but you don't have a long lifespan, and you're not letting these people know about it. But Mike realizes the true thing they say: if you love something, you must let it go. Mm-hmm. And he realizes that Da Vinci needs to live her life and do her thing. She has stuff to do. Putting in the context that Lostbelt 6 is now completely out, I really wonder what the fluff behind the next summer is going to be. Because it is Da Vinci's big ocean adventure, right? She's the welfare. Is this just Da Vinci says we need a fucking vacation?
I hope it is.
Da Vinci holds up her gun that shoots dinosaurs and says, "You are taking a vacation. This is not a request." Yeah, like I said, Mike is the only fairy who hits true 100% proper self-awareness, I think, without any other shit getting in the way. Because I think that the Tam Lin, again, maybe not Tristan for reasons, but like Bargus and Melusine both have reasons of self-awareness, but they're already at their too late point, basically.
Yeah.
Like, Melusine's moment of self-awareness is like, oh, Aurora, you can't go anywhere. You're fucked. I will stab you. But I know that means that I will turn back into being a non-sapient, dragon blob.
Actually, I would argue that moment was the night that Aurora had her slay the Mirror Clan. Remember, Percy describes it as the moment where Aurora lost the thing that she loves the most. But
That's true.
I do believe, though, she kept soldiering on because despite all that, she did love Aurora. So the thing is that, again, like, even if she realized she did something bad, Melusine doesn't stop doing bad things for Aurora. It's only when she hits that moment of like, oh, okay, wow, you really do, literally destroy all the best people around you. Coral was your most loyal subordinate, and you effortlessly accidentally crushed her. Cool. And 2, what you want is actually awful for you. I can't do that. Bargus has her moment of self-realization, but it's a moment of self-realization after she's been suppressing this for so long and basically can't hold it back anymore. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of these moments of the truth comes free, and Mike is the only one who has enough guts to go, no. If I do this thing, if I express this like selfish fairy desire at my Dobinchi, that will not work. That is not how this goes. So I have to suck it back in. And then it's the big boy.
It's time to face the final calamity. We have a moment, and remember the fun times that happened on this journey. We have one last handshake. I think now in hindsight, I think this handshake might be a little bit more important than I think.
Yeah, I had that thought too about like, oh, Artoria's making it a big deal because we handshook to begin this. That was our first, and she says this will be our last, and I'm like, oh,
it's
like
like
a little specific.
It's like we're making an oath, a promise, a contract.
But it's time for the boy, Calamity of the Curse. The bell tolls for thee. By the way, this boss theme is sick. Fun fact number 1. This is based on Tamlin Tristan's boss theme.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, it's a remix of her theme, but it's a lot more orchestral and involves actual fucking church bell sounds in it, which is baller.
This is like cannons being used in the 1892 overture.
Yeah, no, it's pretty rad.
Is it 1892 overture? I can never remember.
1812, I think. 1812. The 1812 overture is a thing. I don't know if it's the right.
Yes, it is the 1812 overture. I got the third digit wrong.
Yeah. So for me, I fed this fight 2 rocks, which isn't really that crazy, all things considered. I can see why it's tough, especially if you happen to do this later and you don't have rocks. Like I said way earlier, literally like 4 hours ago, you need a really broad team comp for this. Like, you have to cover a lot of weaknesses because not only do you need to stop damage on the damage end of him shooting curse laser eyes at you, but also you take literal HP loss debuffs and curses, so there's a lot of dots you need to worry about. So healing is important. If I had to do this over again, not at like 2 a.m., I'd probably try a Jean team comp because I think while obviously Jean is not as good at the max damage as, say, like Tamamo and Castoria are separately, I think that her NP kind of like giving you the whole turn of invul plus the healing plus the debuff cleanse is actually a little better than just Castoria giving you debuff cleanse and then like a hit or 2 of enforcement defense. Because Castoria doesn't heal, which I think is her drawback to really, really long runs. And Tamamo doesn't give your team hard defenses, which is problematic because Curse Boy will absolutely throw fucking curse meteors at you. But I did resolve this with the power of my MHXX, who does have a level 10 skill of the Threat to Humanity. So once again, O Light of the World's End, give me a bonus! I love that MP line. It's so good.
So, I had to use a rock. I'll confess that right up. But I think I did better in this fight than I should have. Like, I don't know why. I really don't know, but Yang Guifei melted this lad. Like,
I think that is one of the optimal strats considered.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, because she's a foreigner and he's a berserker.
Yeah,
and
like...
as you said, her ability to cause her own trait damage is really strong.
Yeah. And she has an effect that, taunts and takes hit, and when she takes hit, she puts down defense down, and when she hits, she puts on burn stacks. It's like, it really worked. I still had to use a stone because unfortunate crits are unfortunate. And
that's another thing I read about in guides is like when he gets that 20% passive crit up all the time, it just turns it into a little bit of an RNG fest.
Yeah. But yeah, no, there was some times that he would just break bar. Yang Guifei would have like 2 arts card and an MP and just like, all right, this boy's getting melted again. So, like I said, it was a fun fight. I did enjoy like seeing like the I did like the mechanics, like with his curse stacks, you have to remove them and stuff. Like, I thought it was very interesting, and wouldn't mind seeing more design like that, like having to play with the stack mechanic and whatnot, or passing things around. So, after that fight, it is unfortunate, but despite all that damage, we can't get through more than a few layers of his curse skin. Apparently, Babo's sacrifice riled him up and activated his divine cord. But apparently,
Whistled up a mighty curse.
apparently, we were just a distraction. There are 12 Rongos that have been waiting their entire life for this moment, and Artoria is nowhere to be found. Artoria runs through the empty halls of Camelot to reach Morgan's throne, and in a strange way, herself. The curses are coming, and Artoria has to fire the lances. It's difficult, though, as the system was made by a genius to be used by a genius. But even so, even though it's painful, Artoria manages to fire her off a volley. It's not enough. It's Morgan's spells, not Artoria's, and even Morgan couldn't fully use the lances. So Artoria curses herself for holding back and changes the spell, connecting it to her heart and switching from Rongomyriad to Excalibur. She puts everything she has into the spell and fires, blasting clear into the dead god. After the shot, though, she twinkles like a star and fades into stardust.
Well, it took him a while, but the sword of the planet has pierced the white giant at long last.
Let that one sink in for a minute, guys. Back aboard the Stormboarder, we have spotted the Divine Core and are trying to stop the captain from just ramming into it when Da Vinci tells us that there's no need for that, just for us to get up on deck. There, Mash is berating herself for losing the Black Barrel, but Habitrax shows up with a wink and a flourish, and gives the same said weapon back to Mash. Mash then remembers who this is. It's Tamlin Totorot, and is ecstatic to see her. But with that revelation, Totorot begins to vanish. Things can't exist in both the Fae era and the Queen era. And with that, Totorot begins to fade. She tells Mash to remember her, remember Britain, and be happy. Totorot tells Mash to put the suffering god out of his misery. Because, after all, he really didn't deserve this.
Nah. Also, hey, the first Tamlin thing came back. You know, we talked about, you know, the first Tamlin and this, and you know, the sleep and stuff, and it came back around. She is the Totorot is the first one.
Mm-hmm. We arrive with a command spell, and Mash fires the Black Cannon once more. The Divine Core is struck and destroyed, but when Mash turns back, Avignon is gone.
Once more, we must fire the gun. Also, by the way, did anybody else catch this? This went pretty well for us. I mean, maybe it's because we only used one command spell on a guy who was mostly dead, but still, like, normally we have to take a nap for a long time after we use the Black Barrel.
What was the reason why we have to use the Black Barrel, take the nap? Because it uses what again?
I think it's because it uses our life energy. But it's also because normally we load all 3 command seeds into it.
Well, I guess it's only the Divine Core of a dead god, so maybe it's not as strong.
Yeah, I assume that's what we were going for, is because we only used 1 for the ammo and we didn't have to go the whole way.
No, because remember, the Black Barrel operates on the theoretical lifespan of whatever it's firing on. Keranos has no theoretical lifespan because it's already dead. We are just pushing it over the edge, I assume.
Yeah. It was just raw
Rasputin?
Force. No, not raw Rasputin. Though I think that guy might have. I don't remember. He's in all 3 He might have a different. I don't remember his passive. But we're basically. I think we're firing it similar to how Bogart fired it.
Mm-hmm.
You just put the magical energy in the gun. It comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we just needed a big kickoff shot to actually reach all the way over to him. If you ever need your catalyst for a Rasputin roll, Rasputin by Boney M.
It's a good song. But I have a note here. Ominous red text here. I'm gonna click it.
Yeah, so hey, look at all these guys asking like to the end. Munier's happy, Grimir fades. Everybody's like, oh, we did it, everybody. But I remember this Twilight Sky. The deck of this ship. Here, there is a man. He said I could give it all up and let somebody else handle it. That my part was over. We could just take a $5, just like right now. But yeah, hey, remember how I told you there were unskippable dialogues in Lostbelt 6?
Yeah.
I may not specifically remember this, but I told all of you guys this. Yeah. They come back. Neato feature. The reason why you have the red dialogue is because during certain unskippable conversations with a certain man, you thought things, wondered things, solved things. So I believe the way this works is they refer to it in notes. That your basically the way it's called is it's like a truth system. If you do not pick certain dialogue options, you do not have access to the red dialogues. You just don't see them. If you have unlocked them, though, the game forces you to pick them, basically, even if you don't choose them. The dialogue proceeds as if you know the truth. So, yeah, specifically, this first dialogue is right, because Grimir says he was the only reinforcement proper human history said.
And we say, I remember this, the only one, huh? But with the last calamity defeated, let's take a victory lap and go home. Grimir has the balance as he did both his jobs as the only server from proper human history. More red text. Oh. Oh. It's not over. There's still another threat out there, and it doesn't take long for it to show itself. It's Oberon, an insignificant insect here to gnaw at the roots. I can't remember where, and I probably should have noted down, but I didn't realize it had been important. There at some point when talking about like the fairies in this world, they talk about how, you know, the land has roots so brittle an insignificant insect can gnaw through them. Yeah. I was like, no, this is what this is referencing. Son of a fucking bitch.
Yeah. I think it was just before this.
Holmes and Da Vinci are confused at his appearance, saying his origin is constantly shifting, doesn't match anything, and on top of it, there is something outside that the sensors can't pick up. We can see it, though. It's a single insect, a conceptual insect of the void. Oberon says it's also him. This was also another red text one that I definitely picked. Like, I demanded to know his true name. And I felt like, I don't know what it is, but something about just how you say these things is like, you're past, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, one of the other red dialogues, the true dialogues, is you can just straight up be like, you're Oberon the liar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can absolutely, because you only get these dialogue options if you doubt Oberon. Like, if you're in those conversations where he's talking about, like blocking the Queen's troops and stuff, if you're just like, are you sure? Is that really what you meant to do? Are you really on my side,
Mm-hmm.
Which I think both of us just kind of naturally did because, again, media literacy.
Yeah.
We're old and we've dealt with these kinds of stories. But yeah, it's definitely very interesting for it to come back. But yeah, one thing they note here is this man is a hole in space. I wonder if there's any relation to the alien priestess there. She is also described as a hole in space. She's not there.
Alien priestess pretender. Let's go. My second note here, true name, Dissolution. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a cool one. This transition when they reveal the Pretender card for the first time. Yeah. Pretty fucking sick.
Mm-hmm. Oberon Vortigern, the Abyssal Worm. The will of Britain that wishes for its self-destruction.
So this reminds me of some Nidhogg lore. Nidhogg is described as a serpent, dragon, and a worm as well, which gnaws on the roots of the world and devours corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if it was super intentional, but it's cute. But yeah, the truth has been revealed. The only way to know who was really good is when it's all over.
This reminds me of the mural that I feel like no one actually ever talked about was the fucking skull on the underside, the fucking dragon-looking skull on the bottom of the fucking mural. That looks
we mentioned the abyssal worm, but we didn't really talk about what it was.
Yeah, it's just there.
But now, it's time. There's one more!
Section 30. A Midsummer's Night Dream. As the world falls apart, Holmes takes a second to explain heroes and anti-heroes. Then, anti-heroes pretending to be heroes. Pretenders.
Yeah, I think this is the first time anybody's actually defined this one. Anti-hero gets thrown around a lot, but this is really good. So to recap, heroes inspire humans with their actions. Anti-heroes allow good to be done by causing obstacles.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, a lot of our monsters, this is Fritra's whole deal, etc. But we also get our best definition of pretender to this point. Pretenders are anti-heroes who accomplish great feats via treachery. Someone who achieved great power and feats by deceiving others about their very nature. In later works, Nasu has clarified this to mean that basically a pretender is someone who, through through deceiving people, genuinely allows good works to be done. So earlier when I was talking about, somebody was like, "Oh, Oberon says stuff that's factually, true, right?" Yes. But when he says those things, what is the result of those things? Are they true to his being? Because, again, like he just brought it up, his subtitle, the will of Britain that wishes for its own destruction. A lot of those times when Oberon tells us straight up facts, that's when he's helping us. And while helping us does bring Britain closer to its destruction, it's also still not quite doing that. Like, everything he does gets its own little weird spin on it. Yeah, Pepe did say that our ultimate face will be someone who wants to destroy everything, but yeah. Technically, I think he was dying when he said that, and I don't remember if we were... He did once. But yeah,
Oh man. Only people who have played fucking who are in content, who have done Shadowbringers Endwalker content in 16 will know, not 16, 14 will know this, but this dude just gives me mad Fandaniel fucking vibes now. Son of a bitch.
I'll keep that in mind. Vortigern activates his trap card, time space trap hole.
Yep. We have bands with Oberon V here. He talks about how he's going to destroy Britain, Chaldea, and proper human history because they all discussed them and how this was all possible thanks to us. We fall towards the Abyssal Worm. And I have to say, I don't hate it. Like, despite being a liar and a trickster, he's just like, I hate you all, so die. In this Lostbelt full of liars and tricksters, someone just saying fuck you is like a breath of fresh air, which I find kind of fucking hilarious, personally.
Yeah, there's a couple of extra maps here, by the way. The first map is Britain being torn apart.
Yeah, with the worm
Very
just
intense.
hovering in there. Fuck.
Yeah, spooky. This is good. Want to throw that out there before we get too far. But I basically have the same thoughts. I love bands with Vortigern, TBH. After all of the misguided idiots, the weird innocents, and the fact that Beryl was just, an emotionally rotten sociopath, somebody who just tells me, your world is shitty, I hate it, I hate me, I will destroy you all, is shockingly refreshing. Like, in this moment, despite being a liar, Vortigern Oberon is honest. I also want to say, I feel like this is a strong opposite for how our usual enemies go. Like, this is a very opposite to an evil of humanity or the misguided, impetuous nature of gods and emperors. But it's also much more personable than, like, say, Lostbelt 1, where the struggle is just to survive against nature. Oberon Vortigern, Oberon the liar, Oberon the traitor, is just a mean, bad dude, and he wants us to have a bad day, except when he doesn't. And, like, it's just such a breath of fresh air to stand here on the edge of the literal edge of the world, and just be like, yeah, he just shows up, double flip you the bird, hey, fuck you, and I'm just like, hey, fuck you too, buddy.
But we cannot escape the Abyssal Worm. It is inevitable. But we do not give up. Nemo flips the stormboarder, sets it to burn, and we go. But we take a moment. And Vortigern talks about their birth as a rotten mass inside a chrysalis, not even alive. He speaks about how helpless he was. Then we get the actual story and thoughts about his duty. It's more bleak and morbid. Being a corpse in the autumn's wood only made him more disgusted with everything, himself included. Talk about an uncomfortable CG change. Because this part starts off with the original form of Oberon in the woods, all golden light with the insects around him and stuff. And, looking him, just looking sleepy. And then we get the blue shift of it with Oberon with his eyes open, like an emaciated corpse with insects crawling all over him. And I'm just like, ugh! Even the music is just all, like, weird and reverb and just, ugh.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. But we fade in the darkness, but someone tells us not to give up hope. Someone's on our side.
Yeah, this is really interesting. First of all, my note is, the captain believes in me, so I believe in myself, because the captain expresses that you can do this. And then I was like, shit, the narrator believes in me too. This is the way I say that I'm not sure if the narrator is the same person all the time.
I think it's usually just been one or two people, because like I said, I have thoughts about this whole thing like at the end.
Yeah.
But new map. Sometimes all you need to get this mood is a solid color and no sound.
Yep. We're in the void.
We're in the void. We see a light in the darkness, shining bright. It stays as we I wrote this wrong. As we awaken in the darkness on the deck of the Stormboarder. Vortigern is there, surprised to see us awake and mock us. We want to know where Mash is, and he answers that she is right next to us, that she hasn't woken up and has not taken form, same with everybody else. He tells us that inside the worm is an infinite abyss and that we are going to fall forever. If we want to escape, we will have to kill him, and there's nothing we can do, not even summoning, since there is nowhere like this place in proper human history. He says we'll just go mad from constantly falling or fall back asleep. He'll help with the latter.
Yeah, so I guess our last will was just a flash forward to this moment.
Mm-hmm.
He once again tells us, there's nothing you can do, just give up. And we're like, no.
To make matters worse, the British Lostbelt is gone, and we are back to the normal timeline, meaning we don't have a lot of time to spare anymore. Vortigern says that we'll fight him, but that will go horribly. We agree and immediately throw hands to Vortigern's surprise.
Motherfucker, I punched Beast 1 in his stupid face. I will do the same to you.
The surprise changes to amusement as Vortigern says that they like watching people with no chance of survival fighting. We say we do have a chance and help will be here soon. After all, we are just bystanders. We call for our friend, and she arrives.
See, the problem about being in an impossible place is impossible things tend to happen in them. Oberon says there was no place like this in human history, but that just means that it was a place where impossible things go on.
A young girl is being battered by a storm of curses and lies and deceit, but her star shines brightly in the distance. As long as it continues to do so, that young girl will not give up. It only shines for a small kindness and a bit of hope. But that's all that the young girl needs to keep moving and say goodbye to her old self.
Yeah. By the way, this part at some point comes into the intro for the fight. I had exactly 25 AP left for this fight.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. This is where I have my first thought when talking about the storm, because that's also kind of how Vortigern describes his thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of similar. They're both born with destinies they never asked for. They were weak, surrounded by a force they hate. The only difference is Artoria has her shining star. And the interesting thing about her shining star is we learn now that way back at the beginning, that moment we didn't see, Artoria gave that nameless fairy her own name.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't do it for any other reason than just that she could do it, and it might help. And this is what gives her the catalyst to do one more weird thing that she does just because she feels like it, but it might help.
Vortigern cannot believe this shit. Artoria has been inscribed as Avalon Le Fay upon the throne of heroes, becoming the nameless king at the edge of the kingdom. She stands in a new form, ready to battle, but does not fault Vortigern for destroying Britain, as that place was wrong, it should not have existed. But she will not stand by and let him take away a land that still has a future.
Kind of her reverse of, Morgan bringing neither salvation or absolution. Avalon Le Fay, Artoria shows up and is just like, if this is a battle, not to condemn Britain, I will, but to, forgive its sins. I am here.
Mm-hmm. Mash wakes up, and Vortigern realizes that Artoria's presence is waking everybody up. He doesn't have a lot of time, so it's time for the grand finale of this play.
Abyssal Worm! Worm of the Jam's more like. This fucking slaps.
It does slap.
This is NP theme as well. It's pretty baller.
I'm gonna say, though, I hate this fight. I didn't use any stones, but I did use all 3 of my command spells, not to restore, but just to fire off NPs. Because he kept my Artoria on lockdown, so my only hard defense was gone, so my only response was just, fucking yeah, can we fire again? And I couldn't let it, and like I realized like after when I was able to clear all my debuffs, like I couldn't keep attacking him or fucking let him attack me, so I had to just keep going, and I hated it because I'm ranting a little bit here because I really do not like this fight. I think one of the things I hate most in games is things that flat out take my ability away to do things. Like his MP puts Eternal Sleep on you, and you're just stuck with that. And then he just does another thing where he puts just skills of Eternal Sleep on you, and then he gets double charge damage. And then I'm pretty sure he's fucking hard coded not to attack that fucking character. He kept doing that to my fucker caster Arturia, and nothing I could do to wake her up. Because guess what? She was the one who was my debuff clearer. So I'm just like, son of a fucking bitch. Ugh.
Yeah, I did not have as much problem with this. I think because you've done some of this on stream, you've been rocking the winter.
Yeah, I've just been using the straight up Arctic.
Since the start of this Lostbelt, because I did do the pregame, I've had the Atlas Academy glued to my body this entire time, so I always had one debuff clear. And then a lot of it, I think, was just chance. Like, he never picked on my Castoria with his targetable sleep. And so I did not have as much of a problem at this. But it's definitely kind of a thing where, like, this is the issue inherently with shit like certain stuns and stuff, because Bargus has a Calamity of the Beast Bargus, I should say, has a stun as well, which is kind of annoying. Hell, I mean, I get why, but Pepe's thing where he stuns everybody but Mash for 3 turns and you can't get rid of it is, like, it fucking sucks. What do you do if you draw all cards that aren't Mash? So, like, I don't necessarily think that stuns are a great way to add difficulty in this game. There are genuinely times when I think some of these fights are written, and I mean, that might make sense because Nasu himself is a fan of some Soulsborne types games, but I think there are some fights that are literally written to know that you are going to fucking get your ass beat and die and have to do it again with the knowledge that you got from your first run. And I'm not necessarily against that, but when there's so much text and shit, it does kind of feel like wasting your time, right?
Yeah, because like, this is a fight I couldn't avoid. Like, I had to beat this fight to fucking thing.
It's kind of like the thing you talked about with the warnings about first for Melusine and then later for Mash, where they let you know, hey, if they die, you lose. And it's like, do you want to continue? Yes, no. And it's like, okay, what am I going to say? No? Like, you could phrase that as just, hey, as a heads up, if this person dies, the fight is over, and you just hit okay. And you just leave a little X if they need to cancel out of that or for some reason. But yeah, like I said, I didn't have super hard problems with this because this man has no hard defenses. He is boneless, Your Honor. So it's real easy to bully him. Like I said, I don't think I had to use a rock, and if I did, it was absolutely just because it was the end of the fucking Lostbelt and this is the last fight. Yeah. Yes, his interlude to unlock his 3rd and 4th Ascension is a arguably tougher version of this fight. Though, like I said, with some foreknowledge, you might be able to do some dance. I've heard some people say they had an easier time because they knew what his dealio is. But yeah, this is one of those fights where if you don't have multiple debuff clearers and stallers, you can get some bad shit in there. Did I bring a ton? I don't even remember my final team comp. This is like 4 a.m., guys. Like,
next time, I'm just bringing my fucking stall team of fucking Jean, Castoria, and Tamamo, and I'm gonna see what the fuck that does.
Yeah, just bring every debuff cleanser you've got and just be like, no. I mean, foreigner-wise, I just went in with MHX as my double X as my primary damage dealer because guess what? He's got Threat to Humanity. You stack him with Castoria's arts buff on there as well. Big damage. But yeah, no. There's definitely some stuff here. And like I said, I wish this fight was a little repeatable because I'd love to try out some different stuff and like think about it. But no, it's honestly, I feel like as evidenced by the fact that people generally think the Big C fight is harder because his HP loss and curse mechanics will just fucking kill you, right? You got to watch out for that. This fight is not necessarily thought of as the hardest because there's stuff you can do. There are servants, for instance, with like if you're aware that he's going to do a targetable sleep, again, if you do like a run 2, you would know, oh, well, if I just bring some, people with big debuff resistance or debuff immunities, we can work that out. Like he does less damage to riders, so like Da Vinci and Maeve can like give herself like long-standing debuff immunes and shit like that. But it's the kind of thing where if you're just going in blind and naked, which I assume, like, I know some people look up guides ahead of time, and obviously I write the pre-games to give people a smoother experience, but like, damn, it's I assume most players go in blind and just have to fucking redo or feed it stones until you get out of here. That said, like I said, the visual aesthetics of this fighter and the audio aesthetics are fucking sick.
Oh yeah,
Shout out to Oberon Vortigern's voice actor when he does the NP line where he just fucking says no more words and then just makes spooky worm noises at you. Good job, thumbs up.
No, like I love the aesthetics of this fight, like the music, the visuals, all that stuff. Just it's the mechanics. I fucking hate the mechanics.
Also, the fact that his third break bar, he just gets permanent pierce forever, which means his the downside to his NP no longer matters. But yeah, the fight. Yeah, they'll give you a memory quest during Road to 7, so there'll be a chance for a take back. By the way, chat, I think since midnight when I logged in, I have been consistently rolling the FP gacha whenever I think to do it. I have not rolled any more Hobby Trots. I'm pretty sure I've spent, obviously, we've been discussing, but I'm pretty sure I've spent another 200k FP and gotten nada on Skip Gang. Just to let you know how things are. But it's okay. We finished the grand finale. We have one last dream.
We share.
By the way, you only get this scene if you've done some of the true answers, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is technically missable.
Really? Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of really cool dialogue shit I like in it. Like making your choices actually matter.
Mm-hmm. But we share a dream of Oberon where he's back at the autumn woods with all the insect fairies. He doesn't notice this at first, and I love how cheeky we could just be like, hiya. And he's just like, you son of a bitch.
Also, by the way, shout out to him for like, even though it's framed as like, well, you guys are all dead, so, doesn't matter, but, I'll come up with some new stories next time. Like, he genuinely did share his stories with those guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta remember, this is something we have to remember. Everything he says is a lie.
Yeah. We neither of us talked about this, but at one point when he's revealing himself, he brings up that Blanca took all the curses for him and died.
Oh God,
and
that's
he just
right.
kind of
tossed her off. Yeah.
Pushes her off the boat.
I totally forgot to write about that. Fuck.
But like again, because everything he says is a lie, and by the way, like Blanca's his his Bond CE. Like he probably didn't mean it like that. That way that we hear him say it. He meant it in his own weird Oberon Vortigern way.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, that does mean that she doesn't get sucked up by the endless worm forever, and nor does she stand on the deck while we have this, fight with him.
Yeah. But in this moment, in, time between time, space between spaces, we confront him, but not with a fight, but with we ask him what he really wants. What does he truly mean by all this? He hems and haws over it, but eventually we get him to break it down. He says most of all, he hates how stories are forgotten with the turn of a page. How, even in fantasies, those characters in that moment live, and how people are just all too willing to forget them when they move on.
Once again, something very meta about Vortigern being so upset about stories. Much like, I feel like that conversation about, continue, game over, game complete was, like, very much aimed at us, the reader.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is also very much, like, Vortigern looking up past the phone screen being like, hey, you, fuck you. You just gonna read this and go about your business? And I'm like, after this, no, actually.
Yeah.
Trust me, I have spent a lot of time walking in circles in my kitchen thinking about this story.
Ugh. But back in the real world, Oberon falls into the abyss, spirit too damaged to recover. Artoria bids us farewell, as she wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. I didn't mention it, but she basically came to she said she came to the aid of the foreign mage as per the contract, and that was the moment I was all like, it was that last fucking handshake, wasn't it? Back aboard the storm border, we plan our escape, but once again we run into the same problem. The abyss here is infinite. Even if there is an exit now, actually reaching it is another matter entirely. But with a roar and the flash of light, the abyss is torn, melted by Albion's breath. The dragon remembers who she is, and looks upon the one that aids Britain's destruction and screams her defiance, falling to pieces so that she may strike it. In the ruins of a once magnificent city, a once magnificent fairy watches this and does not change, but realizes the one good thing they did before dying.
The dragon at the end of the world. Also, I was right. Aurora did do exactly one good thing with her life. Literally one. But since it did bail us out, I guess it proves even you, Aurora, can admit you've done something wrong. Admitting you have sinned is the first step to salvation.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, somewhere in here, Munier has a comment about us, like, fighting the sun or something. And I'm just like, please don't say that, Munier. The weird mushroom man's going to make us fight on the sun next.
I think he says something about, like, going to the surface of the sun or reaching the sun.
Yeah. I'm just like he's talking about, we're going to go so far, we do something, and I'm just like, please don't say those things. So we leave, and Oberon the Liar falls.
We see our exit and have no time to ask questions or get answers. We push everything through and make our escape. Below us, far below us, an infinity away, Oberon watches us leave and sends us off with his own curses, apologizing to his queen that he couldn't get them all. I think it was this moment right here where I was like, God damn it, I'm going to summon this fucker. Because, well, let's do this last section. I didn't write a lot here, so
We has become speed, yeah.
Yeah. The final section. The curtain falls. We emerge in the proper human history's British airspace, and the blue sky is beautiful. We take one last look at Britain and tell ourselves not to forget. Da Vinci says that even if things are prude and discarded, the Earth still remembers everything. So one day, she will find Mike and tell him all about those things that she's seen. Unfortunately, there's something strange being summoned in the workshop, accompanied with a lot of meowing. Mash, unfortunately, doesn't have her power-up anymore, but it's always exciting to meet someone new, or even catch up with someone old. Back at Nova Chaldea, it's been 23 hours and 58 minutes, but no time to rest on our laurels. There's an immature beast out there, the largest Lostbelt, and a forest god had just finished her homework. She says that this will probably be the last time we get back by any casualties. I didn't write this down, but, like, thinking about it, I was like, on Port of Order, Sion, there's been a fuck ton of casualties.
I mean, at the very least, not counting directly, like, all the servants who have died because they've been summoned by the counterforce, Musashi threw herself into chaos.
Mm-hmm. Like, also, I'm gonna consider all the fucking, like, I'm gonna consider all the inhabitants of these Lost Belts casualties.
Yeah, see, I don't think Sion means it that way, because she's talking about, like
the
Chaldea casualties.
Yeah, but
no, there's been a lot of collateral, yeah.
Yeah.
But goodbye, Fairy Britain. The island lives on in my heart. The story doesn't end just because you turned the page. But also good riddance to all those fairies and humans who sucked, and I hated.
Yes.
May the rock never be rolled away. I prefer Oberon Vortigern to like 80% of you.
It's true. No, I...
Sion's looking to that future.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm closing this fucking thing. I'll save it later. By the way, our notes... by the way, we saved them all for all 3 acts. 93 pages.
Yeah. We really should cut this out in like a separate Google Doc and like post it on our Patreon or something.
Let's see here. Make a copy.
So people can read this.
Copy of Fate Grand Order topic list. I will change this to copy of Fate Grand Order Lostbelt 6 notes.
Yeah, my notes are a little more cohesive about the end here, but it's just got a couple more things. Like Sion's looking to the future. There's many threats that lie ahead of us, but this is where we get the big Cosmos denial. It finally happened, and then just, you know, come forth, my Habenyan! Because this is when she appears, and she's happy.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to Slappy be here. She's just here about that happy endo. But yeah, it's a thing.
But, so... Overall, I think I figured out what I think the overarch of this story is about. If I was just to use one word, it's about fiction. Fiction in imaginary tales, fiction as in lies, fiction as in... Well, everything this Lostbelt is about. It's just about everyone lies in this Lostbelt, and it's all about fairy tales and stories. Like, I don't know if, like, fucking Nasu just wrote the fucking word fiction and kanji on, like, on a fucking piece of paper and just stared at it for hours until everything came up. Like, was he just sitting there like, what is a story?
I mean, maybe not the word for fiction, but I definitely, because the earliest version of this story was billed in drafts as a simple, straightforward fantasy story. And the original version did look like that. You know, we had players like Oberon and like Morgan who were just leading, you know, fairy factions about their business, trying to keep their resources in this Lostbelt. And I think at some point he got fascinated with the idea of a simple fairy story and was like, how is fairy story? Why is fairy story? I don't know anything about Danganronpa, but, you know, that would make sense. Nasu's very obvious about wearing his enjoyments on his sleeves. But yeah, like, you know, our probably 2 most important characters, Castor Artoria and Oberon, like, overall. No offense to Morgan, but while she is very important, she does leave the story before it's over, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but as I said earlier, Castoria and Oberon are 2 peas in a pod, basically. They literally have a conversation earlier about how both of them are lying literally all the time. About all kinds of stuff. But the difference about their fates is that how they go about doing them, and that, like I said, Artoria has that little star of hope, that little guiding light to keep her on task even when she doesn't wanna. Yeah, he said that LB7 was supposed to be a simple story. I do think it is more compact than 6. I don't actually know how simple it will turn out to be. If you're looking for simple stories, I've actually heard that Trom 6.5 and Tunguska are actually fairly direct. I've even heard some complaints from people that think Tunguska is a little too short, actually.
Really?
Yeah, which will be interesting. That could just be COVID delays. That could just be super mega ultra fatigue from how fucking long is this. But yeah, like Nasu always knew Oberon and Morgan would both be important, but he didn't know how important they would be until he started wrestling with them and working with these different designs and layers and stuff he got. I'm trying to remember the exact quote, because like I said, a lot of people say the note about Oberon, you know, oh, he got Oberon's design back, and that's when he did the first, you know, his big rewrite. Probably not, because he was rewriting, like, technically, like, he should have had the designs already. But it may have been that he saw, like, the Ascension 3 design. You know, the kind of dark mode, the one we fight as a boss, and that might have flipped his script a little. But yeah. But yeah, this is why I say Oberon's correct about him being a liar all the time, because he's still an actor playing a role, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he falls into his role as Oberon, and he gets a little lost in there. And he, by his act of faking being Oberon, he allows a lot of good work to be done. We do a lot of hero shit because he's trying to push us.
Well, yeah, like he established...
Percival, who is... Yeah, you're about to say it.
Yeah.
The Roundtable Army. Percival, who is unabashedly a hero. Absolutely an actual honest-to-God hero in this Lostbelt. Maybe the only human one. Possibly the only human one ever.
Well, remember, there was Uther.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so, like, very, very minimal slots of these people. So, yeah, like... And that's because of his deception that happened. So, yeah, it's all about stories, lies, fiction.
Hey, think about this. If he was the one who was pretending to be Merlin, he was lying to Artoria, but also, you know, probably was like the one good thing that happened to her in like those few like fucking beginning years before she got caught.
And also taught her practical skills. She did get a foundation of actually doing magecraft, and also did learn shit about lockpicking and probably explosives. But yeah, like there's a lot that happens through this role playing. Hell, I mean. While it did go wrong in the end, you know, cursing Bargus does seem to have been kind of what drove her to be a better person, right? To strive against her fate. So yeah, that's basically the defining act of pretenders, is that they fake it till they make it so hard that actual heroic shit gets done.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a really good story. Like I said, it's not a happy fairy tale ending, though. It's very hard to get that with Lostbelts. This one doesn't even have that real moment of quiet dignity a lot of Lostbelts do. It's more just that, like, Oberon got what he wanted. He destroyed all of Britain.
Yep.
He would have gotten away with it too, but he decided he wanted to eat proper human history too, and there were some people who were a little nettled by this.
Honestly, though, if I'm gonna be the realest real, I do think that he did want to destroy Britain because that was his role. I don't think he was actually as cut up as proper human history as he says.
A lot of people seem to interpret the fact that his interlude fight is quote unquote harder is that he's not really trying at the final boss fight.
Well, no, because
I feel like that's kind of diegetic.
I honestly think that he was kind of like how Morgan is like, if he does, he does, if he doesn't, he doesn't. Because like I said, he's Oberon the liar, so he lies about everything. And well, I think proper human history does discuss it, but not to the point of him wanting to destroy it. Because remember,
and keep in mind, he's disgusted by literally everything. That's his character thing.
Yeah. And like, even if it was just the fact, like, that might be because we're in it, because I do think that Oberon Vortigern genuinely does like us. But just because of his nature, he can't, like, just say, hey, you're alright, kid. He's like, no, fuck you, kid.
Yeah, everything he says that comes out of his mouth becomes twisted. It's a little complex to understand, but he references it a couple times. Like I said, there are things he says that are factually correct, but if they are coming out of Oberon's mouth, that means there's something going on there. Either what he actually means is the opposite, or something else that's not intended by him is going to happen as a result. Like everything is a contradiction for him.
Like, even, like, when he's falling into the abyss, he basically says, oh, well, fucking good riddance to you. You know, he says it, like, he says it like, he's cursing you and like, how dare you defeat me. But if you think about it another way, he's all like, hey, you did it. Get out of here.
Yeah.
And that's what I think what the thing is, though, is because Oberon is such a part of stories, his part in the story was to be the villain.
Yeah.
And so he was going to be... Yeah, as Vortigern. That was his job. That was his role. And he is very much about being that role. The only time that he wasn't that role is when he was the narrator. And at that time, I think a lot of the time he is... I wouldn't say on our side, but, believes in us. I think, anyway.
Well, and if you want to get in the very meta context, when he's as Oberon, he talks a lot about stage roles and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kestor is the protagonist. He says, oh, both of us were supporting characters. Hey, guess what? That was a fucking lie.
Mm-hmm.
Because, he's actually the main villain, and we are not just the aside. But yeah, there's a lot there. Also, yes, Oberon has a line of dialogue for Shakespeare where he sends him a glowing letter with a poisoned seal. Tries to fucking murder his ass. Very interesting conversation to have about Ibuki. Oh, that does remind me, though. Again, I think this has changed because obviously the Lostbelt plot changed. But in some of his original drafts, the Artoria we see is supposed to be Artoria Avalon, and she is supposed to be Grand Saber.
Oh.
That is obviously not the direction the story went, but a lot of people are like, oh, who's Grand Saber? Is it Artoria with Avalon? Nasu definitely meant that to be true at one point, but we'll see if it happens. But yeah, if you guys want more Oberon facts, TM, check out My Wanted. I delve into the history of the character as both a... Because like the role Oberon plays as when we actually meet him is a lot like the old French stories, the heroic songs about him. That's like literally he's a weird plot guy. Who, by the way, that Oberon is described as having been cursed by a wicked fairy to be the size of a dwarf but extra handsome. What does that think he does? He gets small and cute. Like there's a lot there, but no, he's just like a literal plot device. The guy runs up in the forest and is like, "Oh no, I have some impossible tasks to do," and Oberon is like, "Cool, I'll help you out. I'm just a weird guy in the woods. Let's ball." Like there's a lot of work there. So yeah, there's a lot of fun there as well. And there's definitely the implication that there used to be even in the Lostbelt a proper Oberon fairy, but that guy obviously probably died off. But because Morgan has literally contaminated her Lostbelt with Shakespeare, the wires get crossed.
Oh, I can have different... Oh, okay, hang on.
Thinking about some fun. Yeah, this is good to review the stuff we've already done. But we're almost at 6 fucking hours. And I am rapidly approaching the pass out zone.
All right, well, I think I got basically the big thing I want out. Like this is a story. This is a story about fiction and the
story about stories.
Yeah,
it's shaped like itself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that also makes sense because Oberon is literally the beginning and the ending of the story.
Yes.
Oh, it's so good. God, I love it. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's good shit. King shit. Very interested to see where future shit goes with us.
Yes.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, no, but I think we're gonna wrap on up here. We'll probably, I don't know, just with how people are be finishing things up and how people think, we'll probably be talking about Lostbelt 6 post thoughts for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect we'll probably still be getting mailbag questions for a while. I know some people aren't done with it yet.
Yeah. So there'll be plenty of time. There'll be plenty of follow up on this, and other thoughts and stuff. But let's call it here.
Yeah. All right, kids, it's been real. Let me see. No crazy future past business to keep in mind, though. Obviously, pay attention for streams and stuff we got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Let me double check Fan Servant Friday. They should still have a couple more weeks on that. I did remind people that poll is up. But we're slightly Murica themed.
Murica.
Yeah, there's technically 2 more shows in this month. So, oddly enough, just now it looks like caster Harry Houdini has pulled ahead, just very slightly ahead of Annie Oakley Archer. There's a lot of archers. Sorry, there's a lot of guns in America.
Bang bang.
But yeah, so your other choices besides those 2 are Doc Holliday Archer and Sam Colt. So we got some fun stuff there. You can check that out if you support us on Patreon at the 5 and up level. And we got some stuff out there.
Jesus, I got 400 million out. QP. Nice. I should be good for a while.
Well, yeah.
It'll last
be there. It'll be gone.
It should last me until Korean Sky of Dark, at least. Because I should get another top up with the Lotto.
True. But all right, keep your eyes peeled for those hunting quests and those lottos. We'll see you guys next time for more Let's Talk FGO. Also, stay tuned for hopefully a What's Up on Time next Saturday, because I'm pretty sure I'll have beaten Final Fantasy 16 by then, and I'm probably going to be thinking things. Things. I think the PlayStation is telling me I'm like over 80% of the way done with the story. But yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for more stuff from us. All right, hey, if you're watching this video, give it a like. I am no longer asking. You can leave your comments in the comment section down below. You can hit us up on our Discord. Discord link is in the description and on our channel page. The Discord is cool. There's many things there you can talk about. There's a spoiler section for EN. There's a JP section. There's all kinds of fun stuff. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel to get more of this stuff, more things. Make sure you're subbed to keep track. If you're already subbed, make sure you rung that bell for notifications so you guys know we post a new video when we stream. This is when I have to release a wanted, at an emergency when it suddenly happens.
Wanted.
Yeah. Break glass. You can also support us by joining our channel memberships by clicking the join button or that link in the description. Get access to membership badges and special emotes. And like I mentioned at the start of the show, 6 fucking hours ago, you can support us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early in audio format for as little as $1 a month or approximately $10 a year. The audio of this one is working correctly, and it's not like 7 hours, so we're going to see how editing goes. But it should be fine. That's it. That's all I got. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. See you next time.